Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Legally Yours by Nicole French. Narrated by C.J. Bloom. Chapter 1. I glanced over the top of my cubicle toward a window about 10 feet away. Snow was coming down hard, in big, fat flakes that shone white against the black night, and stuck to the pane whenever a sudden gust of wind slammed into the building. I looked at the clock on the opposite wall and sighed. You'd never know by the looks of the office that it was almost 9 p.m. The pit, as everyone called the group of cubicles that housed temps and interns, included a pod of hopeful, overachieving third-year law students like myself. The four of us still had 1 week left on the job. After working the standard summer internship at Sterling Grove's full-service firm, I had been asked, along with the 3 other interns, to stay on when the firm took on a major trial case. The trial had finished up last week, and the firm had won, with some thanks due to the countless hours Steve, Sherry, Eric, and I put in over the last 4 months. Our hard work paid off when we were offered full-time positions after we finished school and passed the bar exam. It was no small carrot. The firm was one of the largest in Boston, and the positions some of the most coveted for any new grad. But unlike the other interns, I wasn't actually sure I wanted to work at Sterling Grove. It wasn't that it wasn't a good firm, despite the first-year associate hours that would be undoubtedly hellacious. There was simply something missing. 2.5 years ago, I had left a job in investment banking for law school, hoping to find a career that would make me feel, well, complete. Law had seemed like a good idea. It was lucrative, analytical, and I had the potential to do more for the world than just stockpiling money. And upon starting my classes, I quickly learned that I loved the philosophical side of justice just as much as the practical. Law school was a practice of existing somewhere in the middle. The difficulty was in choosing a focus. 2.5 years later, when most of my classmates already had jobs locked for the following year, I still had absolutely no clue what I wanted to do with my degree. I had excelled in my classes and attracted 3 job offers already, but had turned down all of them. Although I was interested in almost everything I had participated in, nothing made me feel that oomph, that 100% knowledge that this was what I was supposed to do. 2.5 years later, I was still looking. "I see you looking for a cab, Crosby." A pair of thick black glasses, bright white teeth, and a mop of curly black hair popped over the cubicle barrier. I smiled, careful to avoid my co-intern's eyes. "I'm not looking for anything, Steve," I said. "Anyway, I'm not sure I'm going either." "What?" Steve Kramer, a student at Boston College, looked around briefly to make sure none of our supervising associates were in the common room before skittering around to sit on my desk, disregarding the legal pad under his butt. The 2 temps who shared my cubicle glanced up with mild annoyance before leaning back to their work. "Dude," Steve said as he grabbed the arms of my desk chair and rolled me to face him, "you gotta come. The trial is finally over. It's our last drunken hurrah as interns together." He didn't seem to notice when I immediately rolled back to my original position. "I know," I said, "but it's already so late. Plus, the weather is turning to shit, and I really need to finish this brief tonight." Finishing a brief was the legal equivalent of telling someone you needed to wash your hair or walk your dog. Unfortunately, for all the promise Steve showed as a cutthroat attorney, he never seemed to clue into basic social cues from women. "Come on, Crosby," he cajoled, again pulling my chair close. "I'm not letting you go until you say yes. It's our only opportunity to celebrate the end of this insane internship. You don't even have to pay. Sherry knows the owner at Manny's and can get us comped pictures." It wasn't really the end yet. We still had a whole week. But considering the fact that classes were starting on Monday, it was more fitting to celebrate the end now instead of next Friday, when most of us would be more interested in getting ahead on our reading than tipping back shots. Manny's was a well-known bar in Chinatown and just a short cab ride away from the office. I wasn't much of a drinker, which made me less than excited about going, nor was I particularly interested in fending off the odious advances of Steve, who had been trying to talk me into a date since September. He was okay looking, but, like most of the men I'd been out with, just didn't quite do it for me. Apparently, I seemed to have the same problem with men that I did with choosing a job. I sighed.
You know he's not going to leave you alone until you say yes.
I glanced over to a neighboring cubicle, where Eric, my classmate and neighboring intern, hadn't even looked up from his work to make the dry comment. I looked back at Steve, who waggled his prominent eyebrows. I sighed again. "Fine," I said, and turned back to my desk. I'm going. Can I get back to work now?" We arrived at the tail end of happy hour while the band was finishing their sound check. We weren't alone. Manny's attracted the 20-something young professional crowd of Boston, most of whom consisted of lawyers, bankers, and grad students working around Beacon Hill. The men wore a standard after-work uniform of suit pants and striped button-down shirts, matching jackets tossed over the backs of chairs, and ties loosened as they tossed back cheap beer. The women were dressed much like myself, in pencil skirts or pantsuits, their blouses undone one extra button to make it clear this wasn't an interview. I kept my buttons where they were. I filed into the small booth that had been claimed by my cohort and allowed Steve to hang my coat on the hooks next to us. Steve and Sherry jetted off to the bar and returned shortly with a tray full of tequila shots and a pitcher of PBR. Everyone eagerly took one of the shot glasses and the accompanying limes. I was the last to take one after Steve looked pointedly at me. With a quick eye roll, I raised my shot along with everyone else. "This is the end," Steve intoned, mimicking the words of Jim Morrison. "My only friend, the end." "Shut up and drink," jeered Sherry. Hey, Steve protested, stopping everyone from drinking. "I bought the shots. I get to toast, okay? It's been a pleasure working with you all, and I'd just like to say, may you finish the year without flunking out of law school in your last semester. May you all succeed and get filthy rich like I know you want to with these overpriced degrees. May you all make name partner within 5 years, except not at Sterling, because that's going to be me." We all yelled and threw balled-up napkins and cardboard coasters at him before gulping down the harsh liquor. It was the cheap stuff, of course, but it would no doubt get everyone trashed while liquor was half price. Steve began to dole out PBR-filled pint glasses. "Thanks, but I'm good," I said, slipping out of the booth to his obvious disappointment. "Don't worry, I'm just going to get my own drink." "Too good for the blue ribbon, huh?" Steve teased. "Everyone's too good for that horse piss," I retorted with a grin, before making my way over to the bar, where I ordered a whiskey with a splash of water. "Not a PBR fan?" I turned to find a good-looking guy next to me, leaning against the bar. Like the other men, he also wore a button-down and suit pants, with his sleeves rolled up his forearms to reveal an expensive and ostentatious watch, flashing with a bright band and even a few small diamonds encrusting the edges. It was the kind of watch meant to tell people he had money. The top button of his shirt was undone, and his dark blue tie was slightly askew. He was cute in that young MBA kind of way, with close-cut brown hair and a square goatee-lined jaw. He also held a glass of brown liquor, which he raised. "Not so much," I said, as I slipped the bartender my card and nodded that she could cash me out. "Trevor," he said, reaching out a hand. "Skylar," I said as I accepted the firm handshake. That watch really was bright and shiny. I took a sip of my whiskey and closed my eyes momentarily with pleasure.
What are you guys celebrating over there?
Trevor asked. The end of a trial, I replied. We're all interns at Sterling Grove.
Ah,
Trevor said knowingly, although his lack of further response made it clear that he knew little more than the name of the firm.
I'm an analyst over at Chase.
He said it in a way that was obviously meant to impress me. While he probably didn't know much about my life, I was extremely familiar with his. 1 year on Wall Street had been more than enough to convince me I needed to do something for a living that wouldn't cost my soul and sacrifice others in the process. But despite his occupation, Trevor had a nice face. I was in no hurry to return to Steve's attention, and after talking with Trevor for 2 more drinks, I started thinking about other places we might go. It had been a long time, too long for someone my age who had no attachments and no hang-ups about casual sex. But I would have been lying if I said that any of those encounters were more than barely satisfying. Most of them had simply scratched a strong primal itch to be with another person, but also ended up with me scratching myself better, later, alone. It didn't help that when I did get attached, it was with the worst people on the planet. Out of the 2 major relationships I'd had, the first, my high school sweetheart, was currently serving time for aggravated assault. Poor Robbie hadn't stood a chance growing up with the remains of the Brooklyn mob living within a 5-block radius of his house. The second, well, let's just say I avoided talking about him at all. Patrick's serial philandering had left a scar that was still fairly raw. So, my classmates knew me as a loner, but that didn't mean I wanted it to be that way forever. Just because things hadn't worked out before didn't mean they couldn't in the future. I looked at Trevor, who was jabbering about some kind of deal he had made that week. He stopped when he found me staring at him.
Something wrong?
He asked.
You need another drink?
I looked down at the remnants of my 3rd glass of whiskey, which was nearly empty. I had reached my self-imposed limit for the night, where I was tipsy but wouldn't be hungover the next morning. I pushed the glass away. "Let's dance," I said, and held out my hand so he could lead me to the back of the bar, where a bunch of people had started an impromptu dance floor next to the jukebox. As the lazy riffs of Beast of Burden came on, Trevor pulled me into his chest and swayed awkwardly and out of sync with the music, while Steve, Eric, and Sherry all watched with interest. He smelled like bourbon and body spray, but I enjoyed at least the feel of his arms wrapped tightly around my waist and the muscles of his chest beneath my cheek.
"Hey,"
he said as the Stones launched into the chorus the second time. I looked up and he touched his nose to mine. All right, why not? Jagger asked if he was strong enough, and I closed my eyes as Trevor leaned in. His tongue slipped into my mouth and touched mine before darting out again. He did this again, and then again. It was not pleasant, like being kissed by some kind of reptile. When I pulled away, he moved his mouth, rubbery and wet, to my neck, before leaning back with obvious drunken desire gleaming in his muddy brown eyes.
"You're really hot. You know that?"
His words were slightly slurred.
"I have a total thing for redheads, and you are at least a 9. Maybe even a 10 by Boston standards."
Thanks," I muttered. My long red hair, which was wavy, unruly, and roughly the color of an heirloom tomato, was almost always the subject of tired come-ons. I was proud of my natural color, but it was like these guys literally couldn't see anything but the top of my head.
"You want to get out of here? My place is just off Newbury."
Like Chase, the street name was meant to impress. Newbury was a nice part of town, and expensive. 5 minutes ago I might have said yes, but I had no intention of having sex with Captain Jabbing Tongue of the good ship Sexism that night. I gently untangled myself from Trevor's grip and was careful not to answer the question. "I'm going to stop in the ladies' room." Trevor nodded happily.
"I'll just go close out my tab, honey."
I ducked through the crowd back to the booth, where Sherry hooted and Steve pretended not to notice me. "I'm heading out," I told him as I grabbed my coat. "Skylar's gonna get some," Sherry crowed, clearly worse for wear. "I saw you making out on the dance floor. Girl got a hot date." I snorted. "Hardly. Trying to get rid of one, if you know what I mean. I'll see you guys on Monday. Tell Eric I said bye, wherever he went." Sherry and Steve waved slurred goodbyes, although Steve's was a bit lackluster. I checked the bar, where Trevor was patiently waiting for a bartender to ring him up. Once he turned his back to sign his tab, I wove around the crowd and out the front door. Outside, I was met by the makings of a full-on nor'easter, as a blast of snow and wind pummeled me in the face. At least 10 other people were standing on the curb, trying without any luck to hail cabs driving by, all of them occupied. "Shit," I muttered, checking to make sure Trevor hadn't come out yet. I buttoned my wool peacoat and wound my scarf around my neck, wishing I had foregone my pencil skirt for pants and my goose-down parka. It might have made me look like the Michelin Man, but at least I'd be warm. The nearest tea stop was at least 10 blocks away, and I was going to have to walk. Damn.
"Skylar!"
As one particularly cold gust nearly knocked me over, a cab stopped in front of me, with Eric popping out the back window. "Hey," I greeted him as I stepped out to the car. "I thought you were already gone."
"You're never going to catch a cab right now. Need a lift? Caleb is dropping me at a friend's place a few blocks away before he takes this one back to Chestnut Hill."
He nodded his head at the unfamiliar guy sitting in the front, who waved.
"You could call for a car and wait at my friend's place if you want. That is, unless you wanted to go home with douchebag in there."
I followed his glance to where Trevor was pushing open the pub door. I turned back in a hurry. "Shove over and let me in, will you?" Chapter 2. The cab dropped Eric and me in front of an enormous house on Beacon Street that directly faced the Commons. It was built in the 19th century style that was everywhere in Boston, with 4 or 5 stories of gray brick, punctuated by black bay windows. Unlike most of the buildings surrounding the park, the double-doored entrance didn't have the telltale buzzer that usually marked multiple units. Only one occupant lived here. I turned to Eric. "A friend?" I joked. "Or sugar mama?"
"You're fucking hilarious," Eric said. "She just works here."
Handsome in a Norse hero kind of way, Eric had a reputation as something of a player in our class. I had known him since starting law school. Maybe it was because we were both from New York, but I had always thought of him more like a brother type than the ladies' man he was to everyone else. We shared the same dislike of large social gatherings, but for slightly different reasons. I didn't like to mix business and pleasure, whereas Eric tended to do it a bit too much, and his exploits often crossed paths at group functions.
"Anyway, definitely no sugar," he said. "She's a housekeeper for some rich bastard. Place is freaking amazing. She lives downstairs in the mother-in-law." He shrugged. "It's nothing serious."
I grimaced. "Gross, man. You didn't have to invite me on your booty call." Eric laughed as he walked toward the house.
"Don't worry. I'm sure we can wait at least until your car comes."
"Wanna bet?" I asked, but followed him anyway. The snow was starting to come down even harder, and already the pavement was covered with a thick blanket of the stuff. I cursed myself again for forgetting my snow boots, which I normally toted with me to and from work in the winter. Boston sidewalks in January were no place for Manolos.
"Careful,"
Eric called back, as he turned past and took a short flight of steps to a basement-level entrance, where he pressed a doorbell. "She doesn't answer the regular door?" I asked.
"Servants' quarters,"
he said with a smirk.
I guess most of the houses like this on the park have them converted into something different, like a garage. But this guy had them remodeled for the help. He is seriously loaded. He is a live-in driver, too.
Eric shook his head, feigning disgust, but the obvious longing in his voice was harder to hide. Who wouldn't want that kind of money? "Hey, mister, come on in." The door was answered by a petite, pretty girl with wildly curly brown hair and a small, broad nose. The slight lilt in her voice informed me that she wasn't originally from the United States, and as she smiled warmly, I couldn't help thinking that was to her benefit. People in New England weren't known for welcoming strangers into their homes, but she looked at me as though I were an old friend. "Hi, I've been waiting for you. Come in, lindos. You look frozen." Eric and I followed her through a narrow hallway that ended in a large common room outfitted with 2 sectional sofas, a flat-screen TV, and a kitchenette at the far end. Across the room, a doorway led to another hall where I could see several doors in the dim light and a staircase leading up to the main part of the house. "Thanks for letting me wait here for a car," I said. "Walking around in this stuff is murder on shoes, you know?" "No problem," she said, her accent even more apparent now. "I know exactly what you mean. I'm Anna, by the way." "Skylar," I returned. I took her hand but was surprised when she pulled me in for a quick peck on each cheek. "Where are you from?" Anna smiled again. "Obviously not from here, huh? I moved from Brazil a few years ago. I like to see how people react when I kiss them on the cheek. New Englanders are so nervous about it. It's so funny." "Well, I'm not from New England," I said. "New Yorker, born and bred. We're not quite so skittish." Anna laughed with a nod and pointed to a rack where I could hang my coat. Eric's was already there, along with his shoes, pointed neatly out from the door. "Hey, gorgeous," he said, wrapping his arms around Anna's impossibly tiny waist and nuzzling her neck. "David and Phoebe around?" "No, David is on vacation this weekend. Went to Miami. Lucky duck. Phoebe is off too," she said as she leaned into his embrace. Their familiarity made my chest squeeze a little with envy. Some people seem to find that kind of rapport so easy. I never had.
"What about the Lord?" Eric was asking. "Think he'd care if I stuck around tonight?"
"Well, he's not home right now. Why do you want to know, you naughty boy?" I took a seat on one of the couches and thumbed fixedly at my phone, while Eric and Anna said their very intimate hellos. Then she turned to me. "Skylar, have you ever had a caipirinha?" I looked up and shook my head. "Can't say that I have. What is it?" "It's a Brazilian drink made with cachaça, which is kind of like a rum." "Oh, I've already had a few tonight, and it's getting kind of late." It was almost 11:30.
"Come on, Crosby. Have a few with us." Eric wheedled from behind Anna. "It's a Friday night, right? You gotta have some fun sometime. And there's nobody here who's going to try to feel you up. Only Anna has to deal with that." He pinched Anna's butt, causing her to shriek and scamper away. "It'll be the perfect thing to warm you up before you go out into the cold again," she added, heading into the kitchenette. "I'll make you one. You hate it? No problem. You like it? Maybe you have another, eh?" Okay. I relented with a grin. She was so sweet and friendly. It was hard to say no. I could see why Eric wanted to come over. Unsurprisingly, the drink was delicious. A blend of lime and sweet without the cloying taste of rum. I had already knocked back 2 and was dancing the samba with Anna in my stockinged feet before I thought to check the time again. "Oh, shit!" I yelped. "It's past midnight. I really have to call a car if I'm going to catch the T home." "You do that,"
said Eric, who had taken my place with Anna in a much more intimate way of dancing. I sank into the couch while he maneuvered her toward the hallway on the other side of the apartment. "Eric!" She batted him helplessly on the shoulder, but allowed herself to be steered away. "Skylar, make yourself at home," she called in between bouts of giggles. "I just, have to show Eric something in my room." With that lame excuse, they were gone, leaving me trying to find cell phone service. I stood up and paced around the room, but there was no signal. Shit, I muttered to myself as a throaty laugh floated down the hall. I made a face. I wasn't overly eager to listen to Eric having his way with Anna, no matter how charming she was. Aside from the fact that it skeeved me out to hear my pseudo-brother getting it on with his lay of the week, I also didn't care for the reminder of just how easy it was for some women to enjoy themselves that way. Maybe I wouldn't have been so frustrated if the lackluster reaction I'd had to Trevor were the exception, not the norm. But it always seemed to come back to that. Whether it was during the first crucial kiss or later when I was supposed to be screaming with ecstasy. It wasn't that I was into the wrong gender either. No, I was definitely interested in men, but they just couldn't seem to keep me focused long enough to enjoy myself. I'd become distracted by the lighting, the uncomfortable chafing between bodies, or the weird shape of my partner's nose. It didn't help that most guys couldn't seem to distinguish my clit from my elbow, or if they could, didn't have a damn clue what to do with it. Maybe some girls, like Anna, could get off from pure friction, but I sure as hell wasn't one of them. Another much louder giggle escaped from the hallway, followed by an ominous thump. I scowled and headed toward the stairs. Anna had said that the owner wasn't home. As another yelp erupted from the hall, I decided to take my chances with trespassing to escape what was starting to sound like an amateur porn flick. I opened the door at the top of the stairs into one of the largest and most beautiful kitchens I had ever seen. The entire thing was easily as large as my apartment, with dark wood cabinetry and white marble countertops bordering the periphery. 2 huge farmhouse sinks faced each other on each side of the room, bookending a double oven and a 6-burner Viking stove. In the middle of the kitchen was a large marble-topped island, surrounded by several stools and topped by a hanging rack of gleaming copper pots and pans. An airy adjacent room containing a tufted cream chaise lounge and a farmhouse table sat directly off the kitchen, creating a sense of space and luxury in a common area that still managed to be comfortable. Large picture windows looked out onto a small courtyard garden planted over the servants' quarters. I wasn't much of a cook, but if I were, this would undoubtedly be my dream kitchen. I checked my phone. Still a dead zone. I pushed through the kitchen door into a hallway that passed a bathroom and led into another massive, open room. A huge white stone fireplace lorded over one wall, and gaping bay windows looked out over the snowy commons. Dark wood floors continued from the kitchen and were covered with several plush sheepskin rugs, the kind that begged a person to fall asleep on them in front of a crackling fire. The walls looked like they had the original dark wood wainscoting, above which they were painted a warm cream color and bore a number of gorgeous modern art pieces. Whoever had decorated the place knew their business, or paid someone who did. The aesthetic was warm yet posh, traditional yet modern, inviting yet imperious. There wasn't a doubt in my mind that every furnishing in the room was likely worth more than everything I owned put together. But I felt oddly comfortable, wishing for nothing more than to sink into one of the overstuffed sofas for a long nap. I walked over to one of the bay windows and looked out at the park, which was nearly deserted in the snowy conditions. Beacon Street was also quiet, as the occasional car made its way very, very slowly down the road, careful on the not yet salted concrete. The snow was quickly morphing into a blizzard. Flakes were coming down in sideways droves. The T-stop was only just across the park, but it might as well have been across the entire city. I sat down on the wide sill, which was trimmed with a few pillows for such moments. Nights like these made me yearn for the comforts of my family's cozy old house in Brooklyn, with its big front porch and my room carved into the attic. There I would snuggle in the armchair next to the window and watch the snow gather on the oak tree outside, while my father and grandmother chattered downstairs about the news and neighborhood politics. Bubby and my grandfather had owned the house for almost 35 years before he had passed away when I was a baby. Since I had left for law school, it was just her and my father in the drafty old place. But despite the fact that they were sitting on $1 million piece of property, they refused to sell it and kept my bedroom open for me whenever I was able to come home. That was happening less and less these days. I'd lived in the house with Dad and Bubby through college and during my year on Wall Street, but I left for Boston when I was offered a spot at Harvard. I had no regrets, but the demanding schedule of classes, studying, and interning had reduced my bi-monthly visits to holiday weekends and breaks. I pressed my nose up to the cold glass. My dad would love being stuck at home on a snow day like this, when he wouldn't have to empty trash cans at the crack of dawn and could sit in his armchair all day if he wanted. Before college, I'd join him. We'd play Risk and watch old movies until we crashed on the faded plaid couch in the living room. A snow day in Flatbush was magical. In Boston, it often felt cold and unfriendly. Except maybe in a house like this. The front doors swept open with a bang. I jumped from the windowsill, sending my phone onto the floor with a clatter. I scrambled down to find it, and when I stood up, I found 4 pairs of eyes staring at me. There were 3 men, all of whom looked to be in their 30s or early 40s, and who were dressed impeccably in tailored suits and the kind of cashmere overcoats that cost as much as my food budget for a year. One had brown hair and a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. Another had a mustache framing very thin lips. The third was probably the handsomest man I had ever seen. Clean-shaven, but for a bit of stubble. He had a ruddy, tanned complexion that betrayed a life that couldn't be lived entirely in an office, and ear-length sandy blonde hair brushed back from his face. The wind had made a few stray locks topple forward in that sexy, carefree way only certain men can pull off. He looked edible. The other person was a very pretty woman, also dressed in a suit and overcoat, albeit much more fitted ones. With black hair tied back from her face, very pale skin, and bright red lips. She was beautiful in that severe way only a few very powerful women can pull off. All 4 people stared at me as though I were a stray animal that had managed to find its way inside the house. Come to think of it, that wasn't entirely incorrect.
"Sterling," said the mustached man with a mischievous grin, "you didn't tell us you had company waiting for you."
"No," said the woman in a tone that implied she was not at all happy with my presence. "He didn't."
"I didn't know I had," said the blond man, who, even as his companions turned toward him, continued to stare at me in a way that made me feel frozen in place. Our eyes locked. Even in the dim light, I could see that his were a brilliant blue, the color of an alpine lake. I felt my mouth drop slightly, but couldn't do anything about it. I stood like a damn statue, completely transfixed. He was absolutely mesmerizing, but I couldn't have explained why. "Sterling, you all right, man?"
The brown-haired man's voice broke the spell, and my cell phone clattered again to the floor as I lost my grip. I blinked, able to move and speak at last. "God, I'm so sorry," I said, scrambling down from my phone. "I'm a friend of, Anna's. Shit, I'm on my way out." I practically tripped as I ducked around Sterling and his friends, running down the hallway toward the stairs. I thundered down to the servants' quarters, dug my coat and shoes out of the front closet, and opened the door while I was still pushing my arms into my coat. The clear sounds of Anna and Eric's ecstasy rang in my ears as I escaped into the intensifying blizzard, reminding me yet again of what I couldn't quite attain. As I started the long walk across the park to the nearest tea station, I recalled the blazing blue of Sterling's eyes. Somehow, I doubted the women he knew ever had that problem. Chapter 3. It wasn't until I was about halfway through the park that I heard a voice echoing behind me. "Wait, miss. Fuck. I don't know your name, but will you just stop?" I turned around to find Sterling bounding doggedly through the snow. He stumbled, nearly fell on a crack in the sidewalk, but rebounded with the reflexes of a trained athlete and caught up with me in a few more steps. A few more errant locks fell across his forehead, and I was faced with a smile that made my legs feel as though they were immersed in a hot tub. Not the frigid New England air blowing up my skirt. "Do you always go wandering through the commons after midnight?" he asked as he regained his breath. "It's not exactly safe, especially for someone like you." I didn't have to ask what he meant by that, considering my size and gender. Instead, I flushed, suddenly embarrassed by my idiocy. I wasn't some hayseed from the hills. In my desperation to escape that house and the very disturbing effect that, well, this man seemed to have on me, I had done what every city dweller knows not to do: wander a public park at night. "You left without saying goodbye," Sterling said with a sardonic lift of an eyebrow. "I'm sorry. I didn't catch your name or what you were doing in my house." "God," I said, finally finding my voice, but able to look everywhere but directly at him. Like the sun, he exuded energy so bright I couldn't see clearly. So instead, I rambled. "I'm so sorry about that. I'm a friend of Anna's, your housekeeper. She just let me in for a minute but had to go, deal with something in her room. I didn't have any cell reception down there, so I came upstairs to find a signal. She had no idea, really, so please don't blame her. I didn't mean to intrude in your space, truly, and, I didn't stop babbling until Sterling placed his hands on my shoulders and bent down so his chiseled features were level with mine. "It's okay," he said slowly, and I found myself rolling my eyes at his playful tone before I could stop myself. "Sorry," I repeated, but the babbling stage was over. "Your name," he prompted again, releasing my shoulders and standing back up straight. It was then I realized again just how very tall he was. A frame that must have been close to 6'4" filled out a charcoal gray suit in a way that made me wonder just how much time he spent wearing a suit and how much time he spent at the gym. "Yum," I whispered before I could stop to think. "Your name is Yum?" "Oh, no," I said, flushing an even deeper red. "Christ. Sorry, it's Skylar." "Skylar Crosby?" he asked quickly. I frowned at him. I wasn't cold like Bostonians, but as a New Yorker, I had a deep suspicious streak. A stranger knowing my name definitely qualified as suspect. "Yes," I said, taking a few steps backward. "How did you know that?" "I make it a point to know all of my employees' names," Sterling said with a brief white smile. "Even the interns. Skylar's a memorable one." Even though it was snowing outside, that was when I truly froze. The dots connected, and I suddenly realized who this was. Brandon Sterling, the elusive name partner at the firm he also founded. He was a legend in the office, but hadn't been seen once by any interns. That in and of itself wasn't unusual. We were disposable labor, so most of the partners were unlikely to take much interest. But even most of the junior associates who oversaw our work had never met him personally. He was a phantom. "Oh, Jesus," I breathed, Jesus Christ.
No, just me, I'm afraid, Sterling replied with another bright smile, although it's a nice comparison.
I'm so sorry, sir, I spluttered. Oh, my God, oh, God. I was intruding on your home, and I really shouldn't have. A friend of a friend invited me to wait for a car inside because of the weather, but it was completely inappropriate. I only went upstairs to find cell reception, I swear, and then you walked in. Shut up, shut up. He already knows this. Shut up. My inner dialogue went crazy trying to censor the blather again pouring out of my mouth. When I looked back at Sterling, I was mortified to see him trying unsuccessfully not to laugh.
Ms. Crosby, he interrupted gently with yet another knee-weakening smile. Really, don't worry about it.
I'm just very sorry for intruding, I said lamely. And for babbling. It's something I do when I'm...
When you're what?
Nervous, I admitted.
You'll have to fix that if you want to be a litigator,
he joked, causing me to turn bright red all over again. Fuck. Could things get any worse? Although I wasn't sure I wanted the job at Sterling Grove, it would have given me a springboard to any other I wanted. I could kiss that opportunity goodbye.
It's all right,
Sterling said yet again, patting me gently on the arm. In the cold, his touch seared through the heavy wool of my jacket. He shivered, and for the first time I realized he had chased me into the snow in just his suit and very expensive-looking leather shoes, which were already getting watermarks from the snow around the tips. I looked down at my feet. My Manolos were also as good as ruined.
I'm going to head back inside, he said, tossing back toward his house. Care to join me?
Oh, no, sir. I'm really fine, I said. The tea is just down this path. It goes right back to Cambridge. Sterling glanced at his watch, which also looked very shiny and very expensive, but not flashy like that fool's from the bar. Subtle, tasteful.
It's almost 1, he said. You probably already missed the last train, if you don't get robbed in the park on your way there. Come on. My driver's out of town, but I can call you a car while you wait.
When I hesitated, he reached out and squeezed my hand before letting it go, an intimate gesture that seemed to surprise him a bit, too.
What kind of boss would I be if I made my intern stay until after midnight and didn't give them a ride home?
For some reason, I couldn't quite tell him that his office wasn't the reason I was out so late.
Let's go,
he said again in a tone that brooked no argument, and started to make his way back through the snow. Someone, most likely Anna, had wised up to Sterling's arrival. A large fire was alive in the fireplace when we re-entered the house through the double-door entrance. There was no sign of his 3 companions. The house appeared to be empty, but for him and me. Sterling slipped off his shoes and carried them over to the fireplace. He set them down on the hearth while I loitered awkwardly in the foyer.
Have a seat,
he said, nodding at one of the overstuffed couches I had been eyeing earlier.
I'll be back in a minute.
He disappeared upstairs while I sat down. When he returned, he carried a newspaper and a small box covered in scratches and paint splotches. He had removed his jacket, vest, and tie, and was decidedly more informal with his white shirt unbuttoned at the throat and rolled up to his elbows, though it was practically identical to the outfits of just about every other man I'd seen that night. There was something about the way the tendons in his forearms tested the limits of his rolled-up sleeves that made my mouth water, as if his casual regalia was trying to tame an animalism that was literally splitting seams to escape. Padding silently across the thick carpet, he reminded me of a lion tracking its prey.
May I?
He asked, kneeling in front of me and taking the heel of my shoe in his hand. Wordlessly, I watched as he slid my pumps off each foot, then carefully set my stockinged feet back onto the sheepskin. Then he looked up. Our eyes caught as they had when I had first seen him. The moment quickly passed. He cleared his throat and stood up.
Manolos, he said, holding up one of my prized pumps. The lady has expensive taste.
The lady has only one pair, I responded sadly. So I hope you're not going to throw them in the fire.
Hardly,
he said, the R of the word flattening with a surprisingly thick Boston accent. He set both pairs of our shoes down on the hearth and proceeded to stuff them with crumpled newspaper.
They're not too wet, he said. I don't think the fire will damage them at all. Just help them dry. I'll put some oil on them, though, if you're all right with that.
He opened up the box which contained a rudimentary shoe-shining kit. Where did you get that? I asked. It looks like an antique.
It was my father's.
Sterling replied absently as he rummaged around and finally located a container of clear balm. He proceeded to dip a stained brush into the jar and rub it onto his shoes, one at a time. Oh, are you close? The question came out before I could help it. Sterling glanced up sharply for a half-second before returning to his work, now brushing the polish into my shoes with vigor.
He's not around anymore,
he said quietly. Oh, I said. I'm so sorry to hear that. I shouldn't intrude. Again. He looked up again, this time kindly.
Skylar,
he said, and it was then I realized how much more I liked hearing my given name roll off his tongue. Much like before, the R at the end wasn't fully pronounced, rolling open with a subtle New England cadence that betrayed a working-class background he hadn't quite erased. Yes?
You apologize too much.
I'm so... I started before catching myself. Sterling gave me a cheeky half-smile, and I couldn't help but grin right back. Right, I amended. Okay.
Exactly,
he said with a wink before turning back to our shoes. Anna entered the room with a tray bearing a teapot and a cup. When she noticed my presence on the couch, her expression briefly morphed into surprise before sliding back into easy affability.
I believe you know Ms. Crosby, Anna,
Sterling said from his seat by the fire. Yes, sir. A bit.
It's all right, Anna,
Sterling said, echoing his words from before. I wondered if he tired of constantly having to reassure all the women he met. Clearly, he was disruptive to many of us.
You're done for the night.
Yes, sir, Anna said before leaving. Good night. With a quick, unreadable glance at me, she was gone, no doubt to gossip with Eric, if he was even still here, about what I was doing upstairs.
Please,
Sterling said, indicating the tea.
You look frozen, so help yourself. I'll call for a car and get another cup.
He lifted himself easily from the hearth, and I couldn't help but watch his finely shaped form as he strode out of the room. No wonder he kept himself such a secret at the office. With an ass like that, he'd have associates camped outside his door. He returned shortly with his cell phone held to his ear and another teacup, which he set down on the tray. A woman's voice said clearly that she would call him back shortly about the car. Cab companies call you back now? I asked after he hung up.
No, but personal assistants do,
he said with another impish half-smile. My gut clenched.
How's the tea?
I took a sip. It was delicious. A sweet jasmine that I'd never had before. Wonderful. He nodded.
It's a blend I picked up the last time I was in Beijing. I'm no aficionado. Thought it was pretty good.
His phone buzzed in his hand.
Sterling.
The woman's voice was more muffled this time, so I couldn't understand what she was saying.
Really?
Sterling asked at one point.
All right. No, that's fine, Margie. I'll take care of it. You have a good night.
He ended the call and slid back down to his seat on the hearth, elbows perched easily across his knees.
Well, here's the deal, Ms. Crosby,
he said. Skylar, I corrected him. I didn't want him to stop saying it now that he'd started. Sterling rewarded me with another slow, soft smile that made my stomach flip.
Skylar. Well, it's past 1. The subways and buses are most likely done. Margie tells me she called 4 different car companies, but it appears that everyone in Boston is trying to get someone to drive them home in this weather. I'd drive you myself, but my car is being detailed. So you've got a choice. You can wait here until about 4 a.m. for the next available car, which will make me grumpy since I'll have to stay up with you, and I'm dog-tired. You can take your chance with the tea, in which case I'll walk you to the station, through a blizzard, by the way. But I doubt you'll do anything but spend the night there. Or you can take advantage of my hospitality and stay the night in one of my guest rooms.
Oh, I couldn't do that, I started to say, but received the same brusque flick of the hand that Anna had gotten.
Stop,
Sterling ordered.
This place is practically a hotel anyway. It's no trouble, I promise.
He lifted his eyebrow again in that way that dared me to argue otherwise, and I bit my lip as a snarky comment rose up my throat. His eyes zoomed straight to my mouth, and I quickly released my lip from my teeth.
Ah,
he said somewhat huskily this time.
So, sleep on 1,000 thread-count sheets in a warm bedroom? Or on a concrete bench with a bunch of homeless guys who probably haven't showered since August? Tough decision, I know.
I looked at him for a moment, trying to gauge if he was really as altruistic as he seemed, or as confident. He was nice, but how many men invited strange women to stay the night without having ulterior motives? In my admittedly limited experience, approximately none. Do you, live here by yourself? The place was silent other than the fire and our voices. Sterling smirked.
Yes,
he said.
Is that a problem?
Well, you're not going to try anything, are you? The question flew out before I could stop it.
I'm pretty sure welcoming yourself into my house and wandering my halls removes any liability on my part of sexual harassment, Skylar, he said with a grin. But I applaud your contempt nonetheless. First, I've seen that you could be as cutthroat as my associates tell me.
They talk about me?
They talk about everyone, he said. But yes, I've heard of you.
He looked up at the ceiling as though reciting the conversation from a file.
Quick with words, extremely competent, doesn't take shit from the male interns, smart, a lot of promise.
He raised an eyebrow.
Coletti said she wanted to recruit you for a junior associate position, but you weren't interested. Is that true?
I felt another flush rising up my neck. I suppose so. I mean, I'd be happy to make some coin, but that's not why I'm in law school. I already went down that road once before, and it wasn't really for me.
What road was that?
The making money for money's sake road. Before law school, I spent some time working for Goldman Sachs. It was just before they took the big bailout. Seeing all those executives take that money after stealing so much more from their investors and clients, it just made me sick. I'd rather be someone who could help people like that get some of it back, or at least make sure they get what's theirs in the end.
Sterling raised a dusky eyebrow. Almost sounds like you're interested in advocacy, but I've seen your transcripts. Your grades are too good for that. You should be clerking for the Supreme Court, not mucking around at a litigation firm.
I sighed. I'm having a hard time choosing what I want to do. It was hard to admit to someone who would be a potential reference, but it was the truth. Family law is interesting, but I don't want to do divorce work. I might also like to help some of the families who normally fall through the cracks get representation. Orphans or kids whose parents are incarcerated, for instance. He tensed visibly.
Foster kids?
I nodded. Or abused women. People like that.
And why is that?
I paused. I didn't want to tell him that I came close to being one of those orphaned kids myself. He wouldn't be interested in that sob story. Not that I told it much anyway. I've seen enough of those types who need help, was all I said. I'd like to be one of the people who can help them. Sterling didn't answer, just gazed thoughtfully and chewed for a moment on his lower lip. I dug my toes into the rug and took another long drink of tea. When he stood up, Sterling looked pointedly at my cup, now empty.
"So," he asked, "it's late. What's it going to be, Skylar? Have a nice long sleep in one of my guest rooms? Or do you need some more tea to help you decide?"
His tone dared me to say no, but his eyes twinkled in a way that told me he was enjoying the give and take. I set my cup down on the tray. "All right," I said. "You win."
"I always do," he replied with a grin. "Up one flight. Second door down the hall on your right."
"Aren't you going to sleep too?" I asked, already standing up. I tried to stifle a yawn, but the thought of a warm bed was turning out to be more of a siren's call than expected.
"I've got some more work to do tonight,"
he said as he walked to the tea tray to fix himself a cup.
"You have a good night, Skylar. Let me know if you need anything."
"Thank you, Mr. Sterling," I said, already on my way up the stairs. It felt strange to address him by his last name after he had removed my shoes, but he hadn't instructed me otherwise. Good night. Chapter 4. Sterling was gone by the time I came downstairs the next morning. The bed had lived up to his promise, and then some. The featherbed mattress really was cloud-like. The only place I felt more comfortable was in Brooklyn. He, or Anna, had left out a small breakfast for me in the kitchen. Coffee, orange juice, and buttery croissants that were still warm. Next to the breakfast was a business card with the name Brandon Sterling, Founding Partner, printed in bold letters. On the back was a note in a broad, curt scrawl, "In case you need a ride." I stared at the words, wondering exactly what they meant. Then I shoved the card into my purse and sat down to eat. "Good morning, Skylar." Anna walked into the room carrying a large laundry basket full of my bed linens. She was dressed down again in a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. I was happy to find that Sterling didn't make his domestic staff dress like BBC characters. I swallowed a bite of croissant and held up my coffee mug. "Morning. This was you?" Anna set the basket on the floor just outside the steps leading to the basement and came to stand across the kitchen island from me. "Actually, no. This was there when I came up in the morning. You must have had a good night, huh?" Anna winked. I blushed furiously. Not exactly," I stuttered, suddenly unable to meet her eyes. "Skylar, relax. I'm joking. I know you were in the guest room. These are your sheets, yes?" She tossed her head at the laundry, and I relaxed. "Yes," I confirmed. "Only mine." I washed the last of my croissant down with the orange juice, which was clearly fresh squeezed. "Wow, that's good. Does he usually get up this early?" Anna nodded. "He is usually gone by 5:30 or so most days to meet with his trainer. Sometimes he comes back to change." She checked her watch. "If you want to stay another half an hour, you might catch him." "Oh, no, I should get going," I replied. "I can't believe he doesn't have a live-in trainer along with his personal chef. How gauche." Anna laughed, flapping a delicate hand at me. "You're bad. He's nice, actually. As long as I keep things clean, he doesn't give me problems. Only a few quirks." I leaned in curiously. "Quirks? Like what?" She tapped a fingernail on the counter. "Nothing crazy, really. Like, the fireplace always has to be lit if he's here at night, even in the middle of summer. Or he always has me keep a spare toothbrush in his bathroom next to his, even though it's never used. And there is a fridge that I have to keep stocked with 5 different types of cheap beer that he never drinks." She shrugged. "Quirks?" I frowned. "Other than the fireplace thing, those just sound like preparations for company. Does he have people over a lot? Not the kind who drink bad beer, and not the kind who share his bathroom. Anna shrugged again, tipping her head to the side in thought. I think he gets kind of lonely in this big house. Maybe wants to feel like he has someone here with him. I pondered that thought for a moment, while she turned to put away some dish towels, and I finished the remainder of my juice. Not a coffee drinker? Anna asked, gesturing toward the other cup still mostly full. I slid off my stool. No, not really. I'm a tea drinker. How do you take it? She asked. You know, just in case I have to bring it out again. I felt suddenly embarrassed at the idea of Anna serving me anything I could easily get myself. I hoped Sterling paid her well, but she just stared at me expectantly and didn't seem the slightest bit ashamed by her question. Strong and sweet, with milk and a lot of honey, I answered. My favorite is Irish breakfast, but I doubt you'll ever have to use that information. You never know, she teased in a sing-song voice. Okay, I have to get to this laundry. You can let yourself out? I nodded as I slipped my arms into my coat. No problem. Okay. Ciao, Skylar. She picked up the basket and sashayed downstairs. It was no wonder Eric liked her. The girl managed to make carrying laundry look sexy. That was my cue. After rinsing my dishes quickly, I left a short note of thanks on the island, right next to the 3 other croissants I hadn't touched. For a moment I considered leaving my phone number, but then thought better of it. Why would a man like Brandon Sterling want the number of someone like me? Just after 9, I walked into my apartment to find my roommate Jane sitting cross-legged on our sofa. She thumbed through a textbook and marked occasional pages with sticky notes. She was surrounded by a well-worn copy of Rules of Criminal Procedure, textbooks, yellow legal pads filled with her scrawl, and at least 3 empty coffee cups. Jane and I had been roommates since starting law school, even though a lot of law students moved off campus or into the coveted single housing as they gained seniority. We had continued rooming together. Jane was one of the only real girlfriends I'd ever had. With the utter ruthlessness that predetermined a successful career as a criminal prosecutor, she was my opposite in a lot of ways. Outgoing where I was more withdrawn, raised in the Chicago suburbs whereas I was a city girl through and through. Extremely messy while I tended more toward order. But we had a lot in common in the ways that counted, including a direct streak that often veered more toward abrasive. She was loyal to a fault and always had my back. Well, 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 she taunted, slipping her cat-eyed glasses down her nose so she could give me the once-over. Look at what the cat dragged in. Jane had thick black hair cut into a bob that was gloriously untamable. It tended to riot around her face in the mornings until she conquered it with a lot of product. She wrinkled her button-shaped nose, which boasted a shining stud in one nostril. Her dark brown eyes twinkled. And where did we spend the night last night, Miss Lady? Did you finally give in to Steve the Goon's advances? With a snort, I set my messenger bag on the small table that served double duty as a dining and study area and began pulling off my winter layers. Jane waited patiently as I hung my parka, scarf, and hat on the small coat rack next to the door and tossed my mittens into the basket below it. I slipped off my shoes and examined them briefly. Despite walking to and from the subway and the salty, slushy streets, the conditioning balm that Sterling had applied the night before had done its job and kept them free of any salt stains, although they'd still benefit from a proper cleaning. God, no, I finally answered. I walked into the kitchenette on the other side of the table. Not with that muppet. Never in a million billion years. But you'd be proud of me. I did dance with someone I met at a bar, and then spent the night with someone else. Jane dropped her book with a thump and scurried into the kitchenette while I rummaged around for a cup of tea. She parked herself at the bar that split the space from the rest of the apartment and stared at me resolutely. "Dish," she ordered, pointing a black polished fingernail on the countertop. "Now." The bar guy was lame. Kiss like a lizard. Investment douche. You know the type. I quickly imitated the jerky motions of Trevor the banker's tongue, which made Jane break into a loud peal of laughter. "Oh, you poor girl," she exclaimed. "You got tongue-fucked at Manny's, didn't you?" "So I left early," I continued as I finished pulling out the other requirements for my tea. "But I couldn't find a car in the snow, so I went to wait with Eric and his... well, I guess you could say she's his lady friend. We all had a few drinks until the tea wasn't running, and when I still couldn't find a car or anything, I ended up having to stay there. Ew. As a third wheel with Eric, the walking boner?" Jane scrunched her face up like a pug, a trademark expression that always made me laugh. "Doesn't he have, 4 strains of venereal disease?" Jane and Eric had a notably love-hate relationship that stemmed from the 1-month stand, as she put it. They'd had after our first year orientation. Sexually, they were basically each other's doppelgangers. As a result, it was a constant argument between the two of them, just what had happened that month, and who had left whom. I had heard at least 7 different versions. Not exactly," I said as I put the kettle on. Jane moved back to the couch and waited patiently as I continued about my routine. I avoided her suspicious gaze. It wasn't until I had poured us both mugs full of tea, doctored them up with milk and honey, and found a seat on the sofa next to her that I finally continued. My best friend was patient, but she was also tenacious. I relayed the rest of the story. My mistake of wandering into the house above Anna's apartment, seeing Sterling with the group of people, being chased through the snow, and his eventual invitation to stay the night. "Wow, Skye," Jane finally said at the end. "I think he might be in love with you, girl." I choked on my tea. "Doubtful. He wasn't even there this morning. Anna gave me a little breakfast and sent me on my way. It was awkward." Jane, however, wouldn't be deterred. "No way," she said. "Rich guy like that? If he was really feeling altruistic, he would have just put you up at a hotel. There are literally 5 within a block of his house, and people like that don't usually just invite strangers into their homes." She took a long sip of her tea and shook her head. "Definitely into you." "I don't know, Jane. I think maybe he's just lonely. I mean, the place is huge. I only saw a few rooms in it, but there are at least 4 stories, maybe more, all for one person." "Didn't he walk in with friends?" I shrugged. "I don't know who they were. I didn't ask. They were laughing, but they looked like colleagues or something from his office. When I came back to the house with him, they were gone. There was this one chick who looked complete daggers at me, but he didn't seem to notice." "Ah, so she wants him," Jane concluded with satisfaction. "Is he hot?" I shut my eyes for a moment, recalling the chiseled lines of Sterling's face, the ridiculously bright blue eyes, and the way his 5 o'clock shadow had lit up in the firelight. "Wow," Jane said, pulling me out of my momentary stupor. "That good, huh?" I pulled my phone out of my skirt pocket and Googled him. Several pictures popped up, mostly from the firm, but a few from Boston Society pages. The other interns must have already done this. They were always twittering about getting a look at him. He was a benefactor of several organizations I saw, including the Boston Symphony. I selected one of him in a tuxedo and held it out to Jane. "Ooh," she cooed. "Yeah, he's a fucking Sunday girl. You should get on that pronto. How old is he?" I looked back at my phone. Google says 37. Huh. For some reason, I thought he was older. "Does Google tell you anything else about Daddy Warbucks?" "Jesus Christ, Jane, don't call him that. He's already got 11 years on me." I skimmed through his Wikipedia page, which stated his age and birthplace, also Boston, but revealed little else beyond his profession. I felt uncomfortable researching Sterling on the internet. It felt too close to spying. "Doesn't look like it." "Too bad. I set the phone down on the coffee table and turned back to her. Anyway, I don't think it really matters. It would probably be a disappointment anyway.
Oh, come on, Sky.
That's just pessimistic. I focused on my tea. This was a familiar conversation. Jane was always trying to get me involved with various men. Unlike me, she was one of those girls who seemed to have life-altering orgasms if a guy sneezed next to her. I had lived with Jane long enough to get somewhat used to her screams. She never understood why I generally found most sexual encounters less than satisfying.
How long has it been?
Jane prodded.
Jane, don't start. No, seriously. Hasn't it been like 7 years or something like that?
I rolled my eyes. You're such a drama queen.
It's only been 6 months.
Jane raised one eyebrow. Okay, 8, I admitted. The brow only rose a bit more.
Okay, fine, 10.
I threw a pillow at her, which she caught neatly and tucked behind her head.
That's all I'm saying,
she said with a satisfied smirk. Whatever, I pronounced.
I doubt I'll ever see him again. I'm done at the firm at the end of next week, and then the semester begins, which reminds me, I have a pile of depositions to get through before Monday.
I brought my mug back to the kitchen and put the kettle on for another boil. While the water heated up, I went to my bedroom to change out of yesterday's work clothes and into a pair of jeans and one of my dad's old sweaters. Outside, it had started to snow again. It was a good day to curl up on the couch with a hot drink and a good book. Or, in my case, a bunch of court documents. When I returned, Jane had already poured more tea for both of us and had resumed her reading.
When we get to a good stopping point, we should probably head over to the bookstore and get our textbooks for next term, she said. It's supposed to snow like this the rest of the day, and my professors have already sent out reading assignments.
That meant mine had too. A full week before classes even started.
Damn. No rest for the weary, I said, settling next to her with my messenger bag and grabbing one of the depositions I still had to summarize.
Well, I won't have time to shop this week anyway, and I think I'm going to go down to New York next weekend before the term starts.
Nice, Jane said absently as she pressed a yellow Post-it into her book.
I should probably get a thank you card, too. You know, for Mr. Sterling. Jane looked up from her book and tipped her glasses down her nose again to peer at me.
I know how you could thank him, she taunted. Bring it up to his office. Drop it on the floor and be all like, "Oh, Mr. Sterling, I'm sorry, let me get that for you. Oh my goodness, is that my ass I just backed into your hands? I'm so sorry." She laughed as I kicked at her half-heartedly.
That would be sexual harassment, Jane, I informed her primly. Pretty sure it's not office appropriate.
Oh, whatever, you prude, she joked, turning back to her book. You know what to do? What's that, Mr. Sterling? My blouse just happened to fall open? Oh, no, I didn't mean to shove my rack in your face. Jane!
The thing was, it was a little too easy to imagine myself in that fantasy, laid across the big desk I imagined Sterling had. My shirt ripping, buttons flying. I already knew what his big hands felt like on my feet. Maybe they would slide higher up. I shook the image away and bent to my work. I didn't have time for pipe dreams. The quicker I could get fantasies of Sterling out of my head, the better. Typical of the weekend before classes began. The coop was bustling with undergrads and grad students, shoving their way around the tall stacks of books. With class lists in hand and plastic baskets over our wrists, Jane and I made our way to the law section and started loading up on textbooks. Fucking vultures, Jane mumbled under her breath as she heaved a copy of constitutional law into her basket. Did you see how much this cost? $200 motherfucking dollars. I chuckled as I put an equally expensive book into my basket. We went through this exact routine at the beginning of every semester. Jane, I said, if you don't want to pay coop prices, Why don't you just buy them online?" Like always, I was rewarded with a massive eye roll. "Oh, they'd like that, wouldn't they?" Jane grumbled. "It's the secret test of HLS. How they separate the shitty students from the good ones, you know. Only give us a week to order textbooks, so that the ones who are willing to pony up retail prices can get ahead by reading early. Natural selection by way of student budgetary restrictions. The opportunistic bastards. Ooh, a used copy." She snagged another book, this one well worn, and turned to me with a wide parody of a smile. "Look, Ma, I saved $10 off 120. "At least they only assign 1 or 2 books," I said. I wasn't that good at comforting, but then again, Jane was just looking to vent. Really, we spend as much as anyone else, just on fewer texts. "Yeah, but you forgot to factor in the readers." A male voice interrupted our exchange, startling both Jane and me. We glanced around to find one of our classmates, Jared Rounsaville, standing behind us. "Hey, Jared," I greeted him. Jane raised a hand and went back to muttering further obscenities at the stacks. It seemed her advanced criminal procedures course was a particularly expensive one this semester. "Hey, Skylar," Jared said, sidling up to me. "Have a good break?" I nodded. "Yeah, I finished that internship at Sterling Grove. You?" He whistled at my accomplishment. "Nah, I just went home," he said. "I had a clinic last semester, so I figured I was good on the experience stuff." Jared was the typical Harvard legacy. He was smart, but it was hard to tell how much of that intelligence was breeding and how much was innate talent. I didn't know him well, but I knew that his dad and grandfather had both attended HLS, and that his dad was a sitting congressman. He had a position waiting for him at his grandfather's firm. Between his pressed chino pants, his blue polo shirt, his straight light brown hair, and his pin-straight nose, his looks were about as waspish as it got. His smile, however, was genuine, and his straight, tall build made him a common target of a lot of the girls in our classes. Even in law school, some girls were only there to get their MRS degrees. "So I'm pretty excited," he said as the three of us made our way to the registers. "I managed to score tickets to one of the Star Fox's shows next week. They were sold out, but my dad's campaign manager was able to hook me up." I could feel rather than see Jane roll her eyes next to me. She hated what she called privileged soccer mom music, which was usually anything that was on regular rotation at Starbucks. This band definitely qualified. It didn't matter that she was the daughter of a privileged white man herself. She would just shout one of the few vulgar Korean terms she'd picked up from cousins on her mother's side and throw the nearest soft object at me. "That's nice," I said neutrally as we stepped into line, Jared in front of Jane and me. The line wound around several stacks of health and lifestyle books, but it was moving quickly. "I'm sure you'll have a good time." "It would be better if you took the other ticket." Just before Jared turned around for my answer, Jane's eyes shot open wide before she brought them back to an even, neutrally curious expression. I blinked. I hardly knew Jared, and hadn't really interacted with him much socially. He was cute, but I had just told Jane I thought dating was a waste of time. Not to mention I didn't really like this band either. I was pretty open to different styles, but whiny pseudo-folk music wasn't really on my radar. I said, trying unsuccessfully to stall. "I'm going home next weekend." I exhaled. It was a good excuse and one that was mostly true. Jared nodded. "Okay, another time then." The line moved up and one of the cashiers flagged him forward. Beside me, Jane grabbed my arm and jerked me around. "You should go out with him," she said. "I am actually going home next weekend," I told her. "And I don't even like that band." "Oh, no, that band sucks balls, big time," she said. "They're the musical equivalent of IHOP. But another time, I mean." Another cashier waved me forward, and Jane followed with her own basket. The cashier frowned at the two of us approaching together, but said nothing as she started to ring me up. "You don't think he's a little, I don't know, uptight?" My dad doesn't even wear pants that pressed, I pointed out. Whatever, your dad doesn't even know what an iron is, Jane retorted. And that doesn't mean Jared wouldn't be good for you. He's nice. And you deserve nice after what fucking Patrick... $492.87, the cashier proclaimed. I handed over my credit card while addressing Jane. I do not want to talk about him, I said vehemently. With eyebrows raised, the cashier handed me back my card and receipt, which I signed with flourish. Jane placed her books on the counter with a bright smile. When I first started at HLS, I was still dating Patrick Harlow, otherwise known as the world's second worst person. Patrick was a certified asshole and investment banker I'd met at Goldman. We dated for almost a year before I left for law school and continued seeing each other on weekends before a surprise bout of chlamydia informed me that he was sleeping with other people. When confronted, he shrugged and told me he was sorry about the clap, but we never decided to be exclusive. I had slapped him in the face and gone straight to the pharmacy. 10 weeks of antibiotics cleared up the STD, but I had never quite healed from the damage he had done to my heart. Jared was waiting by the door for Jane and me. I caught his eye, and he waved and stepped out of the way of the other students. With his toggle front parka and nicely combed hair, he looked the definition of safe. It had become clear over the past year and a half that one-night stands weren't my thing. And despite the way a certain tall, blonde god kept creeping into my thoughts, there really weren't any other prospects on the immediate horizon. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested in, well, someone. Maybe the key wasn't chemistry, but intimacy. Jared and I were sort of friends. Maybe I needed to start there. Jared stood to the side, holding the door open in a way that demonstrated his good manners. Thanks, I said as Jane and I stepped out into the snow-covered street with him. So I can't go to the show next weekend, but would you want to go out another time? Jane was barely able to contain the boomerang-like double-take and face-smashing grin, so she scampered ahead of us to offer some privacy. Jared looked down at me and smiled brightly. Yeah. Do you still have my information from study group? I nodded. Yeah, it's in my contacts. I'll call you when I get back from New York. Maybe after we settle into classes? Okay? He smiled again and nodded. Sounds good. I'll see you around, Skylar. With a brief wave, he turned and left. I watched his straight-backed form for a moment before turning to Jane, who was practically jumping up and down next to me. Don't say anything, I warned her. But we both grinned as we started back to the warmth of our apartment. Chapter 5. Well, if it isn't the other castaway. Let me guess. You and Eric were up to no good. Steve greeted me with uncomfortably loud hoots and hollers when I arrived at the firm Monday morning. Like most of the other interns and junior associates, I generally made a point to be at the office at least 10 minutes early. It was 7:45. I dropped my messenger bag on my desk. The blizzard that had coated Boston with another 2 feet since Friday made snow boots and my parka essential. Shirleen boots over wool cigarette slacks wasn't the best look, but luckily I wasn't alone in my style in Boston. I stripped off my outerwear, then put on the cheap black pumps I kept in my desk. I dearly missed my Manolos, but they were now at the cobbler being treated for the salt stains that had persisted despite Sterling's careful treatment. Just the thought of his hands on my feet made me shiver. The sad truth was that I hadn't been able to get the encounter out of my head. No matter how many briefs I'd read, I doubted Sterling had been as affected, but I'd never known the brief touch of someone's hands. Large, slightly calloused hands on my toes could be so erotic. Then, of course, there was the way he worked those pants. So, how was he, counselor? As good as he looked? Or at least the way his overpriced suit looked? I snapped out of my daydream. What? God, Could he know?
You know, the investment asshat you were chatting up at the bar? Steve said. Sherry and I saw him follow you out. What was his name? Rico Suave? Was his apartment massive and full of high-tech gadgets? Steve waggled his eyebrows jokingly, but I could hear the note of hurt in his voice. He was the kind of guy who would comment on another man's expensive suit precisely because he couldn't afford it. I had sympathy for the guy, but that didn't mean I wanted him commenting on my sex life. I rolled my eyes as I stood to hang up my coat. A, his name was Trevor, not the name of a shitty one-hit wonder. B, I have no idea, as I went home after leaving the bar. And C, counselor. Even if I did, it's none of your damn business who I do or do not go home with. Steve rubbed his face with a touchy under his breath. I smoothed the lines of my favorite suit as I sat back at my desk, careful to avoid his sad eyes. Steve's crush wasn't exactly a secret. I felt a pang of guilt at the insinuation that the reason I didn't reciprocate was because of his background. I had felt that kind of classism myself more than a few times at Harvard, once people heard what my father did for a living. I couldn't bring a guy like that home anyway, I said more generously. I pointed at myself with my thumb. Garbage collector's daughter. Trust fund brats need not apply. In return, I got a grin and a wink. Ha! Good for you, Crosby. Steve chortled before ducking back down into his cubicle, dignity intact. I couldn't quite cop to the lie. In all honesty, I had to admit that I'd put in slightly more effort than usual getting ready that morning. I had just happened to wake up an extra 15 minutes earlier than normal and just decided on a whim to straighten my wayward red waves down my back instead of tucking them into a practical twist. I wore my favorite gray herringbone suit, a crisp white shirt, and emerald studs that matched my eyes. The cut of the ankle-skimming pants flattered my swimmer's legs, and the matching jacket complemented my waist with a trim, yet professional hourglass shape. Deep down, I knew what it was for. Or whom. Though it was extremely unlikely that I would run into a certain devastatingly handsome boss of mine. I couldn't help but daydream about what might happen if, say, I ran into him in the elevator, where he might shove me against the wall and kiss me, and maybe rip the buttons off my jacket as he tore it from my heaving body. Okay, so I hadn't spent my entire weekend reading. Not even close. I heard you met Sterling on Friday. Eric's voice shook me out of my daydream, and I swiveled around to see him shaking snow off his overcoat. He sat down in his own chair, and I scooted close so I could speak without anyone else overhearing us. Hey, be quiet, I said. I'd rather the peanut gallery next door didn't know I ditched everyone to gallivant all night with our boss. Gallivant, huh? And all night? Damn, Crosby. You must have some serious game. Not to mention stamina. Eric teased. I play-kicked at his chair. You know very well that is not what happened. I'm sure Anna filled you in. Eric shrugged and gave me a sly grin. All she knows was that you had breakfast there in the morning. Somebody helped you work up an appetite, huh? He started grooving in his seat to self-made porn music, which earned him another kick. Okay. He stopped, stifling chuckles. She might have also mentioned that you slept in the guest room. All right? Exactly, I hissed. Did you know that was his place? Tell me the truth. Eric shrugged again. Sure. Probably. Just some rich guy? Right. And you didn't think to tell me that before I went wandering around? I leaned back in my chair and shoved my hands through my hair, mortified all over again by the memory of being caught sitting in the window, all Little Miss Muffet on my very own damn tuffet. Eric smiled that devious grin that I knew had caught countless other girls' attentions over the years. As usual, it had no effect on me. Even though Eric had grown up in a classic 6 on the Upper East Side and attended some of the best private schools in Manhattan,
a far cry from my family's shabby house in Brooklyn. The carefree demeanor with which he approached women reminded me of the boys who hung out on the steps in my old neighborhood, catcalling girls as they walked by. If they didn't know you, you weren't much more than a piece of meat. If they did, you were practically a sister. To Eric, I was apparently the latter. I stuck my tongue out and he laughed.
Hey, Crosby, no one told you to start playing Goldilocks up there. Besides, you wouldn't have come if you knew, he said simply. And Anna wouldn't have let me stay unless you did.
You are so gross, I informed him.
Yeah, but you love me anyway.
Eric winked and grabbed the coffee canister he had set on the desk when he arrived. He pulled a Dixie cup out of his desk drawer and poured a small cup, which immediately filled the air with its aroma. Eric was an unbelievable snob when it came to coffee, claimed that the stuff the firm provided was basically battery acid. He came in every morning with a thermos full of some locally roasted French-pressed brew. Anyway, of course I wouldn't have come, I said. It's a freaking name partner's house, and I was just wandering around the first floor like a drunk college kid. Eric chuckled.
Yeah, that's pretty classic. You sure you only stayed in your own room? Or maybe you wandered up a few stories?
Oh my God, no, I hissed, and I said, keep your voice down. Nothing interesting happened besides me embarrassing myself. Thank you very much. He chased me down the street after I ran out of there like a banshee. Then he polished my shoes and put me up in his guest bedroom, probably more out of guilt than anything else.
Jesus Christ, Crosby. Only you would turn a potentially priceless networking opportunity into a way to turn one of the most powerful people in Boston into a shoeshine boy.
Eric shook his head. Yeah, that would have been super classy, I replied. So, Mr. Sterling, now that I've trespassed on your property, would you mind giving me, some strange girl whom you couldn't care less about, a huge career boost, despite the fact that I've already turned down a job at your company? Eric pursed his lip thoughtfully, inhaling deeply from his coffee before taking a sip.
I hate to tell you this, Crosby, but guys aren't just naturally chivalrous. Not these days. Anna said he put out your breakfast, not her. Doesn't sound like a guy who isn't interested to me.
I shook my head fervently. He wasn't even there in the morning. I doubt he even remembers who I am. My vehemence was rewarded by another chuckle from Eric, but our conversation was halted as Ben, one of the junior associates, wheeled a dolly carrying 5 cardboard boxes into the room, a smaller box perched atop the others. I come bearing gifts of farewell, he called out. Depositions to summarize. The Walker trial continuance was denied. Everyone groaned, though it was all in good fun. Our trial might be over, but we were being paid through the week, and there was always more work to be done. We were all used to going through depositions with a fine-toothed comb. Ben explained the case theory and indicated the dates and terms he wanted highlighted, along with a few other things to mark. Then he wheeled the dolly around to deliver each of us files. Hey, Skylar, he said as he handed me a folder in a rectangular box wrapped in brown paper. Only my name was marked across the top in curt black print. Looks like you got an admirer from upstairs. Before you start on these, you're wanted up on the 6th floor. I furrowed my brow, ignoring the immediate clench in my gut. The 6th floor was the partner's floor. Did they say with whom? Ben shook his head. No, just got the call a minute ago. Get going. He continued around the room, leaving me to face Eric, who was grinning like a clown.
Well, let's see what Santa brought Cross,
he said, looking eagerly at my mystery box. I snatched a letter opener off my desk and tore open the package. Under the anonymous wrapping was a white box with Manolo Blahnik printed quietly on one side. I lifted the top and pulled out a note that read simply, "Thought you should have a backup." I folded the note closed and set it on the desk, turning back to the box. Beneath a layer of tissue paper, I found a pair of deep red size 7 pumps with pointed toes and delicate stiletto heels. They were gorgeous and perfect and completely inappropriate. A low whistle cut through the busy hum of the office. Next to me, Eric held up his paper cup in a mock toast. "What do you know, Cinderella?" he said with a smirk. "Looks like Prince Charming came with both shoes this time." The elevators opened on the 6th floor towards a central reception area that matched the lobby on the 1st floor. The heather gray tufted couches and chairs that decorated the lobby coordinated with dark wood floors, both complementing the 19th century building's original interior while maintaining a stylish air. The receptionist, a girl with blonde hair and oddly tanned skin for this time of year, looked up from her desk. "Can I help you?" she asked in a less than friendly tone as she looked me up and down. So much for a welcome reception. I pushed my shoulders back and approached the desk, my impromptu gift cradled under one arm. "Hi, I'm Skylar Crosby, one of the interns downstairs. Ben said one of the partners requested me, but he didn't say who it was." I knew exactly who it was, of course, but she didn't need to know that. The receptionist raised an eyebrow as if she didn't quite believe me. "Hold on a moment." She picked up her phone. "Hey, Reese, did anyone back there send for an intern? Skylar Crosby?" "Crosby," I corrected her. She rolled her eyes and said my name again, this time correctly. "I know, right?" she said into the phone with a smirk at me. "Just check anyway." "Thanks, Reese." She replaced the phone. "Someone will be right with you." I gave her a tight smile and took a seat in an armchair to wait. Within a few minutes, the phone rang again. "Hey, Reese," said the receptionist. "Really? Okay, I'll send her back." After hanging up, she looked over to me. "Mr. Sterling's office is to the right, all the way at the end of the hall." She buzzed open the door behind her, and I walked through with a tight nod. I followed a long hallway to the back of the building, my footsteps muted by the plush gray carpet. Most of the doors were open, revealing paralegals and assistants working at small desks that guarded offices of actual partners. Eventually, I found the open door marked Sterling, through which an older woman typed furiously as she listened to a digital recording through one earbud. She looked up as I entered. "Ms. Crosby?" she asked, stopping her recording. "Yes. Are you Reese?" the woman snorted. "Absolutely not. Reese is one of the junior partner's assistants. She's just friends with Alexis, the receptionist. My name is Margie. You can go right in. He's expecting you." Margie replaced her earbud, pressed her foot down to continue the recording, and paid me no more attention. I approached the office door behind her and opened it. Chapter 6. It was easily the biggest office I had ever seen. Like the kitchen at his house, it was bigger than my entire apartment. The first part of the wide rectangular room had the makings of a typical, if luxurious, office space. A massive antique desk with dark, curling woodwork stood to my immediate right, faced by 2 overstuffed armchairs. Behind those were a 4-person antique dining set and several dark wood bookshelves carrying files, binders, and, of course, books. Then the room opened to what looked like a common living space. There was a kitchenette in the far corner, an open door revealing a bed, and a plush navy couch facing a brick fireplace. Small flames blazed merrily. Through several large windows, bright light streamed into the otherwise dark room, which was painted a deep ocean blue. Most of downtown Boston was visible through the windows, including a view of Copley Square. Snow was starting to fall again outside, making the fire all the more welcoming. His back to the wall, Sterling sat at the carved behemoth desk, like a king, resembling a young JFK. The wall behind him was hung with various accolades, several Trial Lawyer of the Year awards, what looked like a letter from the mayor or governor, and 3 framed magazine covers featuring his handsome face. It was a setup that was both comfortable and intimidating, likely by design. I stepped inside, and Sterling looked up when the heavy door slammed shut. His smile was so instantaneous and bright that I had to grab the doorknob behind me when my legs stopped working. How had I forgotten just how handsome this man was? He still had that same ruddy complexion, the same slightly too long dark blonde hair that was combed back and curling slightly around his ears. I didn't usually care for the slicked back look, but he made it work. Mostly because it was clear he did it out of expediency and not for looks. He looked positively leonine.
"Skylar,"
he said, standing up to reveal shoulders and neck almost too broad for his crisp blue shirt, the color of a summer sky. A simple black tie fell to his tapered waist. His black jacket was draped over the back of his chair, but it was clear that the man looked good enough in a suit to eat.
"Come on in."
"Hello, Mr. Sterling," I said as I wobbled my way in front of his desk. Uncertain if I should sit down, I remained standing as he stared at me without speaking. He continued to stare while I grew increasingly uncomfortable. "You sent for me, Mr. Sterling?" I reminded him. He blinked and shook his head, grinning again.
"Sorry, just caught in a daydream. I was about to make some tea. Would you like some?"
Sure." I followed Sterling to the back of the room, where he gestured I should take a seat on the couch. The heels of my cheap shoes sank into the thick Aubusson carpet. My cheeks reddened as I recalled the last time I was sitting in front of a fire with this man. My feet cradled delicately in his large hands.
"Is the fire too hot?"
he asked a few minutes later. He sat down next to me and handed me a cup of hot tea. He also placed a small file between us.
"Your face is a bit red."
Sterling glanced down at the shoebox I had set beside me and frowned. I had to avoid flinching when I caught his expression. The friendly smile was replaced by a thick scowl. No, the fire is fine," I said, pulling his attention from the box I obviously meant to return. "Perfect for a day like this. A bit unusual for an office, though."
"This building used to be full of tenement apartments from the 19th century,
Sterling said, quickly reverting to his easy demeanor as he sat back.
"We kept them on the partner's floor. Sometimes I can sleep here when I have to work late."
I tried and failed not to imagine him in bed, so I focused on my drink. The tea was just the way I liked it, strong with a bit of cream and honey. Strange that we had the same taste. Then I saw that his was black. "How did you know how I like my tea?" I asked with a frown. Sterling smiled again, that same Cheshire cat smile he had given me at his apartment to convince me to stay the night. Oh. Anna hadn't just been asking for herself. How awkward for her to be spying for her boss. I wondered how often he got people to do his bidding with that smile.
"Oh, I found out quite a bit about you since Friday, Skylar."
Sterling put his tea down on the side table and picked up the slim file between us.
"Skylar Ellen Crosby," he recited. "Born April 8th, 1989, in Brooklyn, New York. Daughter of Daniel Crosby, city sanitation employee, and Jeanette Chambers, heiress. Parents divorced. Mother remarried to Maurice Jadot of Paris, deputy CEO with BNP Paribas."
He stopped, shooting me a quick blue look.
"Guy's a shark. Hope he's nicer at home."
I wouldn't know. I couldn't keep the bitterness from my voice. I could count the number of times I'd seen my mother in the last 15 years on one hand, and I'd only met her 5th husband once. Christmas cards had informed me they had 2 kids together, Annabelle and Christophe. They lived outside of Paris in a house I had hoped to see when I had studied abroad in college. I'd never been invited. You could say it was a sore subject. Sterling cleared his throat and continued.
High school valedictorian, PS 117, double majored in business finance and music?
He glanced up curiously.
Minored in francophone studies at NYU, where you graduated summa cum laude. Top-earning junior analyst at Goldman Sachs before receiving a partial scholarship to Harvard Law. Lives in student housing. I see. I went to HLS too, so I know the address. Speaks French fluently. Conversational German and Yiddish, huh?
Jewish grandmother, I said. So you know my resume and the contents of the background check you do on your employees. Doesn't explain why you had your housekeeper do reconnaissance on my tea preferences, though. Sterling smirked, clearly enjoying whatever little game this was.
Anna's a good spy.
His smile morphed back into a frown as his gaze again fell on the shoebox.
Why is that here?
He asked sharply. I set my tea on the side table and picked up the box, which I offered to him. Sterling stared at it for a moment, then back at me with irritation. But he didn't take it. What? I set the box between us on the couch and pushed it toward him. This is an incredibly ostentatious gift, and I work for you. Sir, it would be completely inappropriate for me to take it.
It's a pair of shoes,
Sterling stated, that cost a month's rent.
Are you planning to continue working for me?
I paused. No. Am I being offered a job again?
No,
Sterling echoed. He leaned in.
Not unless you've changed your mind.
I bit my lip. Every law student in Boston would be tripping over themselves for this kind of opportunity, but my instincts hadn't changed. Sterling Grove wasn't the right place for me, especially if I was going to be working for someone with a penchant for over-the-top gifts that would do nothing but start a bunch of rumors. I haven't changed my mind, I said much more confidently than I felt. But that doesn't mean I can take these from you.
Sure it does.
No, it doesn't, I sputtered. I picked up the box and thrust it into his lap. It slid helplessly to the rug, and the sleek red shoes fell out. Sterling glared at me, his eyes now a dark blue. This time I glared right back. We maintained our silent standoff while the fire popped. His knee just barely touched mine, sending heat coursing up my leg that couldn't completely be from the fire or my temper. They did say there was a thin line between love and hate. It was all too easy to imagine us throwing the shoes across the room, maybe at each other, before falling onto that soft rug, naked, wrestling. He would lean over me in the firelight and pin my hands over my head, just as he eased himself between my...
Skylar?
I blinked. What? Christ. That had gone from 0 to 60 in record time. His scowl had transformed into a knowing half grin. He knew exactly what I was thinking.
Your cheeks are red again. Are you feeling all right?
God damn my Irish complexion. I'm fine, I said, reaching for my tea. I made a big production of taking a sip, rotating the cup and the saucer, and holding it in my lap so I could regain my composure. Are you always this stubborn?
As an ass,
Sterling confirmed. With one toe, he kicked the shoes out of sight.
Usually it gets me what I want.
Something about the way he said that had me flushed all over again. Mr. Sterling, why am I here? Somehow I don't think it was just to enjoy a cup of tea or argue about shoes. He sat back and rubbed a big hand over his face.
Haven't I told you yet to call me by my first name?
I shook my head. I would have remembered that.
It's Brandon,
he said.
You should call me Brandon. Especially since I asked you up here because I'd like to fuck you. Tonight, if that works.
I nearly dropped my cup. I must have imagined it. Was he that stupid? Making sexual advances on an intern at work in his office?
Let me be clear that this is in no way work-related, Sterling continued. I couldn't yet bring myself to think of him as Brandon. And since you have already turned down a job offer here multiple times, I don't expect this can be constituted as sexual harassment. Are we clear?
So he wasn't stupid, just daring. The safer move would have been to wait until I was no longer an employee of his company. But he hadn't. Maybe because he knew the undeniable attraction I was feeling. Maybe, a small voice said, because he felt it too. Okay, I suppose we are, I said, finally finding my voice again. You're not going to jump me here, are you? Please jump me. Sterling leaned back and laughed from his gut.
God, no, Red. Sorry, but no. Although it's a soft rug.
Did he have ESP? Sterling scooted closer so that our legs were now flush together. There was a subtle combination of soap, laundry detergent, and some unique scent that belonged just to him. Something vaguely metallic mixed with almonds. It smelled unique and disturbingly good. We were close enough that I could see the small creases at the edges of his eyes and a few frown lines across his forehead, the first obvious signs of our age difference. The 11 years should have deterred me, but now seemed inconsequential. His cheeks already had a tiny bit of stubble, suggesting he shaved at night rather than the morning, and his lips were fuller than I had initially thought, soft and ripe.
Seriously, though,
he said. His eyes were vast, watchful pools of blue.
It's a cliché, I know. But since Friday, I can't stop thinking about you.
A tentative finger touched the curve of my jaw. It traced down to my chin and up to rest on my lower lip, which was tucked firmly in between my teeth. Sterling's eyes were now almost dark as the night sky, pupils dilated with lust. I released my lip and pulled away, but only a fraction, since he had already pushed me into the corner of the couch. His hand dropped into his lap and he cleared his throat.
Sorry,
he said.
I'm putting the cart before the horse. It's a bad habit of mine.
Sterling stood up and walked over to the fire, where he poked at it before sitting on the edge of the hearth.
You're a law student, he said. Motivated. Busy. I don't know why you don't have a job yet, but I'm guessing Sterling Grove isn't the first place to court you. I bet my stock portfolio you'll be spending most of the next semester networking along with your regular classes, clinic, maybe some other extracurriculars. Am I right?
He leaned forward, causing one lock of thick blonde hair to fall forward onto his forehead before he pushed it back. I finished my tea and kept the now empty cup in my hands, if only to keep them from shaking. I didn't know whether I should slap him, sue him, or jump him. I was so completely out of my league. Okay, I replied slowly. But so what?
You're direct, he observed. That'll make this easier. My point is, I sympathize. I'm a founding partner of a top 10 national law firm and the controlling shareholder of Sterling Ventures. My jobs are very, very demanding of my time.
He paused.
When was the last time you went on a date, Skylar?
I frowned at the sudden change of subject. Sterling returned to the couch. He smiled that feline smile that was starting to become unnervingly familiar. One big arm slid around the back of the couch behind my back, the other crossing my lap to rest a hand on the couch arm, effectively caging me with his body. Again. I don't understand, I stammered. Do you want to date me or sleep with me? Because they're not the same thing.
No, they're not. I'm glad you know the difference, he said dryly, since neither of us has time for that nonsense.
Nonsense?
drama, attachment, waste of time. But since it's clear that this, whatever this isn't going away, the best thing to do is probably to nip it in the bud, don't you think?
You want to... I couldn't bring myself to say the word fuck in the middle of my boss's office. You know, it. Out of our systems. I set my cup on the side table, unable to hold it steady anymore.
I'd probably use a different word, but yeah, pretty much.
Sterling looked me over.
You get this cute crease on your chin when you frown, Red.
He released the cage of his arms to touch the tender spot just below my lower lip. His hand traced down my back, causing me to arch reflexively against his chest. Both hands found my waist, then moved up the sides until his thumbs grazed the fabric just beneath my breasts. His touch was still innocent, but felt utterly forbidden. What might he be able to do when there wasn't anything impeding him?
It would be amazing, you know,
he murmured into my ear, the rumble of his deep voice causing every hair on the back of my neck to stand up in want.
Fucking unbelievable. You know that too, don't you?
When? I murmured, half hoping he would say, now. Instead, he sat back and crossed his arms over his broad chest, considering the question. I practically wilted.
You'll come over Friday nights, every other Saturday as long as my schedule permits, and that may include attending the occasional dinner meeting or benefit as my date. You'll have an allowance for whatever clothes and salon services you need. You'll benefit too. The contacts alone from these things will make your career in whatever industry you want. No strings, no sleepovers. Nothing to get in the way of both of our very busy lives. You can stay in the guest room or my driver will take you home after. He shrugged. The choice is up to you. If things progress further, I'll get you an apartment near campus, your office, a car, whatever you need. The idea is to make this as convenient as possible.
The haze of his touch rapidly faded with every practical phrase. No strings, apartment, convenient. His proposal might sound better if there were even an iota of the kind, thoughtful man I'd met 3 days before. But that man wasn't anywhere in this room. There was a word for what he was asking for. You want me to be your mistress? It was not a question. In the harsh light of clarity, what I saw was not good.
Well, no, Sterling said uneasily. You can't be a mistress if I'm not with anyone else.
But you essentially want me to be your weekend call girl. 2 throw pillows fell off the couch as I stood up. Blood rushed from my head in a way that only provided increased clarity. Should we establish a rate, Mr. Sterling? A Harvard brain like mine doesn't come cheap, you know. What's the going rate for summa cum laude?
Well, it's not really your brain I'm after right now, Red.
His words were playful, but his tone was sharp, bordering on cruel. Fuck you, I said slowly and clearly, my cheeks suddenly blazing for very different reasons than before. I'm not some goddamn object to be used at your beck and call. You're lucky I'm already leaving. Otherwise, I would file a sexual harassment suit so big this firm would collapse from bad press alone. You utter fucking pig. I strode past him with as much indignation as I could manage, despite tripping briefly over the red shoes. Their color, a vibrant shock against the subdued brown and burgundy of the carpet, only reminded me further how insulting his offer was. It seemed garish, whorish. I reached to open the door, only to have it held firmly in place when a hand slapped on it above my shoulder.
That's quite a mouth you've got there, Red.
Sterling hummed into my ear.
But fair warning, a little Spitfire only turns me on that much more.
Let me go, I gritted through my teeth.
No.
With his other hand, he spun me around so I was effectively trapped against the door.
"Look at me,"
he commanded. I couldn't help but follow his order. I hated that just his proximity could eat through my rage and disgust over what was fundamentally an offer to prostitute myself. His expression echoed the same. Lust? Longing? I didn't know what to call it. That I had also felt for the past 3 nights. Maybe it was just the strain of how badly we both wanted each other, but I thought I saw a note of pain in his fathomless eyes.
"Tell me you don't feel what's between us."
His forearms, fencing either side of my head, flexed with tension. Was he holding himself back or bracing for my resistance? Sterling leaned in close enough that our cheeks were almost touching. His breath whispered across my skin. All my righteousness was quickly fading.
"Can you tell me you didn't want me to strip you down right there, in front of the fire, and take you?"
He grazed the tip of his nose down my neck, eliciting goosebumps in its wake, and a small traitorous moan from the back of my throat. He growled back, low and fierce.
"Let me make you feel good,"
he rumbled as one hand grabbed me around my waist. He pulled my body flush against his.
"Please."
I moaned again, purely by reflex, both of my hands threaded into the thicket of hair at the base of his neck, and yanked. He needed no more invitation. His lips conquered mine as he pressed me hard against the door with the length of his body. He sucked on my bottom lip like candy, tangled his tongue with mine again and again, as if he couldn't taste enough of me. His hands gripped my ass so hard, I yelped, a sound quickly stifled with his lips. I was just starting to fumble with the buttons of his shirt when we were suddenly interrupted by the loud screech of the telephone on his desk. I froze, suddenly aware that his secretary was on the other side of the door. The phone rang 3 more times and fell silent. Sterling pulled away, visibly annoyed.
"Jesus,"
he gasped, staring as if seeing me for the first time.
"That is quite a mouth on you."
I didn't say anything, just chewed on my bottom lip and avoided his searching gaze.
"Say yes,"
he said as he buried his face into my neck.
"Come to my house tonight, Red. We'll figure it all out then."
I almost did as his lips started to nibble their way to my ear. But my eyes caught the edge of the file still sitting on the couch, a reminder of just how businesslike he wanted this endeavor to be. Suddenly, I saw a stack of bills left on a nightstand, like he might treat a cheap hooker. I saw myself rearranging my schedule to meet his needs, lying in bed, waiting for his phone calls until odd hours of the morning, being pushed away the next day, treated like I was nothing. I pushed him away forcefully, ignoring the confusion that clouded his handsome features and the way my skin yearned for his touch. "No," I said quietly, "and not in the kind of way where you should think I mean yes, just because you kissed me. I just mean no, as in never."
"Skylar, please,
I'm sure there are some escort services you can call to get what you want," I said woodenly, as I grabbed the doorknob. "You should have HR burn my file along with those goddamn shoes. I'd rather you didn't have a way to contact me after I'm gone." I didn't bother to wait for a response. My blouse had come untucked, and there was no way that my hair looked anything short of a disaster. But I still managed to smile politely at Margie on my way out. She watched curiously as I passed, but somehow I suspected that you didn't become the assistant of one of the most powerful men in Boston without being able to keep your mouth shut. I barely registered the slam of a large, heavy door as I walked back to the bottom floor, where I belonged. Chapter 7. Why the fuck not? Jane's reaction to Sterling's proposal was not at all what I expected. From the kitchen, I looked at her like she'd grown horns. She just shrugged and went back to eating her ramen at the bar. It was the kind that comes in individual cups of dried noodles and dehydrated spices. Jane's version of comfort food. It's not like he suggested a monthly rate or anything, she said through a mouthful of noodles. He made some good points. You're busy. He's busy. Neither of you has time for a relationship. What's not to like about hot weekly sex with a gorgeous billionaire, some new clothes, and a driver? Isn't the red line down again this week? She shoved another bunch of noodles in her mouth with satisfaction as if to say, the prosecution rests. I grimaced and pulled a container of matzo ball soup out of a paper bag. Jane wasn't wrong, but Sterling had just been so damn businesslike about it. I felt like some acquisition, not a person. Do you even remember your last relationship? Jane asked, gesturing with her chopsticks. No, not if I can help it. It's why I don't like talking about him, Jane. I tipped my soup into a bowl and patted around to sit next to her. Patrick was supposed to be your boyfriend, and he treated you like shit. He was jealous and clingy, and at the same time, he was off nailing every easy piece of ass in Manhattan, so he could give you VD as a parting gift. She continued, disregarding my comment. And I saw how freaked out you were by the idea of dating a guy like Jared, who is so safe he's practically a blow-up doll. So maybe Sterling's got the right idea. Drop the pretense of dating altogether. We, and by we I do mean you, can't afford right now to get wrapped up in a shitty relationship, and we clearly can't handle a decent one. You could do this. Okay, I get it, I said as I scooped up a bite of dumpling and broth. It wasn't as good as Bubby's, but it still reminded me of home, which I badly needed. But still, I'd at least like the invitation to stay the night, so, I feel like a person and not a movie rental. Jesus. Jane stood up to clear her bowl, having demolished the entire container. Despite eating like a linebacker, the girl was a rail, blessed with a high metabolism aided by an occasional cigarette habit, unending coffee consumption, and a penchant for late-night activities. He did say you could spend the night, she pointed out. Yeah, to sleep in separate rooms, I cried out, flinging my spoon around. Or separate apartments. Whatever's most convenient. Jane stood on the other side of the counter, patiently waiting for me to quiet down. You finished? She asked when I had dropped my spoon back into my bowl and started wiping up my mess. I glared at her. Yes. Good. Now listen. You like this guy. He likes you. He's a businessman. He was just opening the first round of negotiations. And no one sleeps well when they have to share a bed anyway. But just think about it. Jane started to clean up her dishes. You ignore that part of yourself way too much, Skye. It might be just what you need before real life starts. I did think about it. I couldn't help it. For the rest of the week, my thoughts strayed to Sterling's warm lips and deft touch when I wasn't carefully focused. Twice I was tempted to call the number on his business card and tell him I was in, but every time I walked into the building bearing his name, I scowled. I deserved more than to be some guy's Friday night booty call. Negotiating sex might work for Jane, but it wouldn't for me. On Friday afternoon, the junior associates rewarded the interns and temps with Dunkin' Donuts and coffee. I gobbled mine in a hurry. I was taking the 8 o'clock bus from South Street Station to New York for the weekend before classes began on Monday. Skylar! Ben approached me with the last of the donuts. I smiled but shook my head at the offer. Thanks, I said, but I've already had 2. Gonna have to spend an extra hour in the pool just to get rid of them. Ben smiled. Couldn't hurt to try. Hey, listen, Laura and I wanted to say that we appreciated your hard work over the last several months. If you change your mind about working for Sterling, we could probably find a place for you here. I grinned. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that. I'll let you know if something changes. He winked and went to solicit the rest of the donuts. I hauled my overnight bag over my shoulder. This doesn't have to be goodbye if you give me your number. Steve said, popping around the cubicle wall. "Although, since I'll be working with your buddy, the chick magnet over there, maybe I'll still get to see your pretty face." "Maybe," I said, accepting an awkward hug. It was funny, but I'd actually miss his goofy come-ons. "See ya, Steve."
"Hey, Skylar,"
Eric called from across the room, where he was chatting up a legal assistant who looked very friendly. I sighed. Eric would have to stop dipping his pen in the company ink if he ever planned to make partner, or wanted to avoid a harassment suit. From the looks of the girl's face, it looked like he'd already started to cut those ties anyway. Chocolate donut in hand, Eric jogged over.
"See you in class on Monday? You're taking the family law clinic, right?"
I nodded. "Yep, bright and early." "You too?" He nodded back.
"Yeah. They say I need more diverse electives before I take the bar. Have you talked to you-know-who since Monday?"
I hadn't told Eric everything about what went down in Sterling's office, but I had insinuated enough on the train home. He had been asking me all week if I'd talked to him. "No," I said. "Like I keep saying, I'm not interested, but actually, I have to go. I have a bus to catch."
"Chinatown?"
he asked before taking a large bite of his donut. I nodded. "Yep, 8 o'clock. I don't want to miss it, otherwise I won't get to the city until after 1. Eric nodded, swallowing.
"Cool. Be careful, will you? Those things catch on fire."
"Thanks, Dad," I teased. "Have a good weekend, friend. Try not to get yourself sued." I turned in my key card to the security office in the lobby and exited through the massive revolving doors. It hadn't snowed again since Monday, so the streets were clear and ice-free. I walked out to the curb to hail a cab. A shiny black town car pulled up, and I stepped back when the driver came around to open the door for a drop-dead gorgeous woman wearing a fur coat with black trousers and a black blouse. She smiled with perfectly pink lips. But it was a cold smile, the kind reserved for nameless help and people on the street. Her dark hair was pinned into an effortless chignon at the base of her neck, revealing large diamond studs that matched a sizable yet tasteful pendant necklace. She commanded the attention of just about everyone on the sidewalk. I wasn't the only one watching as she brushed past me, the stiletto heels of her boots clicking impatiently on the concrete. When I turned around, I nearly shrieked, when I was almost knocked over by the second person exiting the car.
"Shit, I'm so sorry, miss. Are you all right?"
I looked up to find Brandon Sterling gazing at me with obvious concern that changed almost immediately to surprise. He looked at me up and down with curiosity and possibly amusement. In preparation for the ride, I had changed out of my work clothes into a more comfortable pair of jeans, black ankle boots, and an oversized gray turtleneck sweater that peeked over the collar of my parka. My favorite gray knit beanie covered my bright hair, which lay in a casual braid down one shoulder. I had replaced my contacts, which tended to irritate my eyes in the cold, dry weather, with tortoise-shell glasses. It was a far cry from the normal business attire he had seen before. "Something funny, Mr. Sterling?" His smirk grew into an impossibly sweet smile, almost enough to make me forget his crass offer.
"Not at all, Red. I was just thinking you look, well, more like the student you are, I suppose. It suits you."
His eyes dropped to my overnight bag.
"Going somewhere?"
A flash of what looked like jealousy blazed across his face. I pushed my glasses up my nose, flustered. "I'm getting out of town for the weekend to visit family," I said. I glanced at my watch. "I need to get going if I'm going to make the 8 o'clock bus." "Bran!" The woman in the fur coat stood in the middle of the revolving doorway of the office building, ignoring the multiple people waiting awkwardly on the other side. She frowned briefly in my direction before sending a bright white smile toward Sterling. "Bran, honey, aren't you coming?" she asked.
"Be right there."
Sterling wasn't quite fast enough to erase the sadness from his face before I looked back. He rubbed a leather-gloved hand over his eyes and sighed before giving me a half-smile.
"I'm sorry about Meeting on Monday, Skylar, he said soberly. Really, it was not what I originally intended, I promise. If I could take it back and start over, I would. His face tightened as he looked toward the office, likely at the beautiful woman waiting for him. She had called him honey. Was she his girlfriend? Perhaps an arrangement like he had requested with me. Whatever they were, he didn't seem very happy in our company. Before I could say anything, Sterling reached out a tentative hand and squeezed me gently on the shoulder, the tips of his fingers lingering a moment before they fell away. You have a good trip, Skylar, he said quietly, and walked away. I never liked the long bus ride to New York. The buses were noisy, usually packed with other poor travelers. I had heard the same horror stories Eric mentioned of the rickety old things bursting into flames right on the interstate. But the drivers drove fast and efficiently, and it wasn't uncommon to make the trip in less than 4 hours if there was no traffic. Second in line to board, I was able to get my preferred seat, right in the front, where I could watch the road and avoid car sickness. My seatmate was an elderly lady who barely reached my shoulder and didn't crowd our small space. She lived in Roxbury and was going down for the weekend to visit her son in New Jersey. "Do you come to New York often?" she asked, the letter R barely evident under her thick Boston accent. "My dad lives in Brooklyn," I said with a nod. "I grew up there." "Oh, what a good daughter you are. Going to see your dad. I wish my Tommy would come up more, but he's got a big job on Wall Street." She lifted her hands up into the air as if to say, "What can you do?" Then she looked at me up and down the way only older women can do without appearing brazen. "Pretty girl like you. Look at all that red hair. Is your family Irish?" I smiled politely. "A bit on both sides. I'm told I get the hair from my grandfather. I never knew him, though." "Does your dad look like him?" "Not at all," I told her. "He takes after my bubby, with dark hair." "You're an Irish Jew. Honey, you are definitely from New York. There ain't nowhere else someone who looks like you would have a bat mitzvah, that's for sure." I looked down at my copy of the Harvard Law Review. I never had a bat mitzvah. Technically, I wasn't Jewish since my mother wasn't. Dad didn't go to temple anymore, and Bubby never seemed to care one way or another if I did. "I guess not." "Your dad like your boyfriend?" I frowned and looked back up at her. "Excuse me?" She tugged a bag of knitting from underneath her seat and pulled out the start of a tiny sweater. "This is for my daughter's baby due in October. Little girl, I can't wait to be a grandmother." She leaned over knowingly. "Pretty girl like you must have a boyfriend, don't you, dear?" Before I could stop it, a handsome face with dark blonde hair flashed through my head. That thick lion's mane. That stupid Cheshire grin. Oh, he would just love this conversation. I shook my head, as much to rid myself of the image as to answer her question. No boyfriend. I'm in school. Too busy." "Oh, I see," she said with the trace of sadness I often heard in Bubby's voice. The bus chugged on into the night, and it didn't take long for the hum of the wheels on the pavement to put me to sleep against the cold window. Hours later, I awoke to a light tap on my shoulder. My seatmate smiled kindly. "We're here, dear." Blearily, I pulled on my cap and pushed my glasses up my nose as I filed off the bus after my seatmate. "Well, I hope you have a nice visit with your pops," she told me as she took her suitcase from the driver. "Thanks," I replied, taking my overnight bag from him as well. "You have a nice trip with your son." "I will. Tommy's waiting for me just over there in a taxi. I'd offer to introduce you, but I see you have an escort waiting for you." "What?" Confused, I looked up from my phone, on which I was checking the time. She chuckled and tapped a finger on the side of her nose. "Sure, you're too busy. Well, he's a handsome one, dear, I'll give you that." She pointed over my shoulder. I turned around, wondering who she was talking about. And there, of course, was Brandon Sterling, with that damn smile in its full-blown glory, as he pushed casually off a lamppost, like he had been waiting there for me my whole life. Chapter 8. What the hell are you doing here? The question flew out sharp and curt before I could stop it. I was still half asleep and probably had upholstery lines on my cheek. The last thing I expected was 6 feet, 4 inches of heart-stoppingly gorgeous, utterly chauvinistic tycoon waiting for me on a poorly lit corner in Chinatown. A solid day's worth of dark blonde growth on his ruddy cheeks gave Sterling a more rugged quality than usual. But still dressed in his $3,000 suit, he looked out of place in this neighborhood. A light nudge at my back reminded me that there were still other people waiting for their bags, so I handed a tip to the porter and walked past Sterling without waiting for his answer. The nearest Q stop was at least 10 blocks down Canal Street. I wanted to get out of the cold. "Skylar, hey, where are you going?" I continued to walk. It was after midnight. I was tired and hungry, having skipped dinner. My bullshit tolerance was down to 0. I felt rather than heard his steps quicken next to me. "Hey," he said again. "Not even a hello?" I sighed but refused to meet his gaze as I kept on. I didn't need that face doing things to me again. I just wanted to get home. "Skylar, really?" Finally, I mustered the best glare I could, even though just looking at him made my steps falter slightly. "Fine. Hi, how are you? And what are you doing here, Mr. Sterling?" "It's Brandon. I told you. 5 days ago I had my tongue down your throat, Red. So I think we're past formalities. Don't you?" He raised a sly brow and my steps tripped again. I huffed at the wet pavement and tried to outpace him, but his long legs had no problem keeping up. So I decided to give up the fight. I stopped and faced him, ignoring the way my bag fell down my shoulder again. This stupid coat, stupid bag. I'd have given anything at that moment for a backpack or a rolling suitcase. God, I couldn't wait to get home. "Look," I snapped. "What the fuck is your problem? Are you stalking me or something?" Sterling grinned, his face transformed with that smile, an effort that irritatingly seemed to grow, not diminish. The more he did it, the more attracted I was, no matter my foul mood. "It's cute, you know," he said. "Your accent comes out when you're pissed off." He leaned in so his mouth hovered near my ear. "I wouldn't mind bringing out that growl someplace more private. You know?" That did it. I didn't see a smile anymore. I only saw red. Oh my God! What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you some kind of creep? I don't know what about me makes you think cheap hooker, but Jesus fucking Christ! I might be the daughter of a garbage collector, but that doesn't make me trash. Do you always treat women like this? Did you not learn that no means no? Do I need to call the fucking cops? Now breathless, I nodded down the street where a few police cars were parked. Even at this time of night in the middle of winter, the central part of Canal Street was crowded with tourists. Sterling's cocky smirk disappeared. He drew a hand roughly through his hair. His ears were turning red in the cold, and all signs of that infuriating arrogance were gone. "Fuck," he muttered as he shoved his hands into the pockets of his jacket. "Fuck. No. I'm doing this all wrong, aren't I?" That would be a massive understatement. I crossed my arms and glared. Sterling met my gaze and swallowed. "I'm just... shit. I don't do this sort of thing, Skylar. Normally I wouldn't bother, but there's something..." He shook his head in confusion. I sighed. I didn't have the patience to figure out this guy's mood swings. I heaved my duffel bag back over my shoulder, then continued toward the subway. A few seconds later, footsteps caught up with me yet again. Skylar, I'm sorry, truly. Can we please start over? I'm not a creep or some psycho stalker, despite what you might think, and if you knew me, you'd know that I'm the last person to judge someone based on their background.
Oh? I asked dubiously. And why's that?
Because I don't exactly come from much myself.
I stopped again and turned to him directly. His blue eyes bore no trace of sarcasm. They were wide, guileless.
Garbage collector's daughter? He pointed at me before turning his finger back at himself. Foster kid.
My shoulders slumped. Yeah, he certainly had me there. It didn't explain his crude behavior, but it at least absolved him of being a classist dick. Oh, I said quietly. Well, really?
8 years in the system.
He said, his voice strangely upbeat.
2 when I was a baby. 6 more after I turned 12. In between, I was stuck in a shitty row house in Dorchester with my fuck-up parents when they were even around.
It didn't escape me the way the R's in Dorchester flattened out, the way my classmates from rougher parts of Boston spoke. I had barely heard Sterling break his usual regionless diction. I sympathized. Accents were hard to shake. Dorchester, huh? I asked. Sterling grimaced.
I don't really like to talk about it, but if you insist, I'll tell you about it in the car.
He cocked his head toward the ever-present town car that had apparently been creeping alongside us the entire time. I frowned. Well, that solves the rich kid problem, but you're still a creepy stalker. You had your driver bring you all the way here so you could appear at my bus stop? Sterling glanced back at the car with disgust, as if he realized for the first time what it looked like.
No. This is not my car. My driver is still in Boston.
I said nothing. I had forgotten he had a live-in driver.
I called a car from the helipad.
He continued like that was somehow better, oblivious to the fact that he was basically speaking a foreign language.
I'll give you a ride to wherever you're going. I'm guessing your family's place in Brooklyn, right? It'll save you time and train fare.
I pursed my lips, still determined not to give in despite the puppy dog look I was currently receiving. I might have felt bad about the foster care stuff, and he might be as awkward with women as he claimed. But that didn't mean I wasn't creeped out. No, thanks. I don't get into cars with strange men I don't know who follow me by helicopter. Subway's fine for me. I continued down the street, dodging around the increasing crowds perusing the late-night tchotchke stands or gawking at the Peking ducks hanging in restaurant windows.
Skylar, you spent the night at my house,
Brandon argued, fighting to stay alongside me.
We're hardly strangers at this point, don't you think?
Fine. I don't get into cars with former bosses who have propositioned me for sex either, I insisted, hitching my bag over my shoulder once again. And I like the train.
Don't be stupid. It's well after midnight. It's not safe.
Mr. Sterling.
Brandon, he interrupted with a groan. Can you please just call me Brandon?
He ran both hands furiously through his hair, back to front, causing pieces to stick up around his ears. Charmingly disarrayed, he looked the farthest thing from some hotshot lawyer full of arrogance and bullshit. He looked like a normal guy trying to figure out how to talk to a girl he liked, flubbing it every chance he got. It was adorable. Okay, Brandon, I repeated slowly, although I refused to meet his eyes. I needed to hold on to my resolve. I've been taking the subway by myself since I was 10. I've lived in this city practically my whole life, and I can tell you without a doubt, most of New York is safer at any time of night than half of Boston. He stared at me, dumbfounded.
You're really going to refuse a ride?
Yes, I said, defiantly pulling my beanie farther over my ears. The wind off the East River zipped down Canal Street like a funnel.
Try to do the right thing.
What do you get?
He grumbled to himself. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do.
Guess not. but as I started down the steps of the subway entrance, he continued with me. "What are you doing now?" I demanded.
"I'm seeing you home."
"No." He held a hand up while the other fished into his interior jacket pocket for a small billfold.
"I won't make any more inappropriate comments. I promise. I'm not an asshole, Skylar. And I'll prove it to you. But seeing you home, that's not up for discussion. You're not walking around by yourself this late at night. I can be stubborn too, Red."
Several retorts rose to my lips, all cut off by the sweet perseverance on his face. The arrogant shithead was gone, leaving only the person I had met that first night, the confident, maybe even shy man who followed me into a blizzard and took me safely back to his home. Maybe, just maybe, he was worried about me. "Are you going to leave me alone after this?" I asked. "Or am I going to find you lurking outside my family's house in the morning?" Brandon held up both hands in surrender.
"You'll never see me again if that's what you want. I just can't handle letting you walk around on dark streets past midnight. Soon as you're home safe, I'm gone."
I sucked on my bottom lip, considering. He blinked. No sign of guile or mischief left in his eyes, now a pale blue. I exhaled a long breath. Maybe I should have said no. But the fact was, I didn't want to. "Fine," I said, and we continued down to the train. It wasn't until I had already run my Metro card through the reader that I realized Brandon hadn't accompanied me through the turnstile. "You need to get a card over there," I said, nodding at a pot of dispensers where a few people were lined up to purchase their cards. His face fell.
"No tokens anymore?"
I bit back a laugh. "How long has it been since you took the train?" A faint flush rose in his cheeks, which made me want to hug him. "Shit."
"I'll get a card,"
he muttered, and trudged back to purchase one of the flimsy pieces of plastic for his very own.
"It's a good thing I came with you,"
Brandon said, once we were well on our way across the East River. He spoke loudly so he could be heard over the roar of the tracks.
"Maybe the people aren't so dangerous, but I saw 2 rats who would eat you for dinner. I think they carried machetes."
I smiled. "Oh, that's nothing. My dad's seen some in dumpsters he swore were as big as terriers." Brandon chuckled, but his face paled.
"That's disgusting,"
he pronounced. At that point, I laughed out loud, startling the other few passengers in the car. "You haven't spent time around normal people in a while, have you?" He narrowed his eyes, though they were still full of mirth.
"I don't know what you mean,"
he said.
"I take the T to work every day."
"You mean to the office that's 10 blocks from your mansion on the Commons?" Brandon faked a double take.
"You mean I can walk there? And here I've been going to Dorchester and back every morning. This is going to do wonders for my commute."
I giggled. I couldn't help it. When Brandon wasn't trying to put the moves on me, he was very personable. In Williamsburg, an inebriated pair staggered into our car and collapsed on the bench next to Brandon. They were probably a few years younger than me. They were also dressed for a night out and not for the weather. The girl wore an extremely short leather skirt, paired with thigh-high black boots, while her date had on fashionably skinny jeans and a button-down shirt under a leather jacket. As soon as they landed on the seat, they were all over each other, shoving their tongues into each other's mouths and pawing at the hems of their garments. Brandon and I sat awkwardly, suddenly finding things like the subway map and the Spanish ads for laser hair removal incredibly interesting. We looked everywhere but at the couple and each other. I knew that one glance would make me break into fits. The girl kicked one leg in her passion, hitting Brandon hard enough that he knocked into me too. He looked at me and mouthed, "Ouch," forcing me to bite my lip to keep from laughing out loud. When she kicked him again, he scooted several inches closer to me, allowing the couple to position themselves almost horizontally on the bench. "Skylar," Brandon whispered loudly. I looked up. "What?" I whispered back. "Do you think they need a condom?" Maybe some assistance? I stifled a giggle and shook my head. Then do you think you could move down a little bit so I don't have an accidental threesome? I chuckled into my mittens and slid farther down the seats. 2 stops later, after the couple stumbled off, Brandon and I both burst out laughing as soon as the doors closed. Holy shit, I crowed. I thought they were going to make a baby right there. My stomach hurt from laughing so hard. I think I might have gotten herpes. Brandon was also red in the face. At least now I know why you like the train. I smacked him lightly on the shoulder. I think you liked it. You should have offered to pay for her sex pad. She probably would have gone for it. Brandon rolled his eyes and shook his head. One day you're going to forgive me for that, he said. If it's the last thing I do, I'll convince you that I'm a decent guy. By the end of his statement, he wasn't laughing anymore, and his wide blue gaze had me completely transfixed with its vulnerability and kindness. The train rumbled beneath us, and we stared at each other until I forced myself to remember the way he'd talked to me. I tore my glance away and renewed my study of the subway ads. Brandon sighed. This is frustrating. I'm not an asshole, Skylar. I still can't believe I had the stones to ask you that. So why did you? I was curious now and wanted to believe I'd get a real answer. This guy, the one who could laugh at himself and who wanted to see a woman home safe, seemed like a good man, not the type who would turn women into crude objects. He shrugged, suddenly focused on picking an imaginary piece of lint off his pants. It's hard to explain. Try. He gave me a look I was starting to recognize, the one that said, You're not going to let it go, are you? I raised my eyebrows expectantly. No, I definitely was not. He sat forward, talking down to the ground while he balanced his forearms over his knees. All right, fine. It's been a while, if you have to know the truth. The last woman I was with seriously, well, it was pretty clear by the end she was only interested in my money. Anyone I've been with since has either been a one-night thing or nothing at all. Then I meet you. I really want. Well, I guess I figured that I should probably give you what you'd want from the get-go. It didn't even occur to me you wouldn't want any of it. I'm sorry, Skylar. More than you know. My heart squeezed at his words. They weren't flowery, but the slow cadence of them and the way his voice broke over the word more eroded my suspicion. I hadn't stopped to imagine what he must have thought of me, an intern succumbing to his advances. He was the holy grail of legal and business connections in Boston, and probably a lot of eligible bachelor pools, too. Why wouldn't he have thought I had my own angle? Slowly, I touched him lightly on the shoulder, but before I could reply that all was forgiven, the conductor announced our stop. The subway car jerked to a halt. I stood up and pulled my bag over my shoulder. This is it, I said as the doors opened. Come on, Casanova. You can keep apologizing on the walk home. We chatted easily down Ditmas Avenue. The truth was, Brandon was really good company. He was witty and smart, but also down-to-earth and surprisingly easy to talk to. By the time I stopped in front of a small nightclub, my side hurt from laughing so much. I turned eagerly toward the entrance, where the strains of a jazz trio hummed from within. Brandon looked at me in confusion. You live in a jazz club? I rolled my eyes but shivered in the cold. Yeah, I live in a jazz club. The vinyl seats make for a great night's sleep. I turned back to where the doorman looked bored on his stool. Hey, Charlie, I said. The big man shivered slightly beneath his tight black beanie and massive coat, but he managed to conjure a smile for me. Hiya, sweetheart, he replied kindly as he leaned over to take my quick peck on his cheek. They just started their second set. You know you're coming tonight? I shook my head. No, I thought I'd surprise him. I pulled off my large wool scarf and handed it to him. Here. You look like you're freezing. Charlie accepted the scarf and tied it awkwardly around his neck, caring little that it was bright red and belonged to a girl about a third his size.
Thanks, sweetie. It's colder than a bitch out here tonight.
I turned to find Brandon watching, half concerned, half curious. The temperature had probably dropped another 5 degrees in the last hour, and I realized he didn't have his car to climb into. My dad works here most weekends, I told him. I'm going to say hi before I walk home. It's a good place if you want to wait for your car. He furrowed his brow.
Wait, what? Are you staying until the end of the set?
When I shook my head, he shook his back.
You're not walking home by yourself. It's not safe.
I tried to protest, but Brandon laid a hand on my arm.
I won't try anything, he assured me. I promise. Besides, I'm pretty sure this guy will kick the shit out of me if I do. Right, man?
Charlie didn't reply, just glared at Brandon and waited for my response. Brandon raised his hands.
See?
I sighed, but was unable to mask my smile completely.
Just come in, then.
I relented, and we walked into the club to meet my father. Chapter 9. Nick's was the kind of place I had grown up in. Doing my homework perched on the stained bar top before he opened, and helping band members lug instruments in for sound checks. The slow pace rarely drew more than 10 or 15 patrons at a time, but that also meant that no one cared about anything but the music. There was nothing like it anymore in the bustling parts of Manhattan, where all the jazz greats once started out. The Blue Note was a Disneyland ride, but Nick's still had the gritty hint of urban underbelly that always inspired good music. Brandon followed me into the bar, gingerly stepping around clusters of tables, chairs, and bar stools in a way that made me wonder again just how long it had been since he had gone anywhere that didn't offer box seats, VIP reservations, or valet parking. The club tunneled narrowly like a wormhole into the basement of a Brooklyn brownstone. It was lined on one side with small tables and red vinyl bench seats that likely hadn't been replaced since the late 70s, and on the other with a worn bar top and stools. Stale alcohol practically glazed the air, along with occasional whiffs of Charlie's cigarette smoke whenever the front door opened. At the back of the club was a tiny dance floor in front of an even tinier stage, just big enough to hold Dad's jazz quartet. I slid onto one of the benches, where I wouldn't distract the band while they finished their set.
"Do you want a drink?"
Brandon asked, still standing in front of the table I'd chosen. I looked up as I shucked my outerwear, scarf, and gloves. Sure, I guess. Macallan 12 with a splash of water. Just tell the bartender it's for me. He won't charge you." Amos, the willowy trumpet player from Trinidad, was the first to notice me with a wave while Doug, the bassist, grooved to a solo. The drummer was new. As usual, Dad was lost in his own world at the piano. He looked the same as always, his slight form clothed in his typical performance attire, worn black pants and a white button-down rolled up at the elbows. I used to tease him that he looked like a waiter in that outfit, but he always shrugged and said that classics never go out of style. His floppy brown hair, gray at the temples and the base of his neck, matched the trim mustache. Eyes closed and head low, he bobbed to the rhythms set by Doug and the drummer, his fingers floating up and down the keys in velvety riffs. I closed my eyes to listen, just as I had done all my life. It didn't matter how long I had been gone. I wasn't home until I heard my dad play.
"They're really good."
Brandon sat down and slid my whiskey across the table. He draped his coat over the back of his seat and took a drink of something dark brown.
"The piano player sounds like Bill Evans."
"That's my dad." I smiled at Brandon's double take between my father and me. We didn't look much alike, other than our slight frames. I had my grandfather's flaming hair, my grandmother's olive skin, and my mother's green eyes. But Dad and I were both small, and I had definitely inherited his love of music.
Well,
Brandon remarked as he took a sip of his drink.
So much for stereotypes. I can't imagine him picking up garbage.
I shrugged. Some people do just have day jobs so they can do other things. Raising me had prevented Dad from ever pursuing his music to the fullest. Well, that and a few other vices. He'd had a few offers over the years to play with some of the greats, but always turned them down. But though he couldn't take a little girl on the road with him, it didn't mean his heart wasn't 100% dedicated to those black and white keys.
Did he teach you to play?
A bit. I'm nowhere near as good, though. Brandon nodded as Dad launched into a short solo. His hands dipped into spontaneous trills that were as smooth as water in a brook. The song melded into another, and we listened without speaking for a good 15 minutes. I was content just to sit. I didn't like talking to people when I was at a show, and especially not when Dad was playing. At the end of the last song of the medley, Amos said something to Dad, who then found me, mustache stretched over a grin.
I think you've been discovered,
Brandon said. I could already feel my cheeks turning red. I was counting on going incognito until the end of the set, rather than what usually happened when I was spotted in the middle. Sorry about this, I mumbled. I'll be back in a minute.
What?
Before I could explain, Dad spoke into the microphone at his shoulder.
We've got a little surprise for you folks. My daughter, the very beautiful and talented Skylar Crosby, is visiting us from up north. Let's see if we can get her up here to sing us a little song. Hey, Valentine's Day is in just a few weeks, ain't it?
That was my cue. As the few people in the bar gave a couple of lackluster claps, along with loud hoots from Nick, the owner, I stood up. Brandon's mouth hung open while I sidled through the tables and chairs and took a seat at the piano.
Hey, Pippi.
Dad greeted me with my childhood nickname and a brief peck on the cheek.
Nice-looking date over there with you. Should we make a dedication to someone special?
I rolled my eyes. He's just a friend, Dad. Let's get this embarrassment over with. We launched into the familiar riffs of My Funny Valentine, playing it Chet Baker style in the arrangement Dad had written for us when I was little. Doug and Amos chimed in with their parts, having done this many times before. When the drummer finally caught up with us, Dad nodded at me. I wasn't a great singer, but the song fit the naturally low timbre of my voice, and Dad chimed in several times like we had done countless times. I let my fingers remember the familiar movements of my solo on the keys. I never had a talent for improvisation. Dad had the good ear. I found myself avoiding the table where I was sitting before, instead focusing squarely on the keys. I wasn't normally shy about performing with my dad. It was easy to pass our little act off as a cute father-daughter thing when I messed up, and when I didn't, people seemed to like it anyway. This time I felt unaccountably nervous. We crooned into the mic together at the end, and I waited as Dad added a few final flourishes in tandem with Amos's buttery brass notes. The song finally ended, and everyone clapped, enthusiastically this time. There was even one couple in the back who had been inspired to slow dance, so I figured it wasn't the worst version we'd ever done.
Thanks, Pips,
Dad said, his eyes already half shut as he toyed around with the keys. Doug tuned his bass while Amos and the drummer made some crass jokes to the crowd.
You guys going to stay until the end of the set? We've got another hour left, but I know the guys would love to say hello.
Not tonight, Dad. Sorry, I said. We'll finish our drinks and then I'm heading home. I'm beat. Will you tell the guys I'll stay next time? He nodded, starting a riff for the next song.
Sure, sweetheart. Love you, kid.
I kissed him on the cheek and walked off the stage. I sat down and fiddled with my glass. Brandon hadn't taken his eyes off me since I'd left, and now he was practically staring a hole through my forehead. I drained the rest of my whiskey.
Most people do that before they get up on stage. not after," Brandon remarked. "But then again, it usually makes them fuck up. Nice pipes, by the way. And you lied when you said you suck on the piano." I finally looked up and was struck by the awe beneath his nonchalance. "I didn't say I suck," I said as I looked back at the quartet, which was now covering So What. "I said I'm not as good as he is." "Well, I guess that's what happens when you major in music at NYU, huh?" I shrugged. "Mostly I studied classical. I'm too much of a square for jazz." "What makes you say that?" I nodded at my dad, whose eyes were completely closed again while he hunched over the keys, moving to his own rhythm while he played. I smiled. Try as I might, I could never quite lose myself the way he could. Look at that. Does that seem like discipline to you? "So, you like discipline, huh?" I pursed my lips, pondering the question. "I like control," I said. "Or, at least, I like to know what's coming. Jazz is all about improvisation, all about the moment, whereas with a classical piece, I always play it the way I want, the same way every time." I shrugged. "I guess I'm a stiff." Brandon smiled, but this smile was calmer, less blinding, and nakedly appreciative. It was slow and gradual across his face, and I watched one dimple, then two, appear. He leaned over the table and circled the edge of his glass with his finger. "Skylar," he said, blue eyes wide and magnetic. "I don't know much about you, but I know you are definitely not a stiff." I snorted. "Right." "I'm serious," Brandon conceded. "You made every single person in this place feel every word you were singing, every note you were playing. Anyone who can do that is no stiff." We stared at each other for what seemed like several minutes. If this was a game he was playing, I had to admit, it was a damn good one. "Skylar, honey?" A familiar gravelly voice broke our standoff, and I looked up to where Nick stood over our table, polishing a glass with a worn bar cloth while he glared at Brandon. "Hey," I said to Nick, who immediately turned to me. "How are you?" I'm good, honey," Nick replied. "How you doing, sweetheart?" He was born and raised in Brooklyn with the kind of old-school New York accent that made De Niro sound like a phony. "Who's this fella?" I shook my head. "Just a friend. Brandon and I work together in Boston." Nick regarded Brandon with a raised brow, and the thick muscles of his arms flexed a little more as he polished his glass. He was one of those men who could make any number of kitchen chores look like a threat. "Friend, huh?" he asked Brandon, who only sat there, stone-faced. I recognized the look. It was the look certain types of men get when they're not willing to give first. "Friend," Brandon repeated with hardened eyes and tightened jaw. "I hope so. I hope so," Nick said before turning back to me. "You got a minute, kid?" Brandon frowned in concern, but I shook my head at him as I stood up. "I'll just be a second." "So listen, honey," Nick said as he took his place behind the bar. He leaned over the top so his big face was closer to mine. "I don't want to worry you, but I thought you should know." My stomach dropped. There was only one issue that Nick would preface that way, and it was one I had hoped was done for good the last time it came up. I stared at the bar top, tracing a water stain with my fingertip. "Is it Victor?" I asked quietly. Nick nodded, his deep-set eyes creased with pity. He clasped a big paw over mine and squeezed. "I'm sorry, honey. He's been showing up to Danny's gigs the last few weeks. I see them talking. I don't know what's going on, but I figure you ought to know." I squeezed back inside. "No, you did right. I definitely needed to know that." "Anytime, honey. You want me to let you know if he keeps showing up?" Victor Messina, the man in question, was a small-time loan shark and neighborhood thug who was just big enough to be legitimately dangerous.
It was bad enough that Dad was getting mixed up with him again. I didn't want to get Nick into trouble if the guy caught wind someone was watching him. "No," I said. "That's okay. I'll check in with my dad first and see what's going on." I stood up on my tiptoes so I could kiss Nick on the cheek. "Thanks."
"Any time, honey. Don't be a stranger, you hear? And you let me know if Blondie over there don't treat you like absolute gold. Only the best for you, baby girl."
I grinned and pushed off the bar. "You got it." Nick winked and turned toward a new customer. "Everything all right?" Brandon asked when I approached. I grabbed my coat. "It's fine. He's just an old family friend." Brandon cocked his head at me, not buying it. When it was obvious I wasn't going to say anything more, he tossed back the rest of his drink and stood up too. I waved at my dad, but he was completely lost in his music. Eyes still shut as he purred into the microphone. When I turned around, Brandon had bundled himself back up and was ready to go. "Come on," he said, holding out a gloved hand. "I said I'd walk you home." I opened my mouth to protest, but Brandon's expression, earnest and kind, stopped me. His previous arrogance hadn't made a single return since he'd apologized. This was that same look I'd seen that night in the snow. Only concern. And something else I couldn't quite put my finger on. Something I suspected was in my eyes, too. So, after a moment's hesitation, I put my hand in his and let him lead me out of the club. Chapter 10.
"I can't believe you would have walked home by yourself in this neighborhood."
Brandon gazed around the street where I grew up, looking at the Victorian houses as if they were made of cardboard and scrap metal. Okay, maybe some of their shingles were a little battered. But this part of Brooklyn was completely suburban. 6-story walk-ups and traffic signals morphed into gated single-family homes on tree-lined streets, complete with the occasional station wagon parked out front. "Yeah, all of these minivans pose a real threat," I replied. "Come on, you can't possibly think this is a bad neighborhood, not compared to the South End of Boston." In response, I received a grim look.
"It's not the house,"
Brandon replied.
"It's the emptiness. You grew up in the city, but you don't seem that street smart, Red."
I shrugged. If anyone else treated these streets with such willful ignorance, I'd probably be saying the same thing. I knew too many girls who had been mugged on a dark corner when they were walking home alone, even one who had been raped in Prospect Park. "Okay, so maybe you're right," I conceded. "But this is home. I'll never be that scared here, not when I know exactly which way to run and have my pepper spray in hand." I pulled my house keys from my pocket and dangled the small bottle on the keychain before stuffing them back in my pocket. Stubbornly, I omitted the fact that I likely would have taken a cab anyway if Brandon hadn't walked me home.
"Don't even joke about that, Skyla,"
he said a little too sharply. The R on my name disappeared again, this time more overtly, and I tried not to smile.
"You're small and sweet. I'd hate to think what might happen."
He cut himself off and turned his face away. As we kept walking, I pondered his comments. Men had called me a lot of things in my life, and sweet wasn't one of them. Bubby regularly told me that my sharp tongue was going to cut a man down before he could kneel for himself.
"I want to say I'm sorry,"
Brandon interrupted my thoughts.
"Again. About, what happened."
I blinked. "Yeah. Okay. But I still don't understand why you thought you had to approach me like that." I paused. "I guess I'm not buying that you just didn't know how else to go about it. You don't seem that dumb." Brandon jerked to a stop, and immediately I wondered if my sharp tongue had gotten me in trouble yet again. He gave a wry smile.
"All right, then. I wasn't lying before. My last relationship, my only serious one, actually, ended badly. And she was after, well, you know." The truth is, I'm complete garbage when it comes to women.
I don't believe that for a second. Brandon chewed his lip for a moment while he measured his thoughts.
He started again. Why do I feel like you'd see through any of my bullshit?
Well, look at you. You're basically Brad Pitt, for Christ's sake. His sly grin made my insides flip.
You think I'm handsome, Red?
I rolled my eyes and started walking again. Don't let it go to your head, pretty boy. You're rich. You're good-looking. Yeah, I bet that makes it super hard for you to find dates.
Well, like I said, that's not always a good thing. He kicked at a rock. I also wasn't lying when I said I don't really have any time to date. Between the firm and Ventures about to go public.
Sterling Ventures is going public? I interrupted in shock. This was major news, and it was probably illegal that he was even telling me. Brandon darted a quick warning glance at me.
Yeah. That's privileged information, Skylar. You can't tell anyone, or we could both be in major trouble.
I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile. You have your interns all sign NDA forms anyway. If I breathe a word, you can just sue me. I could tell he relaxed at the reminder.
I still shouldn't have said anything, but you...
He gave me that same sheepish smile, which made the butterflies in my belly speed up.
You seem to have that effect on me, getting me to say things I shouldn't.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm not sure. I've already made a fool out of myself twice with you, I guess. I thought it would be simpler somehow if I tried to keep it just to sex.
He smacked himself on the head.
Idiot.
I wasn't about to remind him just how close I'd come to giving in. I remembered all too well the feel of his solid hands around my waist, the warm texture of his mouth on mine. He didn't need to know how easy it would have been. Is that usually how you approach women? I prodded him instead, propositioning them in your office, suggesting standing sex appointments and real estate perks. Suddenly, I wondered how many women might have been served tea in front of his fireplace. Gorgeous and rich, he must have attracted women like flies. My stomach rolled.
No,
Brandon said a little too loudly.
Which is probably why it went so god-awful. When I do, have that sort of company, it's usually more of a spontaneous accompaniment home from an event sort of thing. He sighed. I have to go to a lot of those things. They're really boring.
I nodded but didn't say anything. I had little experience, but getting all dressed up to go to a glamorous benefit didn't sound like a terrible Friday night, especially if you had a happy ending waiting for you afterward. Suddenly, the image of Brandon in a tux morphed straight into me taking it off him. The shoulders that strained against the seams of his overcoat couldn't look anything but phenomenal uncovered, except maybe by me, hoisted over one. And there went my stomach again, flipping all over the place. Our footsteps crunched loudly on the salt-covered sidewalk as we walked between the mounds of snow piled up on both sides from shovels and snowplows, encasing us in cold white tunnels. A sneaky patch of black ice caused me to lose my footing. As I fell backward, Sterling shot out a quick hand and caught me by the elbow, yanking me upright again so that we were suddenly face to face. He peered down, close enough that I could smell the sweet, minty flavor of his breath, laced with brandy. He sucked in a bit of frigid air and exhaled slowly through his nose. I, on the other hand, found it hard to breathe at all. His eyes shot down to my top lip, clenched between my teeth. He inhaled again, sharply. Just as he started to lean closer, we were interrupted by the rumble and exhaust of a delivery truck passing by, accompanied by a loud whistle out the passenger window.
"Take her home, Romeo!"
I hastily stepped out of Brandon's embrace with an awkward mumble of thanks. He watched me for a moment and sighed, but stepped closer as we started to walk again. When his hand brushed against mine, he captured it quickly and tucked it into his pocket with his, as if it were the most natural thing in the world to do.
"So, your dad," he said. "He's younger than I would have thought."
I nodded, trying to ignore the way his fingers were curled around mine, the pad of his thumb brushing my inner palm. I should have pulled my hand away, but didn't. "Yeah," I replied slowly, finding it a bit more difficult to articulate my words. "He and my mom had me young, like high school young."
"Was he a good dad?"
I sighed, more out of contentment. Thinking about Dad always made me feel that way. For all his flaws, I adored my father. He is, the best," I said emphatically. "I mean, he couldn't be there all the time because he worked 2 jobs to support my grandmother and me. But he was always game for a hug, always made sure to be there to put me to bed. He always made me feel loved."
"And your mom?"
I frowned. I didn't particularly like talking about Jeanette Jadot, née Chambers. I had no idea what she looked like now, but in my mind, I saw the same person who had last visited me when I was 12. A tall, slim woman with light brown hair, a turned-up nose, and the big green eyes I'd inherited. She was friendly and vivacious. She was also a complete flake. "She took off about a year after I was born," I said shortly. "She and my dad were never married, so that made things easier. To leave, I mean. She came from money." He didn't respond, patiently waiting for me to fill in the gaps. I realized then I hadn't ever really told this entire story to anyone, not even Jane, who had mostly deduced it on her own. It was embarrassing to admit that your own mother didn't want you. I sighed. "Why do I feel like you'd see through any of my bullshit?" I repeated softly. Brandon chuckled and squeezed my hand.
"Trust me, Red. I'm no one to judge. I ended up in a group home after my mother fell off the wagon a few, dozen times. You tell me what you want, or just say you don't want to." He peered down at me. "We all have a few secrets, right?" I blew out a slow breath, watching it plume white against the night air. "It's not a secret. Thinking about her is just a waste of time." He didn't respond as I decided what parts of the story to tell. "She and my dad met at the School of Performing Arts. She's an artist." I held up my free hand to mime quotation marks around the word, my voice dripping with sarcasm. "She used to do these ridiculous installations, Man Ray-style stuff, if you know who that is, like hanging strings of glue all over someone's office to insinuate the constrained web of capitalism." I rolled my eyes. That particular stunt had ended her first marriage, considering the office belonged to her husband's boss and cost him his job. We heard about it when she turned up on my father's doorstep and stayed with us for 3 months. That time, I kicked a hard tuft of snow which exploded against my boot. "Anyway," I continued, "she left way before that. She said she hadn't earned the right to be my mother, that she needed to find her path in life before she could lead me down mine. That's what her letter said, anyway." I looked up and was surprised to find anger on Brandon's face, rather than the pity most people offered when they learned about Jeanette. "When was that?"
he asked tightly. "I was 4 when she wrote that letter."
"There were more?"
I snorted. "I've got a shoebox of them. Let's just say my dad was kind of her rebound every time a relationship, or maybe her latest marriage, ended. But she never stayed, and every time she'd send me an apology note for leaving, or missing my birthday, forgetting Christmas. You get the picture." My face twisted with the disgust that I felt every time I recalled those stupid letters, still sitting under my childhood bed. Some of them were written on hotel stationery, usually from someplace swanky like the Plaza. But most of them were scribbled on her personal stationery, engraved with swooping cursive initials at the top of each page. The last one, sent just after I graduated high school, contained a bank account number and the legal documents for my trust fund, which I had only ever used to pay for school. I'd considered sending that one back. But in the end, I decided not to force my dad into debt for my education. I figured she owed me and him that much. I was 12 when he turned her away for good. She offered to put Bubby and me up at a hotel for a week so she and my dad could be reacquainted. And he tossed her out and told her not to come back unless she wanted to see me. So, she didn't. But I always got her letters.
What a bitch,
Brandon pronounced, enunciating each word carefully as the anger gradually dissipated from his face.
I'm sorry, but there's really no other way to say it. You're lucky you have your dad.
I am, I agreed, although my stomach dropped a little thinking of Nick's comments at the bar. Plus, there was my grandmother, too. I would get a little jealous from time to time when my friends would have their moms cook them dinner and pick them up from school. But honestly, I got just as many hugs and Bubby made just as many meals. I had a good home. Brandon smiled.
Bubby, you're Jewish, then?
I shook my head. Not really. Bubby attends synagogue and sometimes my dad and I go with her on special days, but that's it. My mother's not Jewish, so to a lot of conservatives, technically I'm not either.
So, do you know where your mom is now? Is she still hanging glue in people's offices?
I chuckled. Not that I know of. She lives outside of Paris with her 5th husband and their 2 kids. It was hard to talk about her new family without that familiar ache in my chest. For so long, it had seemed like she just wasn't the family type, that my dad and I had nothing to do with her issues with commitment and devil-may-care approach to relationships. But she had been with Maurice Jadot for almost a decade.
Do you talk to her much now?
I darted a sharp look his way. Why was he so interested in my relationship with Jeanette? Like I said, no. I said maybe a little too sharply. My dad and Bubby are all I need. I was being defensive. Years of unwelcome pity for the little girl without a mommy did that to a person. People started to look for the things that were wrong with me when they found out. They searched for my scars, but there was no pity in Brandon's eyes, only acknowledgement.
Of course,
he said kindly.
But then again, you don't seem that hard to love. That's why, I suppose that's the real reason I made such an ass of myself.
I gulped, my heart stopping in my chest. Because you love me? This guy was even crazier than I'd thought.
No, Jesus, here I go again, right?
He pulled our hands from his pocket and shook mine back and forth.
Skylar, no, that's not what I meant.
Then what did you mean? I asked, ignoring the drop in my chest at the word no. What was going on with me?
I just meant...
Brandon stared up at the sky, covered in its usual halo from the streetlights and buildings. He grabbed my other hand and pulled me to face him.
I just meant that you're special. All right? That much has been clear since the second I saw you. And it makes me... I didn't know how to react to it. What do you do when just looking at someone renders you completely and totally awestruck?
His words made my breath catch in my throat, and I was relieved when I found we were standing outside the familiar drooping eaves of the house that would always be home. I pulled my hands reluctantly from his grasp and gestured toward the house beyond the weather-worn chain-linked fence. Here's the castle, Chez Crosby, if you will. The 2-story Victorian wasn't anything impressive. The dark brown paint hadn't been resealed in my lifetime, causing it to flake in several spots. The front door had swollen after some flooding last spring, so it stuck when opened and closed unless you pushed with your whole body. The small lawn, currently covered with snow, was bound by a chain-link fence and a faded black mailbox perched crookedly at the gate. Brandon surveyed the property openly.
It's nice.
I shrugged. It's no mansion on the commons, but it's home.
It looks more like a home than any mansion,
Brandon said with a smile and maybe even a trace of envy. Then his gaze shifted to me, and we both seemed to stop breathing for several seconds.
I don't know what it is about you, Red,
he said,
his voice cutting roughly through the night air. Maybe it's your seriousness. Maybe it's your hair. Maybe it's the way you sing, or maybe it's the way you don't take any of my shit. But when I'm around you, it's like there's no more Brandon Sterling, CEO, anymore. There's just me, and there's just you. Am I wrong? I opened my mouth and closed it again. He wasn't wrong, but I couldn't quite find the words to say it. I think there's something here, he continued gruffly. Something that I think I have to make time for. He paused. Am I crazy? You have to tell me. Maybe a little, I said, no joke in my voice. His eyes searched mine as he moved one step closer. But you feel it too? There was no use pretending I didn't. I didn't understand the attraction. Didn't know why this man had followed me all the way to New York, just to make sure I got home safe. I didn't understand why my tongue felt about 2 sizes too big for my mouth when I looked at him, or why I didn't want it to stop either. Somehow, in just the space of a few hours, a few layers had been shed, and it was clear to me that the idiot in his office, the smart-ass on the street, they weren't the real Brandon Sterling, the guy who cared enough to escort me home, who listened raptly when I talked about myself, who spoke vehemently in my defense, and who offered his home to a stranger on a cold, snowy night. That was the real Brandon Sterling. He was kind, slightly awkward, and intensely generous. And he was someone I needed to know. Yes, I whispered, unable to summon my normal voice. I feel it. Slowly he removed his gloves from his hands and put them in his pocket. He placed his palms gently on my cheeks, framing my face and forcing me to look up at him. So it is real, he murmured as he brushed his thumbs over my cheekbones. Skylar, do you mind if I kiss you right now? I shook my head wordlessly. There was nothing to say as he touched his lips to mine. He looked at me as if uncertain whether or not I would allow him to continue. In response, I wrapped my arms around his taut waist and tugged him to me, lifting my face to his once again. He wanted to be gentle, but it only took a few seconds for his hands to cup my head securely at the neck and pull me deeper, teasing my mouth open so that he could twist our tongues together. This kiss didn't have the same fury as the one in his office, but it was more potent. I relished in the slow, tentative strokes of his tongue, luxuriating in the taste of him. I gripped his jacket, wanting more. When Brandon finally released me with a nip on my upper lip, we both gasped, our breath dancing around us in disappearing clouds. He grinned. So, he said, dinner next Friday? Apparently the cocksure guy wasn't completely gone. I blushed, already feeling like a foregone conclusion. I thought you didn't have time for that sort of thing, I murmured. I'll make time, he said, and leaned in for another brief kiss. Like I said, I have to. I'll pick you up at your place at 8. Wear a dress. Planning something fancy? I teased. He just smiled, his eyes suddenly full of heat that belied the cold weather. No, he said. You just have great legs. Without breaking his gaze, he lifted my hand and pressed his mouth against my palm. Good night, Skylar, he said solemnly. And don't go walking down any dark streets by yourself, all right? He watched from the sidewalk as I let myself into the house, then waved before turning away. I shut the door behind me and released the long, deep sigh I hadn't known I'd been holding. It was going to be a long time. Until Friday. Chapter 11. The weekend was far too short, but I was able to enjoy a few carefree days with my dad and Bubby, playing board games on Saturday and eating Bubby's stuffed cabbage before Dad's gig. Throughout, however, the conversation with Nick lingered in the back of my mind. To his credit,
Dad didn't ask about Brandon, but that wasn't unusual. I had dated so few men seriously, and I had brought friends to his gigs before. I didn't want to tell him that his initial instinct was right, that I had possibly met someone special. I wasn't sure what that meant anyway. Not yet.
Now, Skylar, are you sure you don't want me to pack you some cabbage for tomorrow, too? We have plenty left over,
my grandmother said Sunday morning, her short, squat frame positioned at the stove while she stirred a pan full of onions and eggs. A large blintz cooked in the oven. As was her usual routine, she had taken my visit as an excuse to stuff her family silly. I was going to have to roll myself back to Boston.
You're too skinny, girl. Look at you. Daniel, will you look at her? Like a twig, this one. What kind of man is going to want a girl with hips like a little boy?
She clucked her tongue a few times and Dad winked at me over his morning paper. I was reading the finance section, the one part my dad didn't read, while he leafed through the op-eds. It was a familiar scene, the kind that made me wish I could stay longer just to soak in the ease of it all. Bubby, all tight gray curls and friendly admonishments through a thick Brooklyn accent. Dad with his feigned apathy and late-morning coffee, and me, dodging comments about my weight and the men in my life. A typical Crosby breakfast.
Ma, be nice, Dad muttered absently. Pips, you're gorgeous, and don't let anyone else try to tell you otherwise. She's gorgeous, Ma, you got it?
Bubby tugged the blintz out from the oven, engulfing the small room with the scent of sweet pastry, and set it on the table with the eggs. She skittered back to grab our dishes and cutlery, and Dad and I both folded away our papers so we could eat.
Of course she's beautiful, Daniel. Did I say she wasn't?
Bubby leaned over and pecked me on the cheek, no doubt leaving a lipstick stain I wouldn't dare wipe off while she was looking.
No, you didn't say that, Ma,
Dad replied as he set the paper down on the table and stood up.
Pips, is your bag packed? I'm going into the city so I can give you a ride to Grand Central.
The clatter of a dropped spatula interrupted him. We both found my normally coordinated grandmother frantically scooping splattered eggs off the linoleum floor.
You all right, Ma?
Dad asked as he helped her stand up. She batted away his hands and tossed the paper towels into the garbage next to the sink.
I'm fine, just clumsy. Go pack up. I'll take care of this.
Dad backed away, his hands raised.
You're the boss.
Bubby finished cleaning up the floor, then marched over to sit next to me at the table, fresh spatula in hand.
You are gorgeous, sweetheart,
she said with a warm rub on my back.
Just need a little more meat on these bones. Here, this'll help.
She scooped me some eggs and cut a huge slice of blintz. Bubby, that's too much, I protested. She waved away my concerns and proceeded to serve herself a much smaller portion. Then she scooted her chair closer, checking quickly behind her as my dad bounded out the front door with my bag.
Before he comes back, she said in a low voice, I found some tickets in his pants the other week while I was doing the laundry. Stubs from the track.
She scooted back to her plate and calmly picked up her fork, satisfied that she had met her moral obligation. My fork hovered over my plate of food, which now looked about as attractive as the contents of our garbage pail. Are you sure they were from the track? Not movie tickets or something else? In return, I received a look of pure disdain that only my grandmother knew how to give.
What do I look like, a fool? I may be an old woman, but I know the difference between a ticket for that superhero what's-his-face and a bet on a horse.
She bent down to take another bite of her blintz.
I was married to your grandfather, after all.
I sighed and pushed my fork through the mounds of food on my plate. It wasn't talked about much, but I had pieced together how my grandfather had been forced to resort to petty crime to resolve some of his gambling debt. Our house had only been saved from foreclosure when Bubby collected his life insurance. No one ever said it directly, but it wasn't 100% clear that his death by drowning in the East River wasn't an accident. although I wasn't totally sure if that meant suicide or something more sinister. As I grew older, it became evident that a weakness for gambling ran in the family. The last time my dad had gotten into trouble, it had cost Dad a few black eyes and me about $50,000 out of my trust fund to pay off Victor Messina and finance Dad's 3-month stint in a rehabilitation center. And now it looked like we were facing that road again. Damn. I'll talk to him, I said quietly. Bubby nodded as Dad strode back in. He sat down to his food and eyed us curiously.
"Everything all right in here?"
he asked.
"You're too quiet." "I'm just trying to get your daughter to eat," Bubby said without looking up from her food.
"Bubby, I'm not this hungry. Really."
"You need to eat,"
she said, pushing my plate toward me.
"Especially if you're going to impress that young man again."
I jerked my head to my dad, who simply drank coffee while avoiding my gaze.
"He told me everything, Skylar,"
Bubby said, patting my hand.
"What a doll, escorting you home like that. A real gentleman."
"I can't believe you told," I grumbled at Dad, who shrugged and mouthed, "Sorry," before taking a large bite of eggs. A bike messenger had delivered a first-class ticket yesterday morning while I was out for a jog, providing the means to get back to Boston by train instead of bus. It was no mystery who had sent it, and Dad clearly spilled the beans.
"I even looked him up on the online,"
she informed me proudly. I pressed my mouth into a firm line at her misspeak. Trying to correct Bubby on technological jargon was like trying to teach a cat to ride a bike.
"Goyish, of course," she continued, "with that blonde hair and those blue eyes, but still very handsome. He looks very nice."
"Would nice mean rich?" I asked slyly, acting as though I was about to poke her with my fork. She batted it away.
"Eat,"
she ordered again with an imperious point of her finger.
"And Skylar, it's not a bad thing that a man has enough to take care of his family. You would have nothing to worry about. You wouldn't even have to work."
"Bubby," I chided gently, "I'm not going to law school to become a housewife."
"And is that the worst thing in the world?" she asked. "To take care of your home and family, Ma,"
my dad said with the rare sharp tone that generally stopped Bubby's tirades.
"Stop. We should be proud of Skylar that she's doing so much with her life. She don't need a man to take care of her. She can do it herself."
He squeezed my shoulder.
"I'm proud of you, Pips."
I quickly took a few bites to appease my demanding grandmother, while the conversation turned to the latest gossip at Temple. Thoughts of impending classes loomed in my mind, as did the conversation I'd have to have with my father before my train. "I need to finish getting ready. I promise, Bubby. I'm stuffed," I said, leaning around to give her a peck on the cheek after I stood up. "But I couldn't eat as much of anyone else's cooking, I swear. Pack me some more for the train, all right?" My bedroom door creaked open just as I finished stripping the sheets off my bed. I threw the last pillowcase into the pile by my desk and looked up to find Dad in the doorway. "Hey, Pop," I said, sitting down on the naked mattress. He took a seat next to me, looking around the room as if he hadn't been up there a million other times.
"You know," he said, "I never come up here anymore. I forget how it looks sometimes."
It was an attic room that had never been finished, with one of the walls still gaping with exposed studs and a few electrical wires. The others had been drywalled but never sanded, and one of Bubby's old oriental rugs covered the thick subfloor that had never been carpeted. Over the years, I had hung faded tapestries over the insulation and Christmas lights from the rafters, along with a few concert posters and some street art on the other walls. I had moved up there when I was just a kid, preferring the space and quiet of the attic to the tiny room wedged between Dad's and my grandmother's. It wasn't posh by any means, but it had always been mine. "Does it look different?" I asked.
"No, it's just strange to think I could forget what my kid's room looks like."
Dad shrugged.
I guess I just miss you, kid."
I laid my head on his flannel-covered shoulder. "I miss you too, Dad. I'm sorry I don't come home as much these days."
"You're busy."
The sadness in his voice was obvious. I sat up. "Dad?" I asked, turning to face him. "Are you okay?" He frowned.
"Yeah, Pips. Why do you ask?"
I pulled nervously on one of the buttons on the mattress. "It's just, well, Bubby mentioned you've been going to the track again."
"Oh, that's nothing, sweetheart. Just hanging out with some of the guys. You know how they like to watch the horses."
His eyes flickered nervously around the room. He was always a terrible liar, just like me. "Yeah," I pressed. "But Nick mentioned that Victor's been coming around the bar sometimes, too." Dad shrank at the mention of the name, but he didn't say anything. "Dad," I said, trying to be gentle, "do you need help again?" It had been 3 years since I'd had to deliver a thick envelope of cash to an unmarked office in the Navy Yard, in exchange for a promise to leave my dad alone. I'd really thought it would be the last time.
"Yeah, well, it's a funny thing, sweetheart,"
Dad whispered. His long fingers, the ones that made such beautiful music, tapped a silent melody on the mattress.
"These guys, you know them. They're always needing a little something more."
"Dad," I started slowly. We'd had this conversation many times before, to no avail. "You don't have to stay here. Whatever you owe, I can just give it to them, and you can come live with me in Boston. You can get away from all of this."
"Pips, I can't just leave your grandmother. Plus, I've got 4 years left until I make pension, and my band is here. I'm not leaving New York, kid. You know that."
"But, Dad—"
"Skylar, it's fine," he said, clearly forcing himself to meet my eyes. "It's nothing to worry about. It's done. He just asked me if I could look into something for him. You know they're always interested in government employees. I said I couldn't do it, and he said okay. I don't owe him anything, I promise."
"Yeah, but Bubby and Nick said—"
"Pips, Ma gets so far into other people's business, she has to make it up as she goes. And Nick's a paranoid alcoholic who's scared of his own shadow. That ticket was a friend's, Skylar. They don't know what they're talking about."
Dad slung a thin arm around me and pulled me into his side. I sighed contentedly at the familiar scent of clove cigarettes and coffee that permeated the soft flannel.
"You don't need to worry about me,"
he murmured into my hair.
"I'm the parent here. You just need to get yourself back up to school and kick some ass, all right? That way you can defend your old man if I actually do get locked up one day."
I didn't find his weak joke the slightest bit funny. But there wasn't much else I could do if he insisted everything was fine. He had promised me years ago that he was out of the life for good. I wasn't convinced, but I didn't have anything else to go on either. And I wasn't about to hand-deliver an invitation for Victor Messina and his thugs to come back into our lives, considering how hard it had been to get him out in the first place. "All right," I said. "Just be careful, old man. Will you?"
"Don't worry, baby. I always am."
I smiled weakly and nodded. I wanted to believe him. I really did. Chapter 12. I returned in Boston early Sunday afternoon after enjoying a first-class ride that also gave me plenty of time to finish my readings before classes started. There was no signature on the card that accompanied the ticket, but a typed note was paper-clipped to the envelope.
"Be safe," read.
It was only after I opened the ticket that I realized Brandon and I hadn't exchanged numbers. I had no way to say thank you. No way to confirm our plans unless I called his office, and I had no intention of setting off water cooler gossip. On Monday morning, I was in the front row of the in-class component of the family law clinic. Eric sat in the row behind me, tapping away on his phone after waving a brief hello. I wondered who he was talking to so early in the morning. When the professor strode in as the clock struck 8, My stomach fluttered with a bit of characteristic first-aid jitters.
"Good morning, everyone," he said.
The class was small, only 15 of us or so, but big enough for an elective. We all sat up just a bit straighter as Professor Ash dropped his bag on the front table and set a stack of notes on the lectern.
"Welcome to your family law clinic," he said. "I know some of you. To those I don't, welcome. In this class, you'll learn the skills and background necessary to participate in the clinic that accompanies the course. Orientation at the Jamaica Plain Clinic is either directly after this class at 1 or tomorrow at 8 a.m., so please be on time in order to sign up for your scheduled hours."
Professor Ash continued to go over the basics of the class as he distributed the syllabus to everyone.
"Can anyone tell me the significance of in re marriage of Ferguson?"
Professor Ash asked once we had covered the course calendar. He took his place behind the lectern. And so the class began. Following a Socratic question-and-answer routine I had come to know well over the last 2.5 years. When Professor Ash finally released us, I was one of the first out the door, eager to get to Jamaica Plain.
"Someone is asking about you."
Interrupted from my thoughts on Massachusetts welfare law, I jerked my head up to find Eric standing next to me, his hand wrapped in one of the stability straps above my seat on the train. "Oh, hey," I said. "On your way to orientation too?" He nodded.
"Yeah, I'm doing another internship at the firm this semester too, so I need to make sure my clinic hours work with it."
He took the seat beside me and I turned to face him. "What do you mean someone is asking about me? Someone at the firm, you mean?" Shit. Had Margie heard something she wasn't supposed to? It felt like so much longer, but it had only been a week since I'd stormed out of Brandon's office. Maybe I was water cooler gossip after all.
Eric's brown eyes twinkled. "Something like that. Anna keeps asking weird questions about you."
His phone buzzed and he pulled it out of his pocket to look at the message.
"Case in point. Do you know if Skylar likes boats?" he read.
He looked up, one eyebrow arched.
"Something tells me it's not Anna who is concerned with your sea legs, Crosby. Anything you want to say back?"
I blinked, trying to look as innocent as possible, but likely failing miserably. "Just tell her I'm a landlubber since she apparently needs to know." How odd.
"Odd, huh? Okay, then."
Eric chuckled and typed back a quick reply. His phone buzzed again instantly.
"Oops," he said with a grin. "I guess I wasn't supposed to tell you she was asking. So, why is Sterling digging for your preferences?"
"Who says he's digging?" I asked lamely.
"Do I look like an idiot, Crosby?"
Eric asked dryly. "Be honest."
"You hitting that?"
"Oh my God, no!" I protested hotly, feeling the flush rise up my cheeks. It was the truth. But obviously Eric didn't believe me. I scanned the train car to make sure no one was listening. It wouldn't matter if my classmates had worked at Sterling Grove or not. Everyone knew that firm. And an intern sleeping with the boss would be good gossip to anyone. Luckily, we seemed to be the only HLS students in the car.
Sure, Cross,"
Eric said.
"Well, if you're not, looks like he wants to. Is that why you refused a position at the firm?"
"No, it's not," I said. I really was not enjoying this little interrogation. "I only just met the guy 2 weeks ago. We've talked maybe once since then." "Right. Once while he polished my shoes in his living room, and then that time in his office where we almost ripped each other's clothes off before I came to my senses. And then that other time when he walked me home all the way to New York City and met my father and gave me the best goodnight kiss I'd ever had." I shook my head vehemently, more to avoid getting sucked into that particular daydream again. Eric just laughed. "I told Ben and Laura I wasn't planning to take a position about a week before I met him," I insisted. Eric studied me closely, as if he were looking for some flaw in my argument. I wasn't sure why it mattered so much, but I didn't want him thinking, I had anything to do with Brandon Sterling in my professional life. After about a minute of Eric watching me blush furiously, the conductor announced our destination.
"Whatever you say, Crosby,"
Eric said as we filed off with the other passengers. His phone buzzed again, and he fell behind as he read his message. More than one of our classmates stepped off other cars. Thank God they weren't there to overhear our conversation.
"Hey, Crosby,"
Eric called as he jogged behind me. I cringed, bracing myself for the inevitable, "Be careful about dating such a rich guy" speech. Surrogate brothers came with some embarrassing caveats. Instead, he just said,
"Anna wanted to know if you eat red meat,"
with a cheeky grin. It wasn't any use, I realized. That was the thing about a surrogate brother. He'd call me on my shit just as much as I called him on his. I might as well let him in. Slowly, I returned the grin and let Eric catch up. "I'm as carnivorous as they come," I said. What else does he want to know? Family Law Services was the name of the small single-floor clinic housed in a run-down brick building just off Washington Street. It was a collaboration between several HLS donors and the law school, located in a part of the city where rent was reasonable, and people needed cheap legal advice. A far cry from the manicured lawns and white pillars of Harvard Square, Jamaica Plain was one of the parts of Boston that were gradually being gentrified, but was still home to a lot of pawn shops and bodegas. FLS was sandwiched between a check-cashing shop and expensive French bakery. The diverse neighborhood actually reminded me a lot of Flatbush. The five of us, who showed up for the afternoon orientation, were ushered into a conference room where we were told to wait for the director. "I heard she's a hard-ass," whispered one of my classmates, Alex. "I hope she's not a giant bitch." Alex was a tall, brown-haired kid from Brookline who had attended Boston College before coming to Harvard. His father was one of the top-rated divorce attorneys in the city, and Alex was planning to join him at his firm. "You sound like an asshole," I whispered back. "The people who come into this clinic deserve to have a hard ass representing them. All the better if she teaches us how to do it." Before Alex could turn his arrogant frown into a retort, the door to the conference room flew open. A tall, thin woman with black hair, a razor-sharp nose, and red lips pressed into an intolerant line, purposefully entered. "First of all," she said as she came to stand at the front of the conference table, "let me say that just because this is a pro bono clinic, your level of professionalism won't be pro bono too. Anything even slightly below what you would demonstrate at a for-profit firm, and you can kiss your clinic grade goodbye. These people need our help, and some are literally putting their lives in our hands. That deserves patience, diligence, and above all, respect." She stared around the table and lingered on Alex, making me wonder if she had somehow heard our exchange. "Is that clear?" We all nodded. She glared at Alex before continuing. "I'm Kieran Beckford," she said, "the director of FLS. I'm also a partner at Kiefer Knightley. In other words, I'm busy. So the second rule here is don't bother me unless you absolutely have to. Got it?" Again, we all nodded, and Kieran looked at the sign-in list. "Today, I'll assign each of you to a volunteer attorney. You'll need to arrange your scheduled hours with them. Since you guys are the early birds, you have the privilege of first dibs. So, Christian Vegas?" Christian, a small and assuming kid with a weak chin, raised his hand. Here. "This isn't 5th grade," said Kieran without looking up. "I'm assigning your mentor, not calling roll. You'll be with Rodrigo Almodovar. He's here now at the front desk." "Eric DeVries?" Eric waved his hand slightly and smiled. Kieran pursed her lips and did not smile back. "You're with Almodovar, too." She quickly assigned Alex and the other girl Tina before she looked at me. "Skylar Crosby?" A flash of brief recognition flashed across her sharp features, and suddenly I realized I knew her, too. She was with the other two men who came into Brandon's house the night we met. She had not been happy to see me. "That's me," I said a little too loudly. Kieran blinked. "Right. You'll be with me." My heart dropped into my stomach. This woman could make or break my job prospects at the end of this semester. If she thought I was the type of girl who screwed her boss, then I was the one about to be screwed. "The rest of you go meet with your mentors. Skylar, stay here." After my classmates filed out of the door, Kieran turned to face me. "You were at Brandon Sterling's house 2 weeks ago." It was a statement, not a question. I gulped. "Yes. Do you know him?" "No, not really. I was an intern at Sterling Grove last semester, but that night was the first time I'd seen him." I couldn't say it was the only time we'd met, but hopefully Kieran didn't catch that. "I was there with a friend of his housekeeper's. I came upstairs to get cell service." "It didn't look like you were on your phone. It looked like you were making yourself comfortable in his living room." I blanched. Well, I had 2 options here. I could act contrite and admit guilt where there wasn't any, or I could do what my instincts were telling me. If she was anything like the hard-faced girls I knew back in Brooklyn, Kieran was a wolf, and it was important not to show fear. So I met her face on with my best canine expression. I live in student housing, and it's a comfortable living room. I prayed my gamble would pay off. Kieran narrowed her eyes briefly, evaluating my response. For a minute, I thought she was going to tell me to get out, but then her crimson lips spread into an unlikely smile. She barked a short laugh. "That it is," she chuckled. "Good for you. Well, let's get to work." I followed her back into the main office, which was split into about 10 cubicles shared by the volunteer lawyers. In the front was a small receptionist desk, behind which a few staff typed away at their desks. She led me into an office just off the receptionist area. "You can put your things there," she said, nodding to a small desk to the right of her larger one. It was a tiny office compared to the partners' offices at Sterling Grove, but it was covered with marks of Kieran's legal pedigree. Framed degrees from UMass Amherst and Harvard, a shelf full of well-used books on family law, protective orders, and custody, another full of case files. "All right," Kieran said, sitting down at her desk. "I'm here Wednesday afternoon and all day on Fridays. You should pick 2 4-hour slots to be here during regular working hours. What will it be? You have to be here with me at least 1 slot, but you'll get more out of it if I'm here both." I chose to work on Wednesday and Friday afternoons, and she marked me neatly on her desk calendar. "Right, then," Kieran said. "You'll basically be doing a lot of my research and paperwork for several of the different cases we take on, and you'll also meet with clients of your own. For instance, I've got an appointment today with a woman who is trying to claim emotional abuse against a spouse while also filing for divorce. It's nasty. I've just taken her case." She gestured to a thick envelope in front of me. "You'll need to read her file, interview her, and then begin drafting a motion for a protective order and sanctions. Any questions?" I accepted the file and thumbed briefly through the documents. There were several court transcripts from previous hearings, as well as signed statements by witnesses affirming the abuse in different forms, including a letter from a psychiatrist proclaiming the guy a sociopath. I looked up. "1, if you have the time to answer it. What's a sociopath?" Kieran scowled. "A first-rate son of a bitch," she said emphatically. "Otherwise defined as someone who doesn't act with logical notions of morality or social awareness. A narcissist only concerned with his own well-being. Someone who plays games with others to bolster his own ego, who gifts to procure debts, who loves to exact his demented version of vengeance." Kieran huffed with each definition and rapped her knuckles on the wood desktop after each one. "These kinds of assholes usually start out sailing into a relationship like a white knight," she continued. "They make grand gestures to vulnerable women, proclaim their love, then take control because of it,
and they hate to lose, which is why legal battles with them tend to be very expensive. This guy in particular, she nodded at the file, embezzled half of the client's 401k, and now she's bankrupt because they've been in litigation for over a year. It's why she's here instead of some big firm, but he won't stop until he's ruined her, even if it ruins him. It wasn't the kind of case I'd expected to see here. This woman was educated, a respected businesswoman before she'd gotten mixed up with this guy. She could be me, just a few years older. "You'll learn a lot working here," Kieran remarked, "about your own life as well as theirs. Sometimes a prince is really just the devil in disguise." Chapter 13. The buzzer tore through the apartment at 5 minutes past 8. Brandon was slightly late, but I only noticed because I had been ready to go for at least an hour. Before leaving for her date with a physics PhD student, Jane had helped me get ready for the first date in a long time that made me nervous. All he had told me was that we were going to dinner and to wear a dress. I had received one cryptic email on Thursday confirming our date, but that was it. Beyond that, I had nothing. Did I even have anything remotely appropriate in my wardrobe for a date with a billionaire? Could I wear boots and tights befitting the frigid weather, or was I expected to wear a sexy cocktail dress? His previous references to events made me wonder if we were going to some fancy function. I really hoped not. Where did billionaires go on dates, anyway? In the end, Jane and I had decided on a short-sleeved knit black dress that hugged every curve I had, from the flared knee-length hem all the way up to the scoop neck. I paired the dress with sheer black stockings and my favorite Manolos, fresh back from the cobbler. Jane had tucked my unruly locks into hot rollers for 15 minutes and then teased them into waves that tumbled down my back. Once I had my contacts in and put on a bit of mascara and lip gloss, I felt like I had completely eschewed my bookish law student exterior in favor of a sex kitten I didn't know I had in me, or at least that I hadn't seen in a very long time. It still didn't stop my nerves from dancing around my belly like maniacs for another hour after Jane left. Until the buzzer rang, I wasn't 100% sure the date was for real. I pressed the speaker button. "Yes?" "It's Brandon. Let me up?" I leaned my forehead against the wall momentarily. "Sure," I said and buzzed him in. I opened the door and waited. Footsteps, heavy and urgent, grew closer. My stomach. I was setting myself up for disappointment, I knew, but at this point, I couldn't care less. He was finally here. "Do you realize that we forgot to trade cell phone numbers?" Brandon demanded as he strode into my apartment like he owned the place. I closed the door and watched him swipe through his iPhone contacts without even looking at me. "All your intern file contains is a Google Voice number that apparently you don't check. I wanted to call this week to confirm our date, but I couldn't. Shit, I wanted to let you know I was stuck in traffic just now, but I couldn't." Immediately, I was glad I had gone with a more casual dress instead of something more formal. He looked good. Amazing, actually. In tailored jeans, a light gray button-up shirt, a black skinny tie, and a leather bomber jacket. He clutched a black scarf and a pair of leather gloves in one hand, and his tousled blonde hair was unruly and free. My fingers tensed with the desire to grab it. "I sent you an email," I said in a small voice. "Margie checks my Sterling email. I never go through it," Brandon said absently as he continued swiping through his phone. The catch of the lock made him look up. I stood against the door, my hands wrapped around the knob behind me. A sly half grin slowly spread over Brandon's face, and he dropped his phone into his pocket without another look. He blew out a slow, uneven breath. "Damn, Red," he murmured. "I thought you were gorgeous before, but... wow." I ducked my head to hide the blush rising up my cheeks. Before I could look up again,
He was close enough that I was inundated with that intoxicating blend of mint, almonds, and man, that had been driving me crazy for the last week. It had been easy to daydream about him, but there was no substitute for the real thing. Brandon played a finger over my jaw and tipped my chin up so I had to look into his eyes, where I could almost perfectly see my yearning reflected back at me. I swallowed as he leaned down to follow his finger with his nose. My skin pebbled deliciously beneath his touch, set alight with goosebumps that had nothing to do with the weather. 1 week, he murmured against my skin, is too long to go without seeing you. I won't do it again. His finger traced down to the neckline of my dress, skimming the edge of my collarbone. Well, you probably need my number then, I said, my voice unnecessarily breathy. His nose, accompanied by the warm breath, the suggestion of his mouth, nuzzled the soft skin just under my jaw. I just barely stifled a whimper. Oh, I'm going to need a lot more than that. He rumbled against my ear before pressing his mouth into the skin just below it. I grasped at the doorknob to keep my balance. His lips were softer than I remembered. Involuntarily, I arched my neck into his face, urging him to do what? I wasn't entirely sure. At this point, I didn't really care. Say the word, Red. He nipped my earlobe and continued a path with his mouth to my cheek. I want to kiss you so badly right now, but I won't if you don't want me to. I couldn't say that. That would be the biggest lie I'd ever told in my life. I wanted his kiss. Christ, I wanted a lot more than that. It suddenly didn't matter that we hadn't even had a real date yet. I pushed him away, watching with some satisfaction as a vein popped out from his neck when he tried not to fight the separation. He wanted to be close. I couldn't agree more. I want you to kiss me, I told him clearly. He grunted and crashed his lips into mine with all the urgency and longing that had been compounding through the week. I slipped my fingers into his hair and yanked him closer, eager to feel the heat of his body. He grabbed me under the knees and hoisted me up against the door, and my legs wrapped around his waist as I ground my pelvis against him. Wanton, I thought, but I didn't care. He was completely intoxicating. I couldn't get close enough. Jesus. Brandon moved from my lips to nip at my neck in between hurried breaths. Fuck. Yes, that. I urged him on before he hurried back to my mouth. This wasn't a sweet kiss in the snow or a brief onslaught in his office. This was something else completely. All-consuming, no holds barred, straight up lust. Holding my ass to keep me pressed against him, he tore us off the door and carried me easily around the kitchen table and down the hallway toward the bedrooms. Which one? Brandon demanded in between kisses. On the right, I said, pulling his head back to my neck, where he could continue that magic with his tongue. I'd be wearing turtlenecks for a week after this, but it was worth every bite. We fell as one onto my double bed, which was way too small for Brandon's large frame. He didn't seem to notice, preoccupied as he was with kissing across my collarbone and stretching the neckline of my dress so he could find the hollow between my breasts. What? I asked, barely able to speak in the way of his ministrations. Brandon lifted his head, much to my disappointment. I said, he replied hoarsely, take it off. It wasn't a request. My skin erupted in goosebumps again at the thought of him touching my bare skin. All of it. I stared at the ceiling, willing the telltale flush I knew was rising over my body to go away, so I could summon the courage to strip in front of a man I hardly knew. A man, I realized, I was really starting to like. Brandon pulled us both back up to standing and watched with a carnal expression as I nervously reached for the hem of my dress. With my eyes closed, I peeled it off like a wrapper and let it drop to the floor, leaving me in nothing but my bra, underwear, stockings, and shoes. When I didn't immediately feel his warmth against me again, I opened my eyes, praying I wouldn't see disappointment. I knew I wasn't exactly bad to look at, but I had a feeling someone like Brandon Sterling didn't settle for just decent-looking women. A man like this could have any woman he wanted. "Everything okay?" I asked nervously. I still hadn't found the courage to meet his eyes. We hadn't even turned on my bedroom light, with the hall light streaming behind his dark form in long, bright rays. Brandon looked more like a superhero than a Friday night date. He had shucked his jacket, which was now hanging on one of my bedposts. He stood with one thumb hooked casually through a belt loop, his shirt charmingly untucked on one side, and his tie flipped over his shoulder. His hair was a disaster from my hands yanking at it, but its disarray only added to his appeal. "Christ," he said quietly, staring at me with intensity and awe that I'd never seen when someone else had looked at me, especially like this. "You are so goddamn beautiful. You know that?" I started to look away, but Brandon stepped closer and tilted my chin up with a finger. "Take the compliment," he said kindly. "You are gorgeous, and I'm one lucky son of a bitch to get to see it. I feel like committing murder just to make sure there's no one else left on the planet who's had the privilege." I snorted. "Well, you wouldn't have to kill too many people. There've only been a few." "With any luck, there won't be any others," he said. Before I could wonder what he meant by that, he walked me backwards to the bed. "Lie down," he ordered. "Put your arms above your head and clasp your hands together." With another shiver that had nothing to do with being cold, I did as he said. My skin tightened, a whole new level of alive, as his lips kissed along the edge of my underwear. Suddenly I couldn't think anything at all. "I want to make you feel good, Skylar." His voice thrummed against my skin, matching the cadence of his promise. "Will you let me?" "Oh, okay," I stammered. I wanted to tell him I would do the same for him. I was a liberated woman. I believed that sex was an equal exchange, and I wasn't owed anything more than he was. But no words came out as he trailed his mouth up my body until he hovered over me and could once again capture my mouth with his. "Yes," he purred in between kisses. "Yes, you will." His shoulders blocked the light from the hallway. A broad hand grabbed my clasped hands and swiftly twisted me so that I was on my side, facing away from him. He settled behind me so that my ass was firmly pressed against his hard length, clearly evident, even through coarse denim. He set his mouth into the crook of my shoulder, biting gently just enough to distract me from the way his other hand brushed over the slightly damp fabric of my underwear. I felt like an instrument that was being played, and he knew exactly which places would make me sing. "Tell me what you like, Skylar," Brandon said before he sucked my earlobe between his teeth. "I like that," I said, finding it difficult to speak as his fingers continued their play. "You like what?" I groaned, unable to think coherently enough to speak. "That, I don't know." "You like it when I tease you like this? You're getting so wet down here, baby." My hips thrust forward, begging him to give me more. "You want me to touch you, Skylar?" Brandon traced the edge of my ear with his tongue. "Say it." Again, it wasn't a request. "Touch me," I said weakly, even as I was starting to twist on the bed. I couldn't take this teasing much longer. "Please." In response, his finger obediently dipped under the fabric. Gently, he worked one finger between my legs, finding the opening that was already aching for him to breach it. "God damn, Skylar," he breathed as he continued to tease with 2 fingers now. "You're soaking here, baby. It makes me want to fuck you so badly. Would you like that?" He slipped the fingers in farther, causing me to moan loudly. It was a good thing Jane was out. I hoped my classmates next door were also being social enough that they couldn't hear me through the thin walls. "Do it," I urged him, only to become more frustrated when he pulled his fingers out. "Do what?" beautiful." I groaned. I always had a hard time talking during sex. It felt so awkward when all I wanted to do was relax into his skin, into his voice. "Do you want me to fuck you, baby?" Brandon vibrated against my neck, causing my breath to hitch as I writhed against his hand. I was so close, and yet so far. "Yes," I hissed. "God, you have no idea how much I want that, Red." He grumbled against my shoulder. "But I can wait." With a swift, forceful maneuver, he twisted me over so I was facing him and consumed my mouth with another deep kiss. Both his hands roved down below my underwear and gripped my ass roughly, yanking me close so that one leg was hiked over his hip. He rolled me back so that he was on top, then kissed down the length of my body until his mouth was hot over the thin barrier he'd been toying with only moments before. "Do you want me to taste you, Skylar?" Brandon asked, his breath hot as he pressed his nose into me. "God, you smell good." His blunt, open language turned me on so much I could barely think, let alone speak. I just moaned again as he finally tugged my underwear off, then spread my thighs so he could fit his large shoulders between them. Brandon kneeled and tugged me forward so that I was hanging off the edge of the bed, my legs dangling over his back. How is it possible to want someone this badly? "Jesus," I cried, as his tongue drew a straight line up to my clit and back down again before flicking inside me. "You taste so fucking good, Skylar," he said, as he slipped a finger in and moved his mouth back to my clit. "Will you come for me, baby? I want to feel you in my mouth. I want to feel your pussy clench around my fingers so I can imagine it around my cock." For the first time in my life, I didn't have much of a choice. His tongue and fingers were doing some sort of voodoo that would have eventually split me apart. But it was his words, his frank, vulgar words, that were my undoing. "Oh, God," I cried out, as another finger joined the first. "I'm coming. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm coming." Brandon continued to suck and tease, giving no mercy until the spasms coursing through my body finally lessened on their own. I sank back into my pillow with an exhausted sigh. His fingers stayed where they were, continuing to massage a spot inside me that for some reason I had never found before on my own. A spot that drew my orgasm out far past its normal length, until my body lost almost all range of motion. I lay there for a moment, caring little that I was completely exposed from the waist down, legs spread, and all while his finger continued its slow, consistent movement that was starting another small fire in my belly. I inhaled, long and deep. "What about you?" I croaked, propping myself up on my elbows with some difficulty, since his hand remained where it was. Brandon watched intently. Wow, what he was doing felt unbelievably good. "I can repay the favor, you know," I said with some difficulty. His fingers pressed a little harder, and I collapsed onto my back. Brandon kept his fingers where they were, gently removed my legs from around his shoulders, and moved back beside me so that we were face to face. He kissed me softly, but urgently enough to make my hips arch with the rhythm of his hand. "I'll take you up on that sometime, Red," he said against my lips. "But right now is for you. Do you like what I'm doing?" I nodded, eyes closed with bliss. There was an unfamiliar sensation building, one that felt a lot like when I normally had a clitoral orgasm, but this was building from the inside out. "It's your G-spot, Red," Brandon said in between more long, languid kisses. "Yes, I know that," I murmured, although with less sass than normal. Having been relieved of the week-long tension, I already felt boneless. Poor Brandon. The insistence of his mouth betrayed a thirst not yet quenched. "Have you ever come this way before?" he asked. I shook my head, still unable to open my eyes as he kissed me again, long and deep. God, he was an unbelievable kisser. I almost felt like I could come from the taste of him alone. Surprisingly, the pressure continued to mount with the steady, insistent movement of his fingers and the gentle yet urgent pull of his mouth. Like a lot of women, I had never come without clitoral stimulation, so even through my post-orgasmic haze, I was surprised to find myself approaching something like it. My insides quivered, my hips instinctually rocked into his hand. "You're so tight, baby," Brandon rumbled in between kisses. "You're almost there. Do you feel it?" I nodded. It was growing, friction amassing in a way that left me powerless. "Yes," I moaned against the warm skin of his neck. "Oh my God. Yes, something's coming." Brandon moved his fingers with more pressure, and I fought the urge to swear. This was too much. I couldn't take it. "You can take it." Brandon echoed my thoughts as he slipped in a third finger. Too delirious to realize that my internal monologue was out loud, I accepted his lips hungrily. His fingers...
Let your mind drift gently with the melody, as if carried by a soft breeze across a quiet night.
continued their torturous rhythm, pushing me right over the edge. "Let it go, Skylar," he growled as he set his thumb over my still throbbing clit. "Let go, baby." Then he bit my ear and squeezed. Ah! The scream was a siren as I convulsed. Brandon held me tightly as I shook out my second, infinitely more intense orgasm of the night. His own breathing was heavy against my neck, long after the waves of intensity had crashed through every limb, every eyelash, every strand of hair. Finally, once my body had gone entirely limp, Brandon removed his fingers and used the towel hanging on the end of my bed to wipe them off before returning to where I lay motionless. He gathered me firmly into his chest. "Holy shit," I murmured against the crisp edges of his shirt collar. I was a sponge that had been completely wrung out, emptied, and yet perfectly content. Holy shit. Brandon chuckled and stroked my hair. He was still fully dressed, while I was almost completely naked. My legs, however, felt like noodles, and I was too exhausted to care. "Can I use your bathroom?" he asked a few moments later. He gently disengaged his arm from under my heavy head and got up. My eyes still closed, I gestured vaguely with one spaghetti-like arm. "Across the hall." He chuckled again. "Okay, Red. I'll be right back in a sec." Alone, my senses returned, and the magnitude of what just happened hit me. I stared up at the cracks in the ceiling, which suddenly seemed to gape like canyons. This wasn't just a fun flirtation with my former boss anymore. With his deft touch, the balance of power had been completely knocked astray. I had just been rocked completely, irrevocably to my core. But men like Brandon Sterling could have anyone they wanted. There was absolutely no reason for him to stick around when things inevitably got tough. If this ended, when it ended, how could I be happy with anyone else knowing this was still out there? This was bad. I yanked the edge of my quilt up and burrowed under it, curling up like a shrimp and covering my nakedness. We hadn't even left my apartment yet. We hadn't even been on a date, and I already knew I wouldn't be able to say no to him. This wasn't just bad. It was catastrophic.
"We still have time to make our reservation if we hurry," Brandon called from the bathroom. "Don't worry."
What he had just done had completely shattered every other sexual experience I had ever had, and he had only removed his jacket. Don't worry? How could I not? Chapter 14. When Brandon returned, I had on my bathrobe. The tatty blue thing wasn't the sexiest thing in the world, but I wasn't putting on the dress he'd stripped off me, nor was I going to parade around my room naked except for my bra and stockings. Sex was obviously not going to be a good way to assert myself with Brandon Sterling. Without making eye contact, I sheepishly ducked into the bathroom. In the mirror, I took one look at my swollen lips, mussed hair, and blotchy skin, and smacked myself lightly on the forehead. What the hell was I thinking? Duh, you weren't. Instead, I had come apart at the seams with someone I hardly knew. The reality was that most men thought little of women they perceived to be easy. Normally, I didn't care about such labels, even if I couldn't quite flout them like Jane did. But I did care about what Brandon Sterling thought. I cared a lot. I had simply never experienced a connection like that before. I had been with other men, but it had never been anything close to that kind of heat. What had we done? Exchanged maybe 5 or 6 words before Brandon basically pounced on me? My insides crumbled as I realized that he must have walked in thinking I was going to be an easy score. As much as I hated hearing other people shame women about having casual sex, every obnoxious comment I'd ever heard about giving away the milk for free chanted through my head. I knocked my knuckles on my forehead. Stupid, stupid, stupid. As likely as not, he was getting ready to bolt, if he hadn't already. How embarrassing would it be when I walked out there, having freshly redone my makeup for no one at all? I proceeded to scrub it all off. If I was going back out there, it would be with a fresh face. It will be without pretense. When I finally ventured out, Brandon was sitting on the arm of the sofa in the common area, buffing the face of his watch with a handkerchief. He had put his jacket back on, and his shirt and tie had been smoothed into place. The only signs of our little tryst remaining were a few rumpled hairs at the crown of his head. My stomach both calmed and leaped at the sight of him. How were such contradictory emotions even possible? Brandon looked up with a brief smile before refocusing on his watch. Shit. He seemed as unable to make eye contact as I was.
"I was afraid you'd gotten lost in there."
He reached out absently and squeezed my hand. Then, as if by afterthought, he tugged me awkwardly to his side and draped his arm around my waist. Just as awkwardly, I rested my head on his shoulder. I'm fine. Good. Brandon held up his watch, an obviously expensive Rolex.
"We should get going. Are you going to wear the same thing?"
I glanced down the hall. No. I'll have to find something else.
"Well, hurry. We've got that reservation."
Somewhat taken aback by his curt tone, I shuffled back to my bedroom and shut the door before finding another outfit. When I discovered a sizable run down the back of one stocking, I decided to hell with his original request for a dress. I put on my favorite pair of black jeans, a slouchy cream-colored sweater, and comfortable Oxford shoes. The outfit was the opposite of sexy. When I walked back out with my parka over one arm, Brandon looked confused.
"I thought you were going to wear a dress."
I shrugged. It's cold, and you tore my stockings. I grabbed my purse from the coat rack and slung it over my shoulder. You ready? His face twisted momentarily into an adorable pout as he took in my covered legs, but he followed me out the door and caught my waist as we walked down the hall.
"It's just as well."
Brandon growled in my ear, making my skin tingle under his lips all over again.
"I'm not sure I could have focused all night with the dirty thoughts those stockings put in my head. It's bad enough looking at your butt in those pants."
With that, he briefly squeezed my ass, making me squeak. He flashed a toothy grin and proceeded to make me laugh and yelp all the way down the stairs with a continued onslaught on that part of my anatomy. It wasn't until Brandon ushered me into the back of a sleek black vehicle that I realized it wasn't just a run-of-the-mill car for hire, but a Mercedes S-Class AMG. My dad drooled over this particular model every time he dragged me to the yearly car show at the convention center. They retailed for more than all 3 years of law school tuition combined. "That's David, my driver," Brandon said, gesturing to a middle-aged man in the front seat. David weaved a black-gloved hand and gave me a friendly wink through the rearview mirror as he pulled away from the curb. "Hi, David," I said with a smile toward the mirror, as Brandon tucked me neatly into his side. As the engine purred to life, I marveled at how quiet Boston suddenly seemed from inside this car. I could understand now why Brandon had scoffed at the town car in New York. It was like comparing haute couture to the Goodwill. "All right," Brandon murmured. I nodded. "Yeah. Where are we going for dinner?" "One of my favorite restaurants. You'll see." I was still feeling shy after our encounter, and was relieved when Brandon didn't press for conversation. He seemed just as content to look out the window, drumming his fingers on the pane until a flurry of messages announced themselves on his phone. "Sorry," he said as he unwrapped his arm from my shoulder. "These won't take long." "No problem," I said, and slid to the other window. Brandon frowned at the movement, but quickly turned to his phone while I watched the city pass by. It was hard to imagine having the money required for this sort of lifestyle. The modest cash courtesy of my mother had only ever been used to pay for Dad's previous issues and for my education. My original goal was to give what remained to my dad as a retirement gift. Who knew if that would even be possible now? But that was clearly chump change compared to the kind of wealth that Brandon Sterling had. Live-in staff, a top-of-the-line Mercedes, a $10 million townhouse on the Commons. Wikipedia and Jane had informed me that his net worth was upwards of $2 billion, a number likely to grow once his investment firm went public. People like this didn't need to work. Their money made money for them, more in a year or even a week than most could hope to make their entire lives. I peeked at Brandon, who gave his familiar half-smile as he tapped out another message. "Sorry," he said again. "Some things won't keep until the morning." "It's all right." I turned back to my window. "I know your business is important." Like a shadow of the other cars on the road, the Mercedes wove on and off the highway down to the south end of Boston. Maybe Brandon was taking me somewhere in Back Bay, or even Dorchester, although that seemed like a weird choice for a date. Maybe he was going to show me where he grew up, too. The thought cheered me, but when David pulled onto a private drive next to Logan Airport, my eyes blinked wide open. This definitely wasn't a quick visit to the old neighborhood. The car came to a silent stop in front of a building that guarded a mostly empty airfield. David quickly jumped out and ran around to my side to open the door. On shaky legs, I stepped out of the car and looked suspiciously beyond the chain-linked fence. A few small planes were corralled at the far end of the field, deserted and dark. However, closer to the building, a small, sleek jet was testing its engines. Lights on, side door open, and a portable set of stairs pulled up for boarding. I turned to Brandon, who was watching me carefully. Is that plane for us?" He nodded. "It is." I balked, my head swiveling back and forth between the plane and him. "You chartered a jet for our first date?" He offered a small, tentative smile. I would have found the twinkle in his eyes charming had I not been completely floored. "Well, no," Brandon said. "The jet is actually mine, or at least my company's." Looking back at the airfield, I saw that Sterling was painted clearly across the jet's steel siding in bold black letters.
accompanied by the sharp black and red logo of his investment company.
What? Where? Why? Where are we going that we have to take your private plane? I sputtered.
His smile faded at my tone, and a big hand reached out to steady me. I must have looked like I felt, about to topple over. My favorite restaurant is a small brasserie in Paris, Brandon said slowly. They're open late. I thought you might like to go, considering your history there. I coughed. Hard.
My what?
The smile on Brandon's face vanished. Your history. Your resume said you spoke French and you mentioned that you studied abroad in Paris. He studied my face. What's wrong, Red? It wasn't his fault. I had confirmed those things, and there was no way he could know that although I loved France, my year in Paris was stained with rejection from my mother and a lot of self-medication courtesy of Parisian nightclubs. But still,
I don't have a passport with me, I faltered.
I may have snooped around a little while you were in the bathroom, Brandon said with another cheeky grin, which once again flattened as he observed me. I must have looked like death. I certainly felt like it. It wasn't hard to find, he continued slowly, obviously confused. You keep your desk very organized. Skylar, what the hell is wrong? I thought you'd like this. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Kieran's words from Monday echoed through my head, her descriptions of sociopaths loud and clear. Sometimes a man who comes off as a prince is really just the devil in disguise. This was a first date, for Christ's sake. Who whisks someone off to Paris in a private plane for dinner? Not to mention steals my passport? Following me to New York? The ostentatious shoes? All of it felt at once grossly strange, and also too familiar. Suddenly, all I could think of was Patrick, with his habit of rewarding me with some fancy dinner or theater tickets when I suspected him of cheating. There was a pawn shop in East New York that had made some serious money off the consolation jewelry I'd deposited there after that relationship was finished. Yes, once it was described to me, I realized I was very familiar with sociopaths, considering I'd already been with one. It wasn't a situation I ever wanted to be in again, and dinner in Paris was exponentially bigger and more inappropriate than diamond earrings or tickets to Aida. Full of sudden resolve, I looked up. My body started to shake, fury slowly mounting. First, the guy essentially asked me to be his call girl, then stalked me through New York City, more than 200 miles away. I thought we had come to an understanding about his boundary issues. Clearly not. Where is it? I asked, my voice barely loud enough to be heard over the hum of the jet. Where's what? My passport. Brow furrowed in confusion, Brandon reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out the thin blue booklet. It was well worn and nearly full of stamps from the traveling I did while living in Paris. I plucked it neatly from his grasp and shoved it into my purse. Did you take anything else? I demanded as I stepped back. His thick eyebrows crinkled together. What? No. Red? What's going on? I'm going to go, I announced a little too loudly, glad that my tongue wasn't choosing this moment to tie itself into knots. Hands shaking, I turned and started to walk down the sidewalk toward the gated entrance to the airfield, beyond which I hoped there would be an easy walk to the main terminal. The shuttle to the T wouldn't be far from there. I could possibly be home in an hour. What? Brandon jogged after me. He grabbed my hand and forced me to turn around. What the hell, Skylar? Where are you going? I spit out the strands of hair that flew into my face, now too mad to speak calmly. A plane to Paris? Really? I huffed as I wrenched my hand out of his clutch. My accent was starting to come out now. It's our first date. I'm a poor student. I would have been impressed with anything more than Dunkin' Donuts. I thought you understood I didn't want to play these kinds of games. What the fuck are you trying to prove with all of this?"
Brandon's mouth hung open for a moment as he shook his head.
"What? Are you serious?"
I didn't reply, just stared at him in the wind and inwardly begged myself not to cave. His eyes, so wide and so blue, almost made me believe that he was innocent, that he really did just want to show me the best time he could. But visions of Patrick's sly smile danced through my memory, right along with Brandon's coarse words in his office. No, I wasn't doing this again.
"This is really not how I saw this going, you know," Brandon said coldly. "Is this how you normally show your gratitude when people do nice things for you?"
"Don't give me a guilt trip just because I'm not falling for your manipulative bullshit," I snapped. "None of this," I waved a gloved hand erratically in the general direction of the plane, "is about me, obviously.
Do you think I regularly skip to Paris whenever the mood strikes me?" he asked incredulously. "Of course it was for you. I told you I needed to make time for this. Do you have any idea how much it costs me to do something like this? Now come on, let's go."
He reached out to grab my hand again, but I yanked it quickly away. "I do know how ridiculously much this costs, actually, which is exactly why I know it has more to do with your ego than with me. And any sane person would know I couldn't possibly accept this kind of gift from someone I hardly know."
"But you'll let him make you come instead?"
Brandon retorted. His eyes flashed and a large vein throbbed at the side of his neck.
"I guess I know what kind of girl you really are, Red."
Before I could control it, my hand flew out and slapped him. Hard. My glove left an angry red mark across his cheek, and he stumbled back in shock. "Fuck off, Mr. Sterling," I said in an eerily even voice, just loud enough to be heard over the airfield. I shoved my hair out of my face again with an angry swipe. "Don't ever contact me again." I turned on my heel and stalked away, leaving him next to his fancy car.
"You'll regret this," he called after me. "You know you will, Skylar."
I didn't answer, just held one finger up in an extremely rude gesture as I continued to the main terminal, eager to get as far away from Brandon Sterling as I possibly could. Chapter 15. It took me nearly 2 hours on an airport shuttle and 2 trains back to Harvard Square that night. I got more than a few strange looks as I muttered to myself like a crazy woman, occasionally punching a fist into the down of my parka. Every time I thought I had calmed myself down, a new wave of fury would sweep over me as I remembered his words. "I guess I know what kind of girl you really are, Red." Fuck him. There was nothing else to say or think about it. At one point, another passenger on the train, a cocky-faced man who looked 3 sheets to the wind with his friends, asked me to smile from across the car. The suggestive leer brought out my inner New Yorker in full force as I snarled, "What the fuck are you looking at?" The man didn't reply, just murmured, "Bitch," as he and his friends got off at Kendall Square. Yeah, the way I was feeling right now, he had no idea. It was nearly 11 by the time I walked back into my apartment to find Jane sitting on the couch in the dark, drinking from a bottle of wine in her lap, while another sat unopened on the coffee table. There was no glass in sight. A rerun of the Mary Tyler Moore Show was playing on the small TV set in the corner, and Jane chuckled in the dark while she rubbed smears of mascara beneath her eyes. I flipped on the lights. "What's up, Howard Hughes? Bad date?" Jane groaned. "The absolute fucking worst. I bet I can top you." I stripped off my parka and gloves and flopped them on the kitchen table before joining her on the couch. "You're on," she said and took another swig directly from the bottle. "So, physics guy? You'd think he'd be shy and sweet, an egghead type. But when I go to the bathroom, he follows me and tries to convince me to give him a blowjob right there in the club. Like, In the fucking hallway. He even unbuckled his fucking pants. Sounds like a real winner. I pulled the bottle from her lap and took a long drink myself. Yeah, I'd rather not have a record for indecent exposure going into my first year as an ASA. And when I got back, he was sitting with another woman with his hand up her skirt. Black tracks of mascara-stained tears trailed under Jane's glasses and down her cheeks. Immediately, I scooted over and pulled her head onto my shoulder. "Janie, I'm sorry. What a shit," I murmured as I smoothed her messy bob. I took another long drink of wine. "It wasn't even just some chick he picked up at the bar," Jane said into my sweater. "Turns out he had a whole other date planned for the night, Skylar. He double-booked us in case I wouldn't put out." "Did you at least throw a drink in his face before you left?" She sat up, took the bottle from me, and had another long slurp and then belched loudly. "2. Actually, his and his runner-ups. God, men are shit." "You don't have to tell me twice. What is this sludge we're drinking?" "Good old $3 Chuck." Jane giggled and gave me the bottle back. I scowled. Wine wasn't my drink, and this was bottom-of-the-barrel crap. But I took another several gulps. "Yours really must have been bad," Jane said as she watched. I handed the bottle back to her and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand. "You have no idea." I proceeded to tell her everything about my night, from my impromptu double orgasm to Brandon's insane surprise at the airport and our terrible fight. By the end, Jane was staring at me with her mouth open in disbelief, all thoughts of her own shitty night long gone. "I can't believe he said that," she said after I recounted his parting remark. She thrust the wine bottle at me as if she knew I really needed it. She wasn't wrong. "What a dick," Jane continued. "I mean, first of all, who even thinks about sex like that anymore? This isn't 1957, you know. A, you're not a girl. You're a woman. A woman. And B, you have every prerogative to have any form of sex with whomever you want, whenever you want. We're not virginal damsels protecting our fucking flowers." "Hear, hear." I held the bottle up in silent agreement before I took another drink. The bottle was almost half empty when I arrived, and we were nearly done with it. My head was fuzzy, but I welcomed the oblivion if it would block out the twin faces of Patrick and Brandon. I had done the right thing. I had. Was he at least good? I closed my eyes, downing the rest of the bottle before answering. "Unfortunately, he might be the best." He had me screaming, Janie, like the way those idiots in romance novels do, but you know that no one actually does in real life. Yeah, I was doing that. "Oh, that is a shame," Jane remarked with genuine remorse. She sighed and shook her head. "Why is it always the assholes who are good in the sack? Practice, you think?" I cringed, not wanting to think about just how Brandon had acquired those particular skills. It only made me feel more stupid for letting him use them on me. "I'm shit at dating," he'd said. "Yeah, fucking right." "I can't believe you turned down a free trip to Paris, though," Jane said with a giggle as she grabbed the second bottle of wine. "Girl, it's Paris." Shit. I fell back on the sofa. I know, right? After nursing a hangover and forcing myself to swim on Saturday morning, I spent the rest of the weekend buried in case studies. There was no word from Brandon. With mild remorse, I remembered that we had never actually exchanged cell phone numbers. But every time I recalled that comment at the airport, a satisfying wave of rage would flood my system. "Skylar, hold up!" I turned around on the cobblestone street outside the student athletic facility on Sunday after another swim. Jared bounded down the steps. Despite the cold weather, he wore only a pair of fitted track pants and a t-shirt. "A little underdressed, aren't you?" I asked as he caught up and continued to jog in place. Both of our breaths were visible in the cold air. "I jogged to and from my apartment. Jared said with a grin. Even in the dull winter light, his teeth were noticeably white and very, very straight. "Oh?" I asked. "Whereabouts do you live?" Jared nodded in the direction of Massachusetts Avenue.
"Porter Square. I've had the place for a while."
"Just you?" There was something that made it sound like he didn't live with the usual menage of roommates the rest of us dealt with.
"Just me."
I tried to look unimpressed. Jared couldn't have been more than a year or two older than me, and Porter Square, another small enclave of Cambridge, wasn't cheap. "So, listen," he said. His light brown hair flopped charmingly on his forehead as he bounced up and down. It looked very soft.
"I was thinking about that date."
I blinked, drawing a blank. Then our last meeting at the bookstore came rushing back. "Oh, geez," I said. "I'm so sorry. I totally forgot to call you, didn't I?" Jared shrugged.
"No big deal," he said.
Start of term is always busy, but I thought you might want to go out now that things are settled.
Jared's normalcy sounded good, especially compared to the fiasco on Friday. But still I hesitated. I was really close to finishing school, and after that, I'd have the bar exam and most likely a new job that would take up nearly all of my free time. I shouldn't have been getting involved with anyone, drama-free or not.
"Nothing too much," Jared pressed as he stopped bouncing. "Something casual, like brunch. Next Sunday?"
I pursed my lips, considering. Jared was in the exact same position I was. He would understand the fact that neither of us had much time. He was cute and nice. Maybe he was just the thing to put these messy 2 weeks behind me. "All right," I relented. "Sunday it is. Can you text me the details?" I received a face-splitting grin in response and couldn't help but respond in kind. Jared's joy was contagious. On Wednesday, I arrived at Family Law Services to find Kieran on the phone, frowning and talking loudly. She gestured that she'd only be a minute and waved me to the extra desk in her office.
"You're ridiculous, you know that?" Kieran barked to whoever was on the phone. "When are you going to learn to relax? Seriously, Brandon, you'll do better if you just stop with the fucking bravado."
I stiffened when I heard the name. How likely was it that she knew 2 men with that name?
"Okay, tell me what she says this weekend," Kieran said quickly.
"Good luck." She hung up. "Sorry about that, Skylar. Just a friend who needed some advice." A smirk appeared as if she were enjoying some private joke. "Brandon Sterling?" I couldn't help myself. Kieran's eyebrows rose.
"Oh, that's right. I forgot that you know him."
I nodded, hoping to God that my glass face wouldn't betray just how well I knew him. "A little. How do you know him again?" I knew I shouldn't pry, but curiosity got the best of me. I knew I was the one to leave him standing on an airport curb, but for some reason the idea of him talking to another woman, which was clearly what they were discussing, really ate me up.
"We grew up together," Kieran said simply.
"In the same building, at least until we were 12 or so." "What happened?" She looked at me curiously, and I focused on maintaining my features in the blandest expression possible, as if it didn't matter what the answer was.
"He went into foster care permanently,"
she said carefully. "Right. I knew that." Kieran observed me in the same way I'd seen her observe clients, usually to determine whether or not they were lying. She didn't usually care if they were guilty, but she wouldn't represent them if they lied.
"His dad was a rough son of a bitch until he was locked up, and his mom was an addict. Brandon had it kind of bad and used to spend a lot of time in my family's apartment."
I balked. "I'm surprised he's okay with you telling me all of that, considering how private he is."
Kieran shrugged. "It's not exactly on Wikipedia, but it's one of the worst-kept secrets in Boston. It's why his firm devotes so much pro bono work toward child advocacy. He actually donated most of the money to fund this center."
I blinked, unsure of what to say. Brandon had mentioned his time in the system, but none of this.
I think that's why he always has a hard time with women, Kieran continued, uncharacteristically chatty. He just does too much, you know? Hang-ups from when he was a kid, I guess, always trying too hard to make people like him. I tell him that he's more likable when he doesn't go overboard with money and gifts and things, but he just can't seem to rein it in. Attracts too many gold diggers and scares off the good ones. Kieran peered at me with one raised brow, as if expecting me to own up to something. I gulped, praying my skin wouldn't betray me now. "What happened to his folks?" I asked. She furrowed her brows. "Well, his mom died a while back. Overdose. And I think his dad is still in jail. Why are you so interested?" It was a direct call to my bluff. This time I was unable to stifle the flush that covered my face and neck. "Just curious," I said, hoping to come off embarrassed by being put on the spot. "He's an interesting character, you know?" "Interesting, I couldn't tell if she believed me or not. "Do you have that file on the Chang case?" With that, we abandoned the topic of Brandon Sterling and turned to work. But even as I tried my hardest to focus on work, all I could see was a pair of bright blue eyes. Date that weekend, hadn't she said? It was exactly as I'd thought. There was nothing special about our interaction. To him, I was just that kind of girl. Eager to rid myself of the sinking feeling in my stomach, I took out my phone and texted Jared to confirm our Sunday brunch. I needed to stop thinking about a person I knew wasn't any good for me. Chapter 16. I had never been on a date in the morning before, so I was unsure of what to wear when I got ready for brunch on Sunday. Jane stumbled into my bedroom with coffee and tea for me after I got out of the shower. "I don't know what is wrong with this boy that he thinks Sunday morning is a good time for a date," she grumbled as she sat on my bed. I'd been hearing that critique all weekend. Jane lay back into the 4 pillows stacked against my headboard. Her thin frame sank into the down. "He's basically telling you he has absolutely no interest in fucking," she continued. "Does that sound like someone you want to get busy with? Someone who's like, my penis can wait. Let's just have some scones." "It sounds like someone who won't mess with me," I replied and took a sip of tea. I set the mug on my desk and turned to the closet. I had already run product through my hair, planning to let it air dry into soft waves down my back. It was just breakfast, after all. Jane's short black mop, which she had dyed with a bright red streak 2 nights ago, was currently standing up on one side. She snuggled further into my pillows. "Why is your bed so much more comfortable than mine? It's the same shitty university-issued mattress. Also, I can't believe you make your bed on a Sunday." I shrugged at her via the mirror in which I was trying to decide between 2 different sweaters, holding each one up against my robe-covered body. "I make my bed every morning," I said. "It gives me a sense of accomplishment with which to start my day." "Freak," Jane muttered. Her puffy eyes betrayed a long night. I hadn't heard her come in last night at all, so I assumed it wasn't until the wee hours of the morning. "Which one?" I asked, turning around to compare the black slouchy turtleneck with a green cardigan. Jane opened one eye lazily and then closed it. "I like them both," she said into the pillow, "for sitting by the fire with a cup of cocoa in a needleworking project." She sighed and sat up. "You're 26, Skylar. Please tell me you own something that I couldn't find in my grandmother's closet." I hugged the sweaters. "Geez, tell me how you really feel. I don't care if this guy somehow screwed up his circadian rhythms so that he thinks night is day and day is night. A date's a date. And those sweaters will make you look like a shut-in cat lady. A really young, cute cat lady, but still a cat lady." She looked pointedly at my glasses. "Are you going to wear those too?" "You wear glasses every day," I cried, chucking the black sweater at her.
Jane pulled the sweater off her face and tossed it unceremoniously onto the end of the bed. Yes, but I am the Asian Rivers Cuomo, the half-Korean pseudo-hipster. Every guy who asks me out probably does it a little bit because of the glasses, as they are a critical part of my appeal. You only wear them when your allergies are acting up. I know how much you like to show off those emerald beauties. I stuck my tongue out and threw the other sweater at her, which she kicked neatly onto the black one. Jane had good reflexes for someone who still had bedhead. "Do you even want to go on this date, Sky?" she asked seriously. I shrugged. "You pushed me at him. He's nice and cute, and not planning manipulative overtures that require him to snoop through my desk in charter planes." I pressed my lips together, suddenly determined to put my best foot forward. "Yes," I said, this time with more emphasis. "Yes, I definitely want to go on this date." Jane studied me for a few seconds before heaving a big, fake sigh and standing up. "God, you make me do everything for you," she groaned. "Go put your contacts in, actually dry your hair, and I'll find you something to wear." An hour later, I was sitting at a table at Gray's, the newest hotspot in Cambridge. The place was bright and raucous on the otherwise cloudy gray day. "You look really nice today, Skylar," Jared said with a smile as he sat across from me. I nodded in thanks. Jane had paired a long-sleeved cream lace blouse over a pair of dark skinny jeans and my black ankle boots. My hair was pulled back into a side chignon, a style that exposed the gold hoops dangling from my ears. The glasses were gone, and I'd touched up my face with a brush of mascara and some lip gloss. "Daytime chic," Jane had pronounced, after informing me that my ass didn't quit in these jeans. After seeing Jared's expression when I took off my parka, I decided she was right. But I wasn't sure if I cared that he thought so, too. "This place is nice," I said, looking around at the bright white interior, rustic tables, and the plants hanging from the ceiling. "It's like spring in here. I feel like I'm in a greenhouse." Jared nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I've wanted to try this place for a while. It's got a month's wait for dinner reservations, but they said we could probably get in for brunch, so bingo, here we are." He leaned over and set his hand briefly on top of mine. "I'm really glad I get to share it with you, Skylar." I fought the urge to take my hand back and just smiled. Bingo? I could already hear Jane making beaver cleaver jokes in my head. Without waiting for a reply, Jared pulled his hand back and picked up his menu. I did the same. The food was served in pretentiously small but tasty portions, and the date passed easily as we shared anecdotes and talked about school. Jared, I found out, grew up in Chestnut Hill, and his family also had a house on Cape Cod. They were classic old New England denizens. He had 3 direct descendants who were on the Mayflower. His father was serving his 6th term in Congress, and his mother stayed at home. He grew up with an older brother, a younger sister, and a dog named Quincy Adams. "If you want an internship in D.C. this summer, I could probably set you up with an interview," he said after his bite of his crab cake. "That's really nice of you, but I'm not really interested in politics," I said. There was also the fact that his father was a libertarian and I came from a family of New York Democrats. "Thanks, anyway." "So, what about you? You're from Brooklyn, right?" Maybe it was the yuppie entitlement of the restaurant, or maybe it was the golden retriever named after a U.S. president. But suddenly I felt shy about my family history. Jared was a nuclear family wasp to the nth degree, and I was an Irish Jewish garbage collector's daughter whose mother had abandoned her. I felt like a piece of foggy quartz compared to a diamond. Yeah, I said as I speared a bite of egg. "Flatbush. That's a neighborhood in Brooklyn, close to Prospect Park. My dad works for the city and my mom's an artist." Of course, Jared latched on to her profession, which was, to types like him, charmingly bohemian. I didn't mention that I hardly knew her. "That's so cool," he said,
What kind of art?
Installation, mostly.
Oh, like Jeff Koons?
I nodded. Yeah, sort of. I'd say her stuff is closer to Man Ray and Nancy Sparrow.
Oh.
Jared blinked, and I could tell he had no idea who I was talking about.
I went to an exhibit on Andy Warhol once,
he offered weakly. His stuff was pretty out there.
Do you like it?
I shrugged. Art is my mom's thing, not mine. I just appreciate the major stuff like Da Vinci and Michelangelo. Jared nodded in agreement and obvious relief.
Yeah, me too. Can't argue with the Mona Lisa, can you?
Nope, I said, even though I actually hated the Mona Lisa. I didn't think he'd want to know that. Have you seen it?
Oh, yeah,
Jared said enthusiastically. He seemed grateful that I'd given him another familiar topic to discuss.
When I was traveling in Europe after college, backpacking with some friends.
He then launched into a story about the hostel where he stayed in Paris, and I listened, relieved I didn't have to answer any more questions about my family. Jared walked me back to my building, holding my hand loosely as if it were the most natural thing in the world. I only wished that I felt like it was a natural thing to be doing.
I know I'm not saving the world or anything,
he was saying as he talked about the job he was planning to take at his grandfather's firm next year.
But I don't know if that's so important. If we give away our hard-earned dollars, it makes other people lose the desire to work hard, don't you think? In a way, I'm helping them more by helping myself.
I couldn't disagree more. Jared was nice, but his ignorance of his own entitlement was becoming more irritating by the second. I also didn't see how being handed a job at your father's congressional office demonstrated work ethic. After 2 hours of listening to him, I was more than ready to be done with this date. I wanted to get out of these tight jeans and talk to someone who didn't make me feel like I had to censor myself.
Skylar?
I blinked. Yeah?
I said I had a really nice time.
Oh, I said. Yeah, me too. Thanks for brunch. You didn't have to pay, you know.
I didn't mind.
Jared pushed back a stray lock of brown hair that had fallen from his neat coif. He took my other hand and tugged me closer. I watched with distant fascination as he closed his eyes and leaned in, his lips in a half-smile with the knowledge that he was going to kiss me and that I would like it. He was so expectant that I didn't have the heart to avoid it. It wasn't until his lips were pressed on mine in a chaste, closed-mouth kiss that I finally closed my eyes, too. It wasn't the worst kiss in the world, but there was something missing. Or someone, my conscience niggled. Someone blonde and tall and with incredible blue eyes and soft, passionate lips. Someone who was not kissing me now. I counted the seconds until it was over. It took 4. Jared smiled.
So, when can I see you again?
Well, I have classes in clinic all week, I said, feeling shifty and non-committal. Jared was a perfectly nice, handsome guy. This didn't have to be that complicated. I'm not sure.
Friday night work for you?
He pressed, holding my hand just a bit tighter while he lingered. I looked down at our joined hands. I just wanted to get out of the cold. And while I couldn't have said why, something made me feel like Jared wasn't the kind of person who took rejection easily. Sure, I relented. That should work.
I'll call you,
he said confidently, and leaned in for another peck on the cheek.
See you later, Skylar.
Okay, I said, and turned to unlock the door to my building as he walked away. Once upstairs, I changed into an infinitely more comfortable outfit of stretchy black pants and a gray flannel shirt, and settled on the couch to finish reading for the weekend. After working steadily through the afternoon, I found myself with a rare free evening. Jane was out with a study group at the library until late, and I ambled about the apartment, uncharacteristically bored, and with nothing to distract me from the one thing, or person, really, I had been trying not to think about. No matter what I tried over the last few days, I had not been able to get Kieran's description of Brandon out of my head. I hardly knew him. That was the reality. A poor kid from the South Side who'd been neglected and abused by his drug-addicted parents. You didn't need to be a psychologist to guess there would be some attachment issues there. No wonder he had tried so hard. People like that usually had a hard time accepting that others would like them just for who they were. Sometimes it turned the person into a manipulative, untrusting shit. But a lot of times it just came out with insecure actions that didn't fit the social circumstance. So, which was Brandon? The thought of all our interactions together felt completely disorienting. We were doing everything backward. I had spent the night at his house before I'd barely known his first name. He's treated me like an employee after I'd already quit working for him. He had done things to me most people reserved for at least after they'd actually gone on a date together. None of it made any sense. The more I thought about all of it, the more the world seemed to swim. I shuffled to the kitchen and made myself a cup of tea before sliding on my slippers and gray sweater and grabbing some sheet music from my desk. The building had a piano in the basement lounge, so I liked to play there sometimes when I had a spare moment or two. I hadn't practiced in months and knew I'd feel a bit clumsy on the keys. But if music couldn't distract me from what was going through my mind, nothing could. My dad was my first teacher on the piano, but I started taking real lessons from one of our neighbors when I was about 5. Somewhat ironically, it was my obvious talent that made my musical education the only thing about my upbringing my mother had a consistent interest in. As soon as it was determined that I had some promise as a pianist, her money secured the best instructors in New York, and Bubby had dutifully schlepped me in and out of Manhattan twice a week until I was old enough to take the train myself. My ear for precision was applied toward classical training, and it was enough to earn me invitations to multiple conservatories when I graduated high school. Unlike my dad, however, I had no desire to perform, no willingness to make my life as a starving artist, or trust-funded, as my mom offered to bankroll me, artist. Music was cathartic, but I wasn't creative. Aside from that, artist types just bothered me. Through my dad, I had met one too many shiftless musicians, and their narcissistic relationships with my music were just plain annoying. It was their justification for leaving behind wives, children, jobs, and numerous other responsibilities. I thanked my lucky stars every day of my life that despite his complete and utter devotion to music, my dad, no matter his weaknesses, was the kind of man who was always there. There were a lot of other piano players who wouldn't have stuck around, much like, of course, my mother. Jeanette Chambers was the definition of the flaky artist, although she had never had to forsake her comfort in favor of her art. Just her daughter. The fact that she, just like all of those other musical bums, deserted her family not once but multiple times in favor of her art, just added fuel to my desire to be nothing like her. However, since I did end up swallowing my pride enough to let her pay for college and save my dad a lot of debt, NYU proved to be a good compromise when I decided to study both music and business. In the end, I was grateful for it. The piano, with its mix of discipline and sublime beauty, would always offer solace no matter what I was doing. The piano in the basement wasn't tuned and probably hadn't been dusted in years, but there was no one in the lounge at this time on a Sunday, so I had the freedom to lose myself for a bit. I pulled out one of my pieces of music and set it on the stand. After running through a few brief scales to warm up my fingers, I took a breath and began. I played for more than 2 solid hours. I played old pieces and mustered my way through a few new ones. I played until the tendons in my hands ached from stretching over the keys. I played and played and played until finally I looked at my watch and realized it was close to midnight. My head was clear for the first time in weeks. With a quiet, exhausted sigh of contentment, I pushed back from the piano and collected my music from the stand. It wasn't until I turned around that I realized I had company, and probably had for a long time. My jaw dropped as I beheld his lanky figure, long legs splayed and both arms stretched across the back of the sofa. A long, deep snore erupted from his lips. Brandon Sterling was sound asleep in my basement. Chapter 17. He was adorable. He couldn't help it. Brandon's head was tipped back, and his mouth was wide open as he slept, dark blonde hair mussed around his face. The tiny lines at the corners of his eyes disappeared in his relaxation. A maroon Henley shirt hugged his chest and biceps, and a pair of dark jeans slouched around scuffed brown boots, while his scarf, hat, and down jacket had slipped to the floor. Were it not for the expensive watch, he might have fit in with the students. He looked so innocent. I started to wonder again if I had been too hasty leaving him on the tarmac. Another massive snore erupted from the back of his throat, causing me to break my silence with a giggle. Immediately, he woke, tossing his head around as if looking for someone. "What? Who now?" he blurted out, making me laugh again. When his sleepy gaze found me, it softened. "Hey, Red," he said groggily as he sat up and rubbed a hand over his face. I hid a smile at the nickname. I wasn't sure I wanted him to know I liked it. "Hey yourself," I replied warily. "I'm sorry you had to wake up." Brandon gave a warm, sheepish smile that caused my insides to melt a little more. I wondered if he knew the effect his smile had on me. He had to. There was no way he didn't. "I forgot you wore glasses," he said. Self-consciously, I touched the edge of my thick frames. Sometimes I don't feel like putting in contacts. "They look cute," he said with another sweet smile, this one cautiously flirtatious. "I remember thinking that last time I saw them." He was nervous. It was utterly disarming. I tried to ignore the flutter in my belly and fixed a blank look on my face, praying I wouldn't blush. "How did you get in?" I asked. Brandon shrugged, but his shoulders remained tense. "It wasn't that hard to follow someone in and pretend I was a student. I heard the music and came down to see if it was you. I wish you had better security in this building, Red, especially since you're hanging out in empty basements by yourself at night." I raised an eyebrow. "Controlling much?" I brought you this." Brandon pulled a robin's egg blue box tied with a white ribbon from the pocket of his jacket and held it out to me. Tiffany, by the look of it. It was slightly too big to contain what usually made girls in movies go crazy, but it obviously held some expensive trinket. A bracelet, maybe. Or a small necklace. It was exactly the box Patrick would have given me when he screwed up, too. Just like that, the flutter was gone. I glared at the box with a frown but refused to take it, forcing Brandon to set it on the coffee table in front of him. When I looked back up, his eyes were wide, guileless, waiting hesitantly. I sighed. "What are you doing here, Brandon?" He pressed his lips into a crooked line, confused. "Well, I was listening to some gorgeous piano playing. Damn, Red. I think you might have chosen the wrong profession." I crossed my arms and sat on the closed top of the piano. "Don't change the subject." Brandon sighed and leaned forward onto his knees, using one hand to brush away the hair across his forehead. "I take back what I said about your potential as a litigator," he said dryly. "I suspect you'd make any witness on the stand sweat bullets with that glare." I didn't blink. Just answer the question. "Can't be distracted, either." He sighed again. His innocent expression had morphed into a curious mix of desire and sorrow. I found myself gripping the edge of the piano to prevent myself from sitting next to him. Or straddling him. Visions of what he had done to me in my apartment flashed through my mind, and I crossed my legs tightly. His eyes, zeroed in on the slight movement, and an impish half-smile spread slowly across his face. Yeah, he knew exactly what kind of effect he had on women.
"Something on your mind, Red?"
He purred. "Brandon," I snapped, ignoring the heat building at my core. "Answer the fucking question, or I'm leaving." He huffed petulantly and sat back again. "Fine. I'm here to see you, obviously." "Okay, I'll be more specific. Why are you stalking me in my dormitory in the middle of the night? I haven't seen or heard from you in over a week. Plus, I explicitly said not to contact me again. And now you sneak in bearing gifts? It's creepy." Brandon nodded as if in agreement.
"Yeah, well, I wasn't even going to call you again after that shit you pulled at the airport. I've never been treated like that by anyone, especially not by people I take to Paris."
"So you have done it before." I triumphed with a finger pointed at him. "I knew that was your game."
"No shit. That's not what I meant." He exploded forward. I told you, I'm shit at dating. I'm sorry I got it wrong. I'm sorry I keep getting it wrong. But B, you deserve the best I can offer. Paris for the evening or a weekend away in Barbados. Why shouldn't you take it? It's not like you get these kinds of things tossed your way."
"And how would you know that?" I snarled. Was he really pissed just because I wouldn't take his stupid moneyed bait? Because I wasn't willing to drop my panties at the side of an outrageously expensive jet or a Tiffany box? I ignored the fact that I had already done so without gifts. "Is it the same way you found out what kind of tea I like?" I demanded. "Or where I grew up? You've managed to learn all these things about me before I even tell you. But since you don't talk directly to me, all you do is make these crazy assumptions. I suppose I should be oh so grateful to receive such generosity, right?" I punctuated the last comment with a sarcastically mimed kowtow, but Brandon's only response was a raised blonde brow that only infuriated me more.
1809 K Street, Brooklyn, he recited. Last date of purchase was in 1949 for just under $7,000. No known remodels since then, although I hope for your family's sake you at least bought a better refrigerator.
Before I could make a retort, he continued.
"I've seen where you grew up, Skylar, because you let me walk you there. Yes, I looked up some information because I have to. It's become a habit since people regularly try to scam me," he sighed. "I met your dad, and it wasn't even our first date. You haven't even let me have a fucking first date with you. But I think I know at least a little something about you by now. Maybe I'm off, but last I checked, city garbage collectors who moonlight as broke jazz musicians don't exactly make bank."
I glared, seething. "See? That's exactly what I'm talking about. You spent a couple of hours tagging along in my old neighborhood, had some PI look into my family, and you think you know everything about me. Be honest, Brandon. I'm a piece of ass you want to slum it with for a while, and you want to know what you're risking. So what's next? After the trip, huh? You gonna set me up with a nice condo like you promised, baby? Give me a black Amex to go shopping on Newbury? It's a no-win situation for me. If I say no, I'm a frigid bitch. If I say yes, I'm just a gold-digging whore. You never once thought I just wanted to go out on a date with you like a normal fucking person." Brandon winced visibly at my last words and shook his head.
"I promise you, I never thought of you like that, Skylar."
His nostrils flared as he exhaled forcefully.
"I have some money and I like to share it. It's no different from one of your law school buddies buying you a beer. It doesn't fucking matter to me, and clearly you won't take them for the gifts they'd be anyway. Because they're fucking insulting."
I was glad that we were in the basement of the building, and not where my classmates could hear us exploding through the thin walls. Brooklyn accent versus Bostonian. "I'm not your pretty woman, Brandon. This might come as a surprise to you, but your money doesn't fucking impress me." Brandon shot out of his seat then and stalked toward me like a big cat he resembled so strongly at times. With his thick halo of golden hair, blonde stubble, and ferocious expression, He was the spitting image of a lion in his prime. I fought the urge to cower as he came close enough to brace his hands on either side of me on the top of the piano.
"Then what does impress you, Skylar?"
he asked, his voice low and so quiet that I had to strain to hear him.
"Most people are falling over themselves the minute they enter my house. You practically sprinted out of there. Most women would jump at the chance to be swept off to Paris, but you slapped me in the face. Most girls would tear into a Tiffany box like a kid on Christmas, but you won't even touch it. So, what's gonna do it? How do I get in there?"
He pushed one large finger into my chest, forcing me back against the hard edges of the piano. His Boston accent was now out in full force. For a moment, I saw him as a kid, living in one of the battered row houses in Dorchester. Tired, hungry, bruised, alone. I shook the image away. "Why do you want to know so badly?" My voice was smaller than I wanted it to be, and I struggled to maintain eye contact. He smelled so good this close, and I was battling between wanting to push him away and kiss him with everything I had. All the frustration melted when we touched each other. It would be so easy. Brandon sighed again. Then, slowly and carefully, he pressed his forehead softly to mine.
"I can't stop,"
he whispered hoarsely with his eyes closed.
"I can't stop thinking about you. Every day, every night, I can't explain it, but I walked into my house 3 weeks ago, expecting to talk business over brandy, and bore myself to sleep like every night. Instead, I felt like I had been tossed underwater when I saw you sitting in my window. I couldn't fucking breathe, Skylar. You were so beautiful."
His hands floated to clasp my face gently as he pulled away just enough to meet my eyes.
"You felt it too, didn't you?"
We stood there for at least 5 full seconds in complete silence, blue eyes meeting green, bright blonde head tipped to blazing red. He looked so vulnerable, this savvy businessman, the most cutthroat attorney in Boston, this big-time venture capitalist, scared like a child. His eyes were desperate, searching my face for recognition that he wasn't going crazy. I gulped. "Yeah," I finally answered. The admission was like a dam being released. "Yes, I felt it too." Brandon closed his eyes and exhaled a long, audible sigh of relief through his nose.
"Thank God,"
he breathed before pulling me into a kiss. This wasn't the frenzied kiss from the other night. It was closer to the long, lingering one he had given me in front of my family's house. My hands instinctively tangled themselves in his hair, already a mess from his hands running through it. We melted into each other, unable to get close enough, although there was no way we could close the distance more. After several minutes, Brandon finally pulled away. One of his hands lingered on my waist, as if he couldn't bear to break our contact.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, pushing one hand back through his hair.
"I don't know how to do this."
"Yeah, you keep saying that. It's getting old. You make it sound like you've never been with a woman before, but I know that's not true."
Brandon rolled his eyes. "Jesus, Red, no. I've been with plenty."
I cringed at the idea of him screwing half of Boston. "Yeah, I know. It's kind of obvious."
"Don't be like that,"
Brandon said with a nudge.
"I just haven't tried to be close to anyone. Not for a really long time. I told you I haven't had time for a relationship. I haven't wanted one. Not until now."
He reached up to pull at his hair again, and I fought the urge to take his hands just to calm him down.
"How do I explain it without sounding like a pushy psycho?"
he asked with a rueful half grin. "Oh, I think you crossed that line a while ago." His expression grew suddenly serious.
"I'm not crazy, Skylar. I'm just at a loss here. My life, it hasn't always been that great. I just wanted things to be like the movies, you know? Like a dream. because by the time I invited you to stay the night at my house, I already felt like I was dreaming. I wanted you to feel that way. I suppose I thought things like that."
He gestured helplessly back at the box on the table.
"Would help."
I cocked my head, considering. He seemed so earnest. It was getting harder and harder to doubt him. I realized I didn't want to doubt him anymore. I just wanted to let him in. "Well," I said finally, "they won't."
"Because it's a game?"
"Because it's manipulative," I agreed. "And the only place I like to play games is in the bedroom."
"Oh, really?"
Brandon grinned lasciviously, but I swatted at him. "I'm serious," I said. "Are you?" He was quiet for a moment, then looked at me, all joking set aside.
"Will you tell me what you want?"
he asked, his eyes tired and pleading.
"So I don't fuck this up again. I'm running out of chances here."
I smiled and touched his cheek. He nuzzled his face into my palm. "I just want you," I said plainly, feeling my heart dance a bit at the simple acknowledgement. A weight I'd been carrying for the last several weeks lifted as I finally admitted the truth. "I want to know who you are. What bothers you, what entertains you, what you hate, what you love. And I want you to learn those things about me by earning my trust, not by spying on me or having some weirdo research my family and me."
"I wasn't spying," Brandon objected lamely. "I just made a couple of calls. The sale of a house is public record. Even I have limits, you know."
I just folded my arms and stared at him. "You follow me or not, Sterling?" Brandon stared back. Just when I was about to slide away, he nodded.
"Okay,"
he said.
"I can do that."
He pushed off the wall and took my hand, leading me through the lounge and up the stairs to the lobby, where he turned to me again.
"Will you give me a chance to make it up to you?"
I pursed my lips. "I think that could be possible."
"Friday? I have to go out of town on Saturday and I'll be gone for a week. I don't want to wait until I get back."
Friday. Shit. I'd already agreed to a date with Jared, whose lips felt like rubber, hands like wooden tongs. "Sure," I said. "I can do that." Brandon exhaled with relief, then kissed me lightly, this time only on the cheek.
8 o'clock, then. I'll pick you up here,"
he said, and turned to leave. I watched him walk out to the street, and it wasn't until he was about to duck into the Mercedes that I remembered something. "Wait! Brandon!" I called as I pushed open the glass door. He turned, alarmed. "Your, present. You left it downstairs. I'll run and grab it for you." Brandon shrugged and waved my offer away.
"Keep it. Sell it and pay your rent if you want, or leave it for someone else to find. You were right about it anyway."
Was he serious? He wanted me to forget about a gift that likely cost thousands of dollars?
"Red,"
he called softly. I refocused on him.
"The next time I give you a gift, you can bet it'll be for you,"
he said.
"I'd prefer it if that's the first one you get."
And with that, he slid into the car, leaving me to wonder what kind of gift that special might be in my future. Chapter 18. On Wednesday, I arrived at the FLS offices with an extra bounce in my step that I tried to tell myself was because I had a check for $28,000 to donate, and not because my first real date with Brandon was in 2 days. "Wow." Kieran peered at the check with both of her finely tweezed eyebrows nearly reaching her hairline. "Are you sure about this? I know you're not one of these Harvard brats, Skylar. You could just put this toward your student loans." I shrugged. Kieran knew where I was from, but not about my small trust fund. "I'm sure. I got it for a piece of jewelry that was, well, let's just say I got it under false pretenses. The person who gave it to me doesn't want it back, and I'd prefer not to keep it." I ventured a small smile, though the knowing look on Kieran's face caused a flush to rise on mine. She looked back at the check, then set it down and pulled a pad of paper out from a drawer. After scribbling, she ripped off the top sheet and handed it across the desk to me. "You'll want that receipt for your taxes," she said. "You'll save more from the exemption than you would not declaring the jewelry." I nodded and tucked the receipt into my purse before going to my small desk. Just then, my phone buzzed with a text message from a number I didn't recognize. 310-555-2368. "I forgot to say you looked gorgeous on Sunday." I grinned. I had been dressed in a crappy sweater. Me. "Who is this?" 310-555-2368. "You don't know?" I turned to face my desk, biting back another telltale grin in case Kieran was watching. I still had a few minutes before my shift started, but she didn't need to see me all worked up like a smitten schoolgirl. I decided to have some fun. Me. "Ooh, Andy, you need to stop using those online text services, baby." 310-555-2368. "Who is Andy?" I sucked in a giggle, but Kieran didn't seem to notice. Me. "Oh, just this other hotshot tycoon I'm seeing. He likes to give me consolation jewelry, too." 310-555-2368. Hilarious. "I'm rolling over here." Me. "I know. It's part of my charm. How did you get my number?" 310-555-2368. "I offered Anna a raise to get it from your friend. She really took advantage of me." Me. "Oh? I thought you were going to stop spying." 310-555-2368. "I paid for it. She makes more than me now. Last time, I promise." This time I couldn't quite hide the giggle. Kieran looked up irritably from her work. "Something funny?" I shook my head. "No, sorry. Just a friend's text." She looked at the clock. "I see." Turning around so I wouldn't disturb Kieran, I punched in another quick message. Me. "Why do you have a California number? I thought you were from Boston." 310-555-2368. "This is a Google Voice number, just like yours. I should be working, but you're distracting me." Before I could come up with a pithy reply that would somehow request his actual number, my phone buzzed again. 310-555-2368. Anyway, just wanted to say I can't wait to see you on Friday. Thanks for the third chance. Later, Red. The affectionate nickname wasn't anything I and every other redhead hadn't heard before, but somehow the familiar way he used it, the way it sounded like he'd called me that for years, made me smile. I typed a quick farewell and tucked my phone into my bag. I needed to get to work. I know someone who gives expensive jewelry like that to women he dates. I looked up to find Kieran peering at me, wry amusement playing across her sharp features. She pointed a pen at me as she spoke, usually before he even knows them very well. She shrugged. "I always tell him that will make the good ones feel like prostitutes, but he never listens. He was planning to do it again last week." I gulped and set my file on the desk so I could face her. "Who's that?" "Something tells me you know," she said, holding up the check. I blinked, not entirely sure what to say. I liked Kieran, but I didn't want her getting the wrong idea about Brandon and me. She sat back in her chair and set the check on the table. "Relax, Skylar. He's not your boss anymore, and FLS has never been too good for his money anyway." I found Kieran's command difficult to obey. She was already intimidating, and I couldn't tell if she approved or not that I was dating her friend. I still remembered her laser-like disdain at his house that first night. I had also seen her in action when she went after particularly nasty opponents in court. Kieran's wrath was scary. "Look, I really couldn't care less about your personal life, Skylar, but Brandon is a different story. He's like a brother to me, a good guy, but complicated, and he doesn't need anyone who will add to that in his life. So be careful." Her dark eyes pinned me to my chair. It was obvious why Kieran was so successful in court. I couldn't imagine anyone lying to her under her interrogation. "We clear?" she asked. Wordlessly, I nodded, although I couldn't be less clear. Was she warning me off him? Was she trying to help? She's even more inscrutable than usual, red mouth set in an impassive line. Of course, I finally managed to croak. Her lips quirked up at the sides, but it wasn't quite a smile. Well, this was a good start, she said, holding up the check again. I smiled back, although I still wasn't sure what she meant. Kieran turned back to her computer, and it was as if our awkward conversation hadn't happened. What about this one? Jane held up a bright blue dress so short it looked more like a skirt. She held it up against her slim body and swished it playfully from side to side. My face immediately torqued up in disgust. Are you kidding? That's not a dress. It's lingerie. It's hot. And you'd look hot in it. Didn't he tell you he liked your legs? Yes, but... Well, one look at you in this, and he'll fuck you on the piano this time, or maybe in the back seat of his car. Is his driver a perv? Do you think he'd watch? I really need to stop telling you everything about my sex life. I blushed, glancing around the small boutique to see if anyone had heard her. Luckily, it was almost closing time, so the small shop was nearly empty. If the girl at the register had heard us, she was doing a really good job of acting like she hadn't. I grabbed the dress, if you could even call it that, from Jane and put it back on the rack. He promised nothing fancy, less call girl, more girl next door. Who are you? His kid sister? Why did you ask me here? Jane grabbed back at the long gray cardigan currently hanging from my arm and tossed it over another rack of clothes. Hey! I liked that. I don't care if he's taking you out to a taco truck, lady, Jane said, blocking my reach. It's a date, not tea with my great-aunt Meg. If you want to go cash, that's fine, but I'm not letting you go on this date without sexing it up a little bit. No cardigans. Fine. No, not that. Jesus, Jane, this isn't Vegas. It's 28 degrees outside. Before I could finish vetoing her next choice, an indecently low-cut halter top littered with sequins, my handbag interrupted our sparring with a loud vibration. I answered my cell phone without checking who it was, shaking my head violently at Jane. Hello? Hey, Skylar. It's Jared. I froze. Oh, hi, Jared. What's up? Immediately, Jane's lips rounded in a silent O of recognition, and she tiptoed away to another rack. I was just wondering if you'd gotten any of my texts this week, Jared said. Are we still on for our date tomorrow? Shit, I'd completely forgotten. And now here I was out shopping for a date with someone else. I'd been dodging Jared's texts all week, sending non-committal promises to get back to him later. Oh, yeah, about that, I mumbled, failing to come up with a reasonable excuse that wouldn't make me into a massive liar. Jared was a nice guy. He didn't deserve to have the wool pulled over his eyes, although I didn't think he deserved the absolute truth either. No one really needs to be told they're just not that interesting. Everything okay? Yeah, I mumbled as I flipped through a sale rack of T-shirts before moving to another area of the store. Jane meandered closer to eavesdrop. Excuse. I needed a decent excuse not to see him again. I'm just really busy these days. I still don't have a job offer, so I've been doing some networking stuff and working extra hours at the clinic. From the other side of a tall rack of jumpsuits came a pronounced snort. Tell him his kissing was like making out with a block of tofu, Jane whispered loudly. Suddenly beside me again. She held up a black silk blouse with a drawstring collar. I waved her away but pointed at the shirt and gave a thumbs up. Who was that? Jared asked. No one. TV. But, yeah, I was saying that, I just don't think I'm going to be able to make it out anytime soon. Really? You can't even get dinner? Everyone has to eat, don't they? His tone was friendly, but I thought I caught a hint of irritation. I'm sorry, Jared, I said, trying and failing to keep my voice from tightening. I'm just swamped. Maybe another time. Yeah, another lifetime, Jane commented to a rack of wrap dresses. Okay, I guess, Jared said. To his credit, he was trying to be nice.
I hope you get everything done. Let me know when your schedule frees up, okay?
Will do, I said. Bye. I tucked my phone back in my purse and then turned to Jane. What is with you? I thought you liked him. I swatted playfully at her with my purse, which she neatly dodged.
I liked the idea of you going on a date, she corrected me. Our toaster was getting more action than you, and we don't even eat that much toast. She handed me 3 more shirts. Since none of them were cut to my navel, I draped them over my arm. And now, I couldn't help the sly grin creeping across my face. Well, now you've got Mr. Tall Blonde and Eat Me Out for breakfast. Why would you keep a guy with the soggy oatmeal personality when you've got a giant plate of sizzling bacon ready for you? She shook her head. Didn't you say kissing him was like kissing a cold fish? I shrugged, unwilling to meet her gaze as we walked to the small dressing room in the corner of the shop. I think it was cold cuts, not cold fish. Oh, yeah. Making out with a bologna sandwich sounds so much better. I chuckled as I brought my things inside a dressing room and pulled the curtain closed while Jane stood outside. He doesn't deserve to be told off or anything. What would you have had me say? I asked, while tugging on one of the tops. The purple shade washed me out. Nope. Well, if it were me, Jane said, I probably would have said something along the lines of, Sorry, Jared, I can't go out tomorrow because you have the personality of a Dodge minivan. I burst out laughing in spite of myself. Well, I already turned him down, didn't I? Or, sorry, Jared, I'd rather take the LSAT 4 times in the same day than kiss you again. I pulled on another top and immediately discarded it, although it was hard to get it off while laughing. You're mean. I chided my friend before trying the last shirt, the black one. You want me to keep going? Jane asked. I have so many more. I'd rather wear head-to-toe beige, have lunch with a room of insurance salesmen, attend a mayonnaise convention. Stop! I cried. Tears were starting to stream down my face. I can't. You... Stop! Jane tugged the flimsy curtain aside to find me squatting on the floor, holding my sides while I heaved with laughter. She grinned and grabbed my arm to pull me up. You know it's true. Come on. He's better than that, I gasped. I mean, he's cute and he's nice. That's gotta make him better than an ugly family car. Jane tipped her head from side to side, considering the metaphor more carefully. Okay, but just because he's objectively handsome in a Gap ad kind of way, and also because he's objectively loaded. So, maybe he's a sob. A nice, well-made, sensible sob. God, even the car name sounds boring, doesn't it? I giggled again. Don't start again, Jane. It was one of the things I loved about living with her. She could always, always make me laugh. Sob, she droned, but shut the curtain again to let me finish getting dressed. I quickly put on my clothes and gathered the black shirt and hanger to bring up to the front. Oh, I'm glad you went with that one, even if it means your closet stays monochromatic, Jane said as we walked up to the cash register. Like you're one to talk, I retorted. When she wasn't dressing professionally, Jane's look consisted of torn skinny jeans and a rotating series of black concert tees. Did you find something you like? Asked the salesgirl. I handed her the silk blouse and a pair of earrings I snagged at the counter. I think so. I hope so. This blouse is super sexy, she said with a sly wink. I'm sure he'll love it. The, bacon, not the oatmeal. Chapter 19. Between my classwork and the clinic, the rest of the week flew by. Brandon and I traded a few more flirtatious texts, always via Google, much to my irritation. I was fairly certain it was punishment for not providing my number on my original application, and solidified our plans together. On Friday evening, I raced into the apartment with just under an hour to get ready. I'd stayed late at the clinic, helping Kieran with a particularly challenging client, and the tea had been delayed on top of that.
Jared had called 2 more times on Thursday, but I hadn't found the time to call him back, instead opting to send a quick text about having a busy weekend of studying. I didn't normally like to lie, but something told me he would be the kind of guy who'd want to turn a Dear John conversation into a big, long thing. I had other things on my mind. I dropped my messenger bag by the door, kicked off the sensible black pumps that were suitable for walking through the fog that settled over Boston that day, and raced to my bedroom. After I tore off my black suit and tossed the separates on the bed, I wrapped my robe around myself and padded back to the bathroom, only to find it locked, with the shower running. Jane was in there, and clearly not alone. A telltale peal of laughter slipped out from the bathroom door, followed by a grunt that couldn't possibly be female. I frowned. I glanced at the hallway mirror at my reflection, which was about as frazzled as I felt. My hair was falling out of its bun, and about 1,000,000 frizzy flyaways created a red-orange mane all around my face. Mascara was smudged beneath one eye. A light sheen of sweat glistened across my brow. I banged on the door. "Jane! I need to get in there!" A deep male voice murmured something in response to Jane's higher voice. The door opened, and Jane stuck out her very wet head, water running down her neck to where she held a towel around the rest of her body. "Dude," she growled, "I'm a little occupied here. Do you think it could wait?" "Dude, yourself," I hissed back. "I have a date tonight. An important date. You know this. And he's coming in—" I glanced down at my watch. 47 minutes. And I look like I just got dragged through a gutter. Her eyes blinked wide with sudden recognition. "Oh, shit. I'm sorry. I totally forgot. We'll be out in 2 seconds." She shut the door in my face, and I heard her muffled voice speaking to her obviously disappointed partner. Within a minute, the water shut off and Jane shuffled out, still clad in her towel, followed by a tall, thin guy with shaggy blonde hair who held my green bath towel around his waist. Gross. Sky, this is Greg," Jane said sheepishly. "Greg? Skylar." She tossed her wet head in his direction. "MBA program." Greg pushed his wet hair out of his eyes and tipped his chin at me. "What's up, roommate?" I glared. "That's my towel." He looked down, dripping water from his hair onto his big feet, then looked back up with a horsey grin. "Oh, sorry, man. You want it back?" I rolled my eyes. "No, I'll find another. You guys better not have left any of your remnants in the shower." "Don't worry, Sky. We were just getting clean, that's all." Jane clasped Greg's hand and tugged him into her room. "Have a good time tonight." I pulled a clean towel from the hall closet before ducking into the bathroom with a spray bottle of Lysol. This time I was waiting outside my building when Brandon pulled up. Since I wasn't planning to repeat the last time Brandon had come to pick me up, I also wore clothing that was a lot harder to remove. A pair of black cigarette pants, the new blouse that hung provocatively off one shoulder, and black ankle boots with silver-tipped toes that Jane called my shit kickers. I was tucked cozily into my black wool trench coat, and my hair, which I had only had time to dry at the roots, now lay about my shoulders in waves that were still frizzing a bit around the crown of my head. I normally didn't wear a lot of makeup anyway, but I had taken the time to line my eyelids and apply a few coats of mascara to make my green eyes pop. I felt confident, and, after listening to the noises Jane and her dude of the evening made through the thin walls, fairly hard up. "Hi, David," I said to Brandon's driver as he opened the back door for me.
"Ms. Crosby?"
he replied. I slid into the back seat, and he closed the door behind me. As soon as I saw Brandon, I wondered how I had forgotten in 6 short days just how gorgeous he was. Immediately, my libido went from simmering to almost boiling over. Was it going to be like this every time I saw him? Brandon was only slightly more dressed up than the last time I saw him, wearing a light gray button-down instead of a Henley over dark jeans. His dirty blonde hair combed back in soft waves instead of mussed around his face. Finished with a navy wool peacoat and his brown boots. He looked sexy, polished, and relaxed all at the same time. Red. His deep voice rumbled in greeting as he kissed me gently on the cheek. The combination of men's aftershave, a slightly almond scent, and that something else that was entirely just Brandon, made my toes curl in my boots as his nose lingered for a moment. With a sharp intake of breath, he tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "Gorgeous as always," he murmured. We stared, suddenly caught in the spell of each other's presence. The longer I looked into those bright blue eyes, the more the memory of his last kiss burned. Was he thinking about the same thing? Just as I was about to launch myself at Brandon, David awkwardly cleared his throat from the front seat. "Where to, sir?" he asked. Brandon jerked his head toward the front, as if he had also forgotten about David. Mass Ave to Albany, please. Thanks, David." As the car moved, I turned to the window to recompose myself. If this were a normal date, we could have enjoyed each other along the way to the tea in dark corners made for kissing. Did dating someone with this much money mean there would always be someone to witness our intimate moments? Brandon touched my fingers. I turned back to him, and the crooked smile on his face wiped away all negative thoughts. He was clearly so glad to be there with me, and truthfully, I felt the same. It was better to take it somewhat slow, wasn't it? Brandon had promised earlier that he'd planned things out, but hadn't said much more. Just that we'd be going someplace important to him, that it would be casual, and that we'd definitely stay in Boston. So, when the car stopped on a familiar road off Kendall Square, I turned to Brandon curiously. "You're taking me to MIT for our first date?" "I got it, David," he said before getting out from his side and jogging around to open my door. Brandon told David he would call when we needed a ride again, and then helped me out with a smile. "You wanted to know me," he said as the Mercedes sped off down the campus road. "Well, this is where I spent most of my time between the ages of 12 and 18. Brandon tucked my hand into the crook of his elbow. As we walked down the street, he gave me a mini tour of the unusual architecture. There were few students on campus this time of night, although more than one light burned in a few of the strange, mishmashed buildings. Right there is the student shop where I used to mess around with leftover equipment, while my foster dad taught his labs. And over there is the auditorium where he lectured. I'd sit in the back and do homework. My high school let me take some MIT courses as a non-matriculated student before I graduated. I finished the high school curriculum kind of early. I snapped my head to look at him. "You were taking math classes at the best technical college in the world when you were in high school? Why didn't they just skip you a few grades and let you finish early?" Well, they did." Brandon gave a bashful half shrug. "I graduated when I was 16. I gawked. Brandon was a genius, like a legitimate Einstein-level genius. "And you went here after, too?" He nodded. "Ray, that's my foster dad's name, pulled some strings and got me into the electrical engineering program." "Is that what you majored in?" At this point, I wouldn't have been surprised if Brandon had a degree in astrophysics, besides being one of the most powerful lawyers in Boston. "I thought about it," he admitted. "But no. The stuff they work on is really cool, but I wanted to do more than just work on unsolvable equations and fiddle with wires all day long. I ended up majoring in economics." "Because that isn't a numbers-heavy field," I remarked dryly. Brandon snorted but squeezed my hand. "I know.
Ray still thought it was a joke. It was a major beef between us back then, but it seemed more practical at the time. I wanted to make some money, and I wanted to do it as quickly as possible.
It wasn't hard to understand what drove him. Brandon had grown up with little in the way of stability. Middle-class academia had probably seemed like a waste when he knew he could make a lot more money using his skills in the finance sector. His original plan, he told me, was to game the stock market using an algorithm he'd developed at MIT. "I'm surprised you didn't go to New York," I said. "Wall Street was the center of the universe as far as finance was concerned. I would know."
"Well, I wasn't quite 20 when I finished here," he said. "Even the small investment firms were nervous about taking me on that young."
It had been a frustrating year, he told me as he steered us down another street lined with much taller buildings. Despite having a degree from one of the best schools in the world, he barely got a job as an assistant at a small hedge fund.
I don't blame any of them. Imagine me, an 8-foot-tall, skin-and-bones kid with acne, spouting what probably sounded like conspiracy theories about the marketplace. He chuckled. I wouldn't have hired me either.
His foster parents had allowed him to continue living with them rent-free so he could try his hand at investing the small salary he made working part-time. "They sound like they really believed in you," I said.
"They're good people,"
Brandon agreed.
"I don't know where I'd be without them. I lived in a few homes before them, but with people who already had about 5 kids and were just looking to collect welfare."
He looked grim at the memories, but quickly shook them off.
Ray and Susan couldn't have kids of their own.
"Did they ever have any other kids live with them?"
"Nope,"
Brandon said with a lopsided grin.
"Just little old me."
It turned out to be a good investment for them. His algorithm ended up predicting certain .com stock trends with uncanny accuracy, allowing him to triple his paltry minimum wage salary within 6 months. He also managed to create a nice retirement for his foster parents within 5 years, get himself a decent job at a hedge fund, and later pay his way through law school. Brandon kicked a stray rock after he finished telling me the story. He shrugged again, suddenly bashful the way only certain men can be when they are pleased with themselves. I squeezed his arm, although I was still processing the gravity of his accomplishments. All that by the time he was, maybe 25? "I'm surprised you didn't just become the next Gordon Gekko, or whatever," I said, doing my best to make light of his past, despite the fact that I was awestruck and a little worried. He did run an investment firm. Maybe he was like the character, an investment snake, just nicer looking. Brandon just snorted.
"It was just a means to an end, and my goals at 15 or even 19 weren't really the same ones I had 10 or 20 years later. It becomes sad after a while, knowing your only job is basically to play a game, one that's not that challenging, honestly, with money, a lot of which is legally swindled. I went to law school mostly out of curiosity, to know what my lawyers were doing, but I ended up really liking the law for that reason. I like the way justice works in court. Everyone has to be held accountable."
He started Sterling Grove with one of his old law school classmates, initially to represent the interests of some of his investments. But eventually, it became the voice of a company that began working with closely held startups, allowing Brandon and his partners to pick and choose projects that, as he put it, actually made something more than just money. Many of those companies were now closely associated with his independent investment group, Sterling Ventures.
"I guess you could say I have my fingers in a bunch of different pies now,"
he concluded, coming to a stop so he faced me. He took my free hand with his other one and let our arms dangle, connected. "Which do you like best?" I asked. He tipped his head slightly from side to side, weighing the conversation.
"I'm not sure. We funded a couple of instructional design projects that were pretty amazing a few years back. But lately, I've been interested more in helping with some renewable energy ideas. There's this—" He cut himself off abruptly and smiled sheepishly. "Actually, Skylar, I can't talk about it yet. I trust you and all, but—"
"I get it," I interrupted, though I desperately wanted to know. "Liability. Don't worry about it."
"It's just sensitive."
His voice rang with a passion I hadn't heard in the rest of his story.
"When I can say something, I promise you'll be the first to know."
He looked around at the darkened silhouettes of the campus buildings that loomed over us and back down at me.
"This is really what you want?" he asked. "Listening to me jabber on while we walk around these ugly buildings?
Is this who you are?"
"It's part," he said simply.
"Then yes," I replied. "I want to know whatever there is to know about you. I just want the truth." Brandon squeezed my hands tightly and nodded, then let go of one as he turned toward the building where we had stopped, an unassuming brick box that stood a bit out of the way of the street lamps. It didn't seem like enough to house the brilliance undoubtedly inside.
"Home sweet home," he said, so to speak. "Come on, Red. I'm going to introduce you to the man who raised me."
Raymond Peterson's office was at the end of a dreary hall that housed the electrical engineering faculty. A thin, hunched man with sparse gray hair and large glasses perched on a long nose. He wore stereotypical professor garb, faded khaki pants, and a plaid button-down shirt rolled up his forearms. A brown sport coat was tossed over the back of his chair. Engrossed in some sort of problem, he didn't stop scratching equations at his very messy desk for at least a minute after Brandon knocked on the open door.
"Bran!"
He pushed back from his rolling desk chair and stepped over multiple piles of library books in order to execute a brief, awkward embrace with his foster son, who towered over him.
"This is a surprise."
They eyed each other warily, reminding me of a nature show where two wolves circled each other, sniffing.
"We were just in the neighborhood and thought we'd catch you after your last class. Susan said you were running a graduate seminar on Friday evenings now."
Ray turned toward me at the word, "we." "Skylar Crosby, sir," I said, extending my hand and shaking his firmly. He returned my smile, but it didn't quite reach his eyes.
"Pleasure to meet you. Please, sit down. Do you want some coffee? There might be some dregs in the pot."
He nodded to a small drip coffee maker on a shelf.
"I'll take a beer if you've got one,"
Brandon said as we both sat in the two small chairs provided for students. The legs on Brandon's creaked as he folded his large frame into the small metal seat.
"I know you've got a few stashed under your desk where Susan won't find them."
Ray opened his mouth as if to argue, but then sighed, sat back into his rolling chair, and reached under his desk into a mini refrigerator for said beers.
"Damn woman is on a new health kick. Some paleo diet garbage," he muttered. "I told her there was a reason why cavemen only lived 35 years, but she won't listen to basic science."
He held out 3 cans of PBR, and I took one, not wanting to be rude. We cracked open the cans and sipped in silence.
"So, what does the young lady do?"
Ray asked Brandon. I did my best to hide a frown. It drove me crazy when men talked about women as if they weren't in the room. "I'm in law school, Dr. Peterson," I piped up, "finishing my 3rd year." Ray glanced at me with a slightly hawkish look behind his glasses.
"Is that so? I've never really thought much of lawyers. Always seemed like a lot of rhetorical posturing, if you ask me."
Brandon's grip on his beer can was the only thing that betrayed his irritation. I wasn't so good at holding my tongue. "I don't know about that, sir," I said as nonchalantly as I could. "I like to think of us as necessary interpreters of the abstract social boundaries by which our society operates. Without the law, there is chaos, which would be much more restrictive than anything we live by. Like John Locke said, where there is no law, there is no freedom. Ray stared at me for a few seconds before turning back to Brandon. Is she always like this? There he went again. I didn't care if he was a Fields Medal winner. Raymond Peterson was obviously one of those old male academics who tended to treat women as if they had half a brain. Like what, sir? I asked politely. Ray rewarded me with another quick glance, but continued to address his foster son. So outspoken? Skylar's at the top of her class at Harvard, Ray. Brandon replied irritably. I'd say her willingness to challenge others will serve her clients well. He squeezed my hand. I know I like it. Ray blinked between Brandon and me a few times, looking pointedly at our joined hands before focusing back on Brandon. So, is everything all right? What's really going on here? Ray's eyes continued to flicker between the two of us conspicuously. I took a large gulp of beer. It was an oddly direct question, particularly in New England, where most folks tended to swathe their inquiries in pleasantries and passive-aggressive behavior. I glanced at Brandon, who just sighed. Nothing's going on, Ray, he replied. Well, it doesn't add up, Ray said. You call me or Susan, what, once every few weeks or so? We usually only see you when you've got some personal problem you can't sort out. Last time it was because that other woman was suing. That's enough. Brandon cut him off. Is that done with? What's going on with this girl? Did you get her pregnant? There are clinics that can help you take care of that, you know. You're 37, Bran. You need to learn to deal with these things on your own. Brandon set his can on the desk hard enough that a bit of beer spurted out and down the sides. Ray immediately picked it up and wiped the liquid away. Brandon stood up and pulled me from my chair. I was barely able to set my beer next to Brandon's before I was tugged backward toward the office door. Nothing's going on, Brandon said again. I met someone I like. I wanted her to meet you. That's it. Tell Susan I said hi. It was nice to meet you, Dr. Peterson, I offered, as I was practically dragged away. Ray didn't look up. He had already dumped our beers in the garbage and had pivoted back to the mess of papers on his desk. Chapter 20. Can I ask you something? We made our way back down the sober concrete stairwell, each footstep echoing up the shaft listlessly in a way that I couldn't stand for more than 2 seconds. What's that? Brandon asked distantly as he continued. What was he talking about? That you need to learn to deal with these things on your own? What things? Beside me, Brandon sighed. Your dad and Grandma. Do you ever feel like they treat you like a little kid, even though you're grown? Constantly, I admitted, thinking particularly of Bubby. Well, that's Ray. We didn't get on so well in the beginning, and he still sees me as the headstrong fuck-up they took in. Doesn't matter that was 25 years ago. So, the woman he mentioned, ancient history, Brandon said quickly. Nothing to worry about. We continued to walk until the echoes once again carried too much tension. Did the Petersons ever adopt you? I asked. Brandon's eyes flashed as we approached another flight. No. Could they have? Brandon was silent for a moment. The Petersons were the best parents someone in my position could have hoped for, he said finally. They took me in. They cared for me. And they let me stay well past the time I was a ward of the state. I think that's enough. Don't you? I didn't, but I kept my mouth shut. It was becoming clear that Ray Peterson had wanted to play some kind of goodwill hunting role in Brandon's life, rescue the brilliant kid from the ghetto to pad his own accomplishments. But Brandon's desire to escape academia had proved a bitter disappointment. Maybe Ray hadn't forgiven him for it. Brandon deserved to be loved unconditionally, Everyone did. I may have had only one flawed parent and a pushy grandmother to give that to me, but it was a damn sight more than some kids got. I wasn't sure why Ray Peterson didn't take that extra step. From what I could tell so far, there was a lot to love about his foster son. We reached the end of the stairs in silence, Brandon now a few paces ahead of me. When I was 2 steps from the bottom, I grabbed Brandon's jacket sleeve, pulling him to stop before he could open the exit door. With my extra 10 inches or so, our eyes were about even. There I could see some unnameable pain he couldn't quite mask, and my heart squeezed as he stared, open and vulnerable, back at me. So much of what he did now made more and more sense. It was all an attempt to make up for what he had been missing his entire life. "What is it, Red?" he asked softly, reaching out one hand to tuck a stray lock away from my face. I didn't know quite what I wanted to say, but I was moved by his choice to take me here. It couldn't have been easy. I wanted to tell Brandon that he deserved to be loved. I wanted to say I could be that person one day if he'd let me. I wanted to tell him he was amazing when he was content just to be himself. But instead, I just reached up one hand and mirrored his action as I pushed a few errant strands of blonde off his forehead. He was perfectly still as I traced my fingers around his ear and down the strong lines of his stubbled jaw, brushing my thumb gently over his full bottom lip. "Thank you for taking me here," I whispered. "I feel so lucky to know you." Brandon blinked, obviously confused, but before he could respond, I leaned in and pressed my lips softly to his. The brief contact sent an immediate shockwave through both of us, but I held him close. A few seconds passed, and his lips finally relaxed before he pulled away. I opened my eyes to find him staring at me again, but all traces of vulnerability had disappeared, replaced by something harder. "Are you trying to fix me, Skylar?" he asked. His blazing stare rendered me motionless. No, I replied, my voice suddenly small. Was I trying to fix something? He had looked so lost in that office, and I had wanted to do, I don't know, something to take that feeling away. "I don't need to be fixed," Brandon said emphatically. He slid one arm firmly around my waist and jerked me up against him so that I could feel every inch of his iron body from my chest down to my toes. The lost boy was gone, and what had replaced him was a very strong man who could do whatever he wanted with me. "I don't need." He trailed off as he buried his nose into my neck, pushing the collar of my blouse off my shoulder so he could nip my collarbone in a way that made me forget just where I was. He trailed back up, brushing his rough cheek against mine. "To be fixed," he growled before taking my lips again. There was no question in his statement at all. He wasn't looking for a rebuke, and before I could protest, his deep, forceful kiss seemed to seep into every nerve ending in my body. His tongue sought entry, and as soon as I opened my lips, he entered with avarice, as if he couldn't taste me enough. In a few swift movements, Brandon lifted me off the stairs and backed me up against the wall under the stairwell, where we were hidden in the shadow from anyone who might come walking in. He continued to ravage my mouth and neck, large hands pulling my coat open and undoing the button and zipper to my pants, with deft, demanding movements. He yanked my pants and underwear down my thighs in one swift motion, and while one hand continued to hold me around my waist like a vice, the other slipped in between my legs, thrust one finger, and then two into me. "Jesus," I moaned, breaking away from his mouth, which he in turn used to bite my earlobe. "Christ, Red." He hissed in my ear as he slipped a third finger in, with the other two, while his thumb found my clit. "You're fucking dripping down here, baby. You've wanted this as bad as me.
don't you?"
His proclamation only made me quake further and press my body against his hand. I was glad he was there to hold me up, because as his fingers drove me further toward the edge of losing consciousness, I was also losing the ability to stand on my own. "I got you, Skylar," Brandon purred, pressing harder with his thumb. "Just let go, baby." It didn't take much more than that before his talented fingers pushed a little harder, and I split into a million pieces. His mouth sealed over mine once more, his tongue silencing the moans that threatened to echo through the entire building. Before I could come back down from where I was floating, he suddenly flipped me toward the wall with a quick, brutal motion and yanked my pants the rest of the way down to my ankles. He took his hands away just long enough to unbuckle his jeans, and I heard the crinkle of a condom wrapper just before I felt him slipping between my legs. I arched back, but he didn't enter. Not yet. Brandon slipped one hand under my shirt and pinched my nipple through my bra. I bucked against him at the sensation, moaning slightly. His other hand skimmed down my hip, tugging me away from the cold, rough wall to receive him. His fingers went back to massaging my clit, causing the tension in my belly to start all over again. "I'm going to fuck you, Skylar," he rumbled into my ear. "Are you ready to take it?" I couldn't do anything but moan again, but I managed to nod as his fingers moved faster. Brandon spread my legs as far as they could go with the garments twisted around my ankles. Then, with one swift strike, he filled me completely. The hand on my breast dropped to my hip as he pulled out and slammed back in again. He picked up the pace, thrusting evenly to cause that strange feeling to build inside me I had only experienced once before, just a few weeks ago, just with him. "Tell me," he growled as he continued his unforgiving work. The fingers on my clit stroked with a rhythm that matched his hips, and I was finding it hard to think. "Tell me you want me." "Jesus," I cried as he slammed into me again. "I do. God, Brandon, I want you so fucking bad." He hurtled in and out of me, skin slapping skin with every ferocious movement, the sounds of our bodies resonating up the walls. The tension in my belly spread through all my limbs, and I could feel another orgasm approaching with every single thrust, every single pinch. "I want you to come, Skylar," Brandon ordered. "I want to feel you come all around me." He pulled out one more time, and then with his final hardest thrust, I fell forward and groaned as I lost all control over my body and mind. Brandon collapsed over my back, his entire body throbbing as we shuddered together. When I finally started to return to reality, the rough surface of the concrete wall rubbed uncomfortably against my cheek. I was standing in a dark stairwell of MIT, where several faculty members of the most prestigious technical institute in the world could plausibly see me with my pants around my ankles. Well, at least it wasn't a Harvard building. I shifted, and Brandon pulled out with a sigh. As gracefully as I could, I squatted down to tug my pants back up, wondering just what I had done. I had promised myself I'd take it slow with him, considering it wasn't like me to have sex with a man on our first date. It definitely wasn't like me to have sex in a public stairwell, not to mention lose control like that. Again. I was starting to rack up quite a few things on the list of out-of-character things I seemed to do when I was with Brandon. When I turned around, Brandon was staring at me, chest still heaving, although he had neatly closed his pants and somehow disposed of the condom. I noticed all sorts of small details about him I hadn't seen before. He had a tiny scar notched just right of his left eyebrow, and a few worry lines crisscrossed over his eyes, currently the color of the Caribbean. A drop of sweat made its way from his hairline down the bridge of a nose that would be knife straight were it not for an obviously once broken bridge. I reached up with a finger and wiped the drop away before it would fall to the floor. My touch broke our silent trance. Brandon blinked, then stamped a brief but thorough kiss on my swollen lips. He looked appreciatively over me before he reached down to help me button my jeans. "Don't," I said, batting his hands away. After what he had just done, I could handle redressing myself. He began, trailing off as he ran a sheepish hand through his mussed hair. I reached out and smoothed it around his ear, and was rewarded with a heart-melting smile as he grabbed my hand and kissed it. "I wasn't expecting that," he said against my palm before releasing it. "I wasn't either," I murmured, my face turning red. But if he thought less of me, Brandon showed no signs of it as he pulled me to him and nuzzled into my neck. "You seem to bring things out in me," he said gruffly. "I don't know. This was very out of the ordinary." I blew out a long, relieved breath. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Brandon stood up and smiled. "Come on, Red. Let's get out of this dungeon," he said as he straightened his jacket. "I'm starving, and I'm thinking pizza and some decent beer is in order." Chapter 21. After texting David that we were going to take the train to the North End, Brandon spent the 10-minute walk to the station holding my hand and brooding silently. He strode quickly and efficiently through the darkened campus, forcing me at times to jog to keep up. By the time we descended into the brightly lit T station, the din of public transportation was a nice substitute for Brandon's hurried footsteps. "Did you remember your tokens?" I asked, batting my eyelashes as we approached the turnstiles to swipe Charlie cards. "Very funny," Brandon said, but surprised me when he whipped out a card for himself. He waved it in front of my face before swiping through. First thing I did after I got back to Boston. Well, the first thing I asked Margie to do. "Because you take the tea all the time, right?" I joked. "Apparently now I do," Brandon said with a grin. He took my hand again as we walked to the downtown track. His steps were slower, thank goodness. "I have some hand sanitizer if you need it," I whispered. His nose wrinkled when we passed a corner that smelled distinctly of urine. "You know, if you can handle hanging with us ordinary folks." Brandon rolled his eyes. "You act like I was raised with a silver spoon. I'll let you know if I need some help." He released my hand and slid an arm around my waist comfortably, just before he reached a little lower to pinch my backside. My squawks were apparently better than he expected, since he laughed out loud at my reaction. The sounds of our horseplay echoed through the tall chamber. I reveled in the sound for the brief seconds until it subsided into the hum of the station. "So, are you doing this for me?" I asked as we stood apart from a few other people waiting for the inbound red line to approach. "I mean, you pay for that fancy car of yours. You don't need to take shitty public transit, and it's well known that this line is particularly shitty, just for me." "Would you take the car with me?" I raised an eyebrow. "All the time? Probably not." Something about that still felt uncomfortable. Brandon tipped his head from side to side, as if weighing the option. "You're suggesting I abandon my date just so I can stay in my posh, clean car while she takes the train with everyone else? Are you trying to make me strike out with you completely, Red?" I rolled my eyes. "Of course not. I just feel bad. You shouldn't have to be someone you're not any more than I do." Brandon shrugged but didn't quite meet my gaze. "Don't you sometimes just want to forget who you are anyway?" he asked quietly. "I told you, something about you makes me feel like regular Brandon again, instead of Mr. Sterling. Who knows? Maybe it is the fact that you drag me onto the train." He glanced at me with a crooked smile. "I kind of like it." He winked and stepped toward the edge of the platform to look for a sign of an approaching train. I didn't reply. I didn't know whether his comment meant that I was good in his life or bad. Did I want to be thought of as a distraction? But I didn't want to spoil his good mood while it was making a comeback. Well, you're never going to convince me that was better than New York pizza. But it was pretty good, I said as I put my gloves back on. We strolled out of Alberto's Pizzeria, a tiny hole-in-the-wall place deep down one of the windy North End corners the tourists couldn't find. A bell rang behind us as we stepped out into the cold. "You're a dirty liar, Red. That's the best pizza outside of Italy," Brandon said as he patted his still flat belly. He had put down at least half a pie by himself. I didn't know how he did it. I had eaten 2 pieces and was completely stuffed. "Am not," I insisted. "Are too. Did you hear those guys speaking Italian? It's the real deal here. Nobody in New York's Little Italy is like that anymore." I shrugged. I couldn't argue with him there. Everyone from New York knew that the real Little Italy was in the Bronx anyway. "Doesn't matter. You don't have to be Italian to make great pizza. Every New Yorker knows that." Brandon scoffed. He slung a heavy arm over my shoulders and steered us toward the pedestrian-heavy Hanover. Even though it was still the middle of winter, the cobblestoned street was full of people waiting to eat at the various trattorias and pasticcerias that lined the uneven sidewalks. Brandon walked us into one shop that was crowded enough that condensation fogged the storefront windows. Releasing me, he elbowed his way to the counter, then pulled me in front of him, wrapping his arms securely around my waist and resting his chin on my shoulder. He never seemed to want to stop touching me, I thought with pleasure. All through dinner, which we had eaten on stools at a formica-covered counter, he had rested one hand comfortably on my knee. On the train, he'd balanced his arm along the back of my seat so his fingers could toy with my hair. Now, with his hands knotted about my waist, I could hear him hum as we perused the pastries. "You ever been here before?" he said directly into my ear so he could be heard over the din. Shop employees scurried behind the counter, taking orders from customers at such a dizzying pace. I felt like I was back on Wall Street, watching the traders on the floor. I twisted my head around to grin at him. "Mike's? Of course. Best cannoli in the city. Not as good as back home, but still delicious." Brandon grinned back, his dimples showing in a way that made my stomach flip, despite its full contents. "We'll see." "2 ricotta cannoli, a coffee and a tea, please." He called to a server and released my waist to find his wallet. "No, let me," I protested, yanking my wallet from my purse as quickly as I could. "You got dinner." "Absolutely not." Brandon pulled out a 20. Obviously, he couldn't completely get rid of his need to impress. I understood more now about why he was that way, but it didn't convince me to put away my wallet. "Nope," I said, plucking the 20 from Brandon's hand and shoving it into his jacket pocket. Before he could object, I handed a 10 to the bored teenage server, who shuffled away to make change and retrieve our desserts. "Come on, Red. I thought I was taking you out," Brandon grumbled, trying not to make a scene in the middle of the cafe. I twisted around with a playfully raised eyebrow and touched him on the nose with my index finger. "You're pretty cute for an Eisenhower-era chauvinist. Did you know that?" The small crease between Brandon's eyebrows deepened, but he couldn't hide the amusement cracking his fierce expression. "I guess I'll have to be faster than you, then. You're going to keep this old man young. I can see that." I grinned and turned back toward the counter, grabbing the cannoli and my tea from the server with quick thanks. "Let's walk and eat, old man," I called to him, wanting to get out of the congested shop. I wove through the throngs of people and was out the door before I turned around for my date. Brandon's blue eyes glowed through the crowd. Clearly, up for the chase. Favorite movie. It was a common game that had emerged spontaneously as we meandered around the North End and down toward the harbor, enjoying our cannoli and drinks as we zigged through one of the oldest parts of Boston. So far, I had discovered that Brandon's favorite drink was a craft IPA, although he also enjoyed good scotch or brandy. His favorite song was The River, and his favorite color was red. From his obvious leer during the last answer, I had to wonder about the truth of the last one. I, in turn, had informed him of my similar love of excellent Scotch or Irish whiskey, my long-time love affair with Chopin, and that, like every other stereotypical New Yorker, I favored black. I gave him a playful side-eyed look. "What do you think, boss man?" Brandon wrinkled his nose with an expression so adorable that I wanted to kiss him.
"Please tell me it's not that movie about the blonde chick at Harvard," he said finally.
"Well, I'm not a complete cliché," I said. "No, although Legally Blonde is objectively hilarious. Don't even try to argue the point. You'll lose. Guess again." Brandon pursed his lips before venturing another guess.
"I got it. A tree grows in Brooklyn, since you're from Brooklyn and all."
"Isn't that sort of akin to me guessing Good Will Hunting since you're also a prodigy out of Southie?" He smirked.
"Dorchester, not Southie. One neighborhood away. Okay then, Ms. Unpredictable. Answer the question."
I gave him my best wide-eyed gaze. "To Kill a Mockingbird, of course."
"You're kidding. Really? How is that less cliched than Legally Blonde?"
"Because Mockingbird is a legitimate classic," I said. "Come on, what lawyer wasn't partly inspired by Atticus Finch?"
Okay, I'll give you that. So, you like old movies?"
I nodded after finishing my cannoli. "I grew up in a house that appreciated fine arts and cinema," I said through a mouthful of ricotta and pastry shell, which I washed down with the last bit of my tea. "Plus, our TV reception was terrible, so all I ever watched were Bubby's old VHS tapes. Gregory Peck was a fox."
"Figures," Brandon said. "You're definitely a save-the-world type. It's a good thing I didn't hire you after all. I think you just earned yourself another nickname, Scout."
I blanched. "Another nickname?"
"Well, we could go with Boo Radley if you want, but I figured you'd prefer the narrator."
All right. Your turn," I said, as I shoved against his shoulder. "Favorite movie?"
"You're not gonna guess?"
I didn't respond, just gave him a look that hopefully told him he'd better answer, or I'd push him into the harbor. Brandon popped the last of his cannoli into his mouth and took an agonizingly long time to chew and swallow. He opened his lips as if he were going to answer, and then lifted his coffee cup instead. "Oh, my God!" I cried, tossing my now empty cup at him. He laughed as it fell onto the pavement, then scooped it up and tossed it into a nearby receptacle along with his trash.
"You are way too much fun to rile up, Red."
Brandon grabbed my hand and tucked me comfortably under his shoulder again with my arm wrapped around his waist. I eagerly burrowed into the space, inhaling Brandon's scent with something close to ecstasy, while his big form shielded me from the icy breeze coming off the water.
"It's Goodfellas, by the way," he said. "I'm a sucker for Scorsese. I almost guessed that for you too, actually, since it takes place in Brooklyn."
"East Brooklyn," I corrected him almost automatically. "Yeah, it's a good movie." I didn't want to tell him that Scorsese's film was a little too close to home to be enjoyable, considering my dad's involvement with people like that. We walked for a bit in comfortable silence. Usually when a lull in conversation hit, I wondered if my date was bored or what he might be thinking. It was often the first thing that turned me off. But with Brandon, it didn't seem to matter if we were talking or not. The comfortable grip of his hand on my shoulder and the way he occasionally rested his nose in my hair made me feel at ease without a single word. Why he felt like he had to shower me with extravagant gifts was beyond me. His company was the best thing he could offer. "Sometimes it's hard to believe that so many legendary things happened here," I remarked, as we passed a sign marking the Paul Revere Trail. A group of tourists posed for pictures beside it, and Brandon nodded at them pleasantly, though his arm around my shoulder tightened.
"Well, that's why Boston is the greatest city in the world,"
he said. I snorted. "I think that's my line." Brandon smiled, then stopped walking.
"Hold on a second."
Before I could stop him, he swiped a bit of stray ricotta from my cheek, before sucking it off his finger. I stared at him, half disgusted, half aroused. "I can't believe you just did that," I said, in response to which I received another toothy grin. "Oh, believe me, Red, there are a lot of things I wouldn't mind licking off you," Brandon said, as he nuzzled his mouth against my ear, nipping my earlobe in a way that sent shivers down my spine. "I think you taste best of all, though." The flush that ran up my neck was immediate, as was the sudden bolt of desire in my belly. "Well, fair's fair, Mr. Sterling," I said as nonchalantly as I could. His hand had drifted down my arm, and I toyed with his fingers. "I should probably get a taste of you sometime soon, too, don't you think?" One side of his face quirked up into that sly half-smile. He leaned in again, so I could feel his warm breath against my neck, and growled into my ear. "Any time, Red. Any time." It was becoming clear that I wasn't going to be able to play this game very well with him. He would always out-fluster me. So instead, I took the coward's way out and changed the subject. We walked by Faneuil Hall and back up the cobbled streets of Haymarket as we chatted amiably about our lives, retelling small stories from our experiences at school and the different careers we'd had. Brandon was curious when I told him about my decision to leave investment banking for a career in law. In that way, our choices were quite similar. "Why didn't you ever leave Boston to play the market in New York?" I wondered. Later, I mean. After you had started ventures. "Boston's my home," Brandon said as he kicked a can out of our way. "Do you ever go back to your old neighborhood?" He pressed his lips together but shook his head. Not really. Sometimes I might check on some old friends of my mother's, the ones who used to look in on me before I lived with the Petersons. But that's it." He said it so casually that I might have missed the reference to his upbringing. Like most people who had had a shitty early life, Brandon tended to talk around the hard facts of his childhood rather than recall them directly. I didn't want to push him to say more than he wanted. I understood the desire to keep some things firmly in the past, but I also didn't want to hide the fact that I knew things he thought I didn't. "But honestly," Brandon continued without noticing my tension as we crossed the street, "most people I knew back then don't even live there anymore, and the ones that still do don't want to see me." I frowned. "Why's that?" "Probably because they think I should have come back when my ma got out of jail." Wait, that was completely different from what I'd been told. What? I thought she was... Was what? I gulped. Shit. I'd been caught. Well, Kieran might have mentioned a few things to me. About your parents. His feet came to a sudden halt, stopping us in front of King's Chapel, its famous cemetery eerily dark and silent in the heart of the city. "Kieran? She's your friend, right? She was there the night you and I met. Well, she's the director of FLS. Yeah, I know." Brandon didn't move, standing as still and tall as the Corinthian columns holding up the front of the church. His arm around my shoulders now felt like a vice. I continued in a rush, hoping to diffuse the awkwardness. "Kieran just said that you grew up together? That's all. In the same building, and that you were friends, and that your mom is... dead." The word fell between us like a stone. Yes, I confirmed with a shaky nod. "And she mentioned that your dad is finishing up his second 10-year sentence." His arm fell from my shoulders, and he shoved both of his hands deep into his coat pockets. His eyes were made of steel. "For beating up his last girlfriend with a wrench." I said nothing, but my stomach dropped at his icy tone. "Oh, she didn't tell you that part?" "Brandon, I'm sorry. Kieran just has a way of butting in where she shouldn't." He pressed his lips together so hard that they nearly disappeared, then exhaled a long breath toward the sky. "What else did she say?" Well, she also said that your mom had some issues with drugs." Brandon pulled his hands out of his pockets and threaded them through his hair. "Anything else?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, not really." He darted a suspicious blue glance at me. "You sure?" "Brandon, yes, I'm sure." I took a step toward him, hoping he might pull me back into the nook between his arm and his solid body, but instead, he took another step away. "Well, I guess it's for the best," he said, his tone resigned. "You should know what I really come from." We stared at each other for what seemed like a full minute, and it felt like the busy downtown street was completely silent. His eyes were hooded, yet direct. I begged him to see openness in mine. I wanted the truth, whatever it was. So, I waited. "She's dead," he finally said again. "A year after she was released after serving time for felony possession. I was 15. She wanted to regain guardianship, but the judge asked me what I wanted." He shrugged as if testifying against his own mother weren't a massive deal. Only the rising accent indicated otherwise. "Life with the Petersons was good. I was about to graduate high school, something neither of my folks ever did. And they had already offered to send me to MIT if I could get in. I had enough to eat, and no one was coming home wasted or beating the shit out of me on a daily basis." I couldn't imagine someone as tall and strong as Brandon being beaten by anyone. A vision of one of the kids from the clinic immediately rose to mind. A woman and her daughter had both come in today with bruises all over their arms. The little girl had a nasty cut over her right eye. Suddenly, I was choked up, imagining Brandon as a blonde-haired little boy with the same kind of bruises and cuts. Brandon started to walk toward the commons without checking that I was with him. I had to trot to keep up, but I was there while he strode the last 3 blocks past the Granary Cemetery and the Park Street Church. It wasn't until we were well inside the commons, in the relative peace of the bare-branched trees and lights lining the pathways, that he finally slowed down to finish his story. "So, I chose Ray and Susan," he said, quietly enough that I had to strain to hear him. "And 2 days after the judge maintained their guardianship, she was dead. Heroin overdose. You wanted the truth, and this is it. I killed my mother." "Oh, God," I breathed out, more to myself than to him. A few tears fell down my cheeks before I could stop them. "Oh, God, Brandon, that's not true." As if finally realizing that I was still there, Brandon stopped and turned to look at me in surprise. With both hands, he cradled my face and forced me to look into his fathomless blue eyes while his thumbs wiped away the remnants of my tears. "Skylar, listen to me," he said in a calm tone, his slight Boston accent and slight lines across his forehead, the last signs of his distress. "Are you listening?" I could barely speak, so I just nodded. Brandon sighed. "I know what it sounds like. Math kid, deadbeat parents, rescued by an MIT professor. I do sound like that damn movie, just fast-forwarded a few years." He gave a crooked smile. "I even got a Skylar now, don't I? But baby, I dealt with all of this shit a long time ago, and honestly, I got it pretty good in the end." "But Ray," I started to protest, thinking of that oddly cold man in his office piled with papers. "Ray was fine." Brandon cut me off gently. "He gave me a chance to make something of myself, and I took it. Some people in the old neighborhood couldn't handle it, so I just said fuck 'em. And I don't waste my time there anymore." He breathed out, a slow, steady breath as he released my face. "Do you remember what I said?" I screwed my forehead up, momentarily confused. It couldn't be as simple as that, not after what had happened with his mother. Brandon clearly had issues he hadn't dealt with properly. But before I could say anything, he pressed his forehead against mine and hummed. "I don't need to be fixed, Skylar," he reminded me. "Please understand that." I didn't. I was screwed up enough from my relationship with my mother. I couldn't imagine anyone could be truly okay after all of the hardship he'd endured as a kid, even if it was more than 20 years ago now. Could a person ever really get over being betrayed by a parent? I wasn't so sure. But I nodded my head anyway to show him that I had at least heard what he said. I could see his deep desire to please others, as well as the guilt from his decisions in his own self-interest. These things which now caused him to go so over the top, trying to make others happy. Well, at least the others he cared about. The thought brought an unexpected smile to my lips, and Brandon cocked his head in question. "What's so funny?" he asked. I stood up on my tiptoes and gave him a quick peck on the cheek. "I just realized something. You like me, Brandon Sterling. You like me a lot." His mouth quirked up with a surprised smile. His eyes shined brightly with pleasure. "Well, I'm glad that's finally getting through," he murmured, then pulled me into a soft, sweet kiss that, while lacking the fury of the others, was just as potent. I wanted to kiss him again, but Brandon straightened up and led me down a path across a wide expanse of grass and then across Beacon Street. We had walked through the entire commons. I had been so engrossed in his story that I hadn't even noticed. "Will you come in?" he said, gesturing at the familiar gray townhouse where I had already spent one memorable night. "There's one more thing I'd like to show you." The boyish hope on his face made it clear there was no ulterior motive. Even if there were, my answer probably would have been the same. "Lead on, sir," I said, and held out my hand. Chapter 22. We were met by a gust of warm, inviting air, a stark contrast to the increasingly frigid night. Right down to the time, it was nearing midnight. The house looked the same as I remembered. The same impeccably clean surfaces, the same plush carpeting and glossy floors, the same warm lighting and crackling fireplace. "You have a fetish for fireplaces, don't you?" I asked, as Brandon removed my coat and draped it on a rack by the door. "Your office and here, they're always lit." "I was cold a lot as a kid," he replied. "Oh." Shaking away the image of a blonde boy shivering in the snow, I looked around again. "So, does it always look like this when you come home?" Brandon glanced around. "Like what?" I gestured at the living room, with the dancing flames and the couch piled with soft blankets and throw pillows. "Oh, just waiting for you to curl up with hot chocolate and watch the snow fall. You know, like it's waiting for you to live here." "I do live here," he chuckled, "but I don't do a lot of curling up." Brandon peered up and down his large frame, and then back at me with a smirk. "Maybe I should start." "Maybe you should," I joked. "Seriously, though," Brandon said, "this place can feel like a tomb when everything is shut down, so I ask Anna to keep it alight, so to speak. Nicer to come home to." Huh. Who'd have thought that Brandon Sterling was afraid of the dark? He pulled my gloves off for me and set them on the small console by the door. Then he took one of my hands in his and brought it to his lips. "I'm glad you're here, Red," he said softly and pulled me close. "You look good in my house." I blushed. "Do I?" "Definitely. That was the first thing I thought when I found you sitting on my windowsill, like you owned the place. It wasn't just that this beautiful woman had magically appeared in my living room. I remember feeling like it was déjà vu, like you were always supposed to be here. I thought, it's crazy. I don't even know this girl, but I don't want her to leave." His words made my throat catch. Then I thought of something. Wait, were you really unable to get me a car that night? "No, but it was the best excuse I could come up with to get you to stay." Brandon grinned guiltily. "Come on, Red. What I want to show you is upstairs." It was all the way upstairs. 3 full flights. The house was even more enormous than I'd thought. The second floor, where I had stayed, boasted 3 other guest rooms with ensuite bathrooms. I caught a glimpse of what looked to be his enormous bedroom on the 3rd floor, along with 2 other rooms that looked like an office and a home gym. Well, that explained his physique. The top floor was a massive loft styled as a rec room. In one corner was an enormous entertainment system in front of the biggest sectional couch I had ever seen. Behind that was a wet bar framed by neon beer signs and Red Sox paraphernalia. In the middle of the room was a polished pool table, and on the other side of that was a ping-pong table. It was the ultimate bachelor space. Everything was pristine without a speck of dust, like it hadn't been occupied for a while. Or maybe not ever. "Did you want to watch a movie or something?" I asked. I wasn't sure why a rec room was so important to show me, but I'd heard worse excuses to get a girl to stick around. Maybe this was just his way of telling me that he didn't like craft beer as much as he claimed. Brandon flipped his gaze over the room briefly. "Oh, no, although we can if you want. This is mostly shit I had set up for friends. I don't really come up here that much." The way his voice shifted ever so slightly on the word friends made me wonder if he was talking about his friends from the old neighborhood. This was the kind of place I could imagine any 21-year-old putting together for his friends to come over and watch the game. Except Brandon was 37. "Your friends from Dorchester?" I asked. Brandon glanced at me sharply. "No, I told you, I don't go down there anymore." "Yeah, but that's because you said the people you want to see left. Do you ever see them? Now that you don't live there either? This looks like the kind of place they'd like." "Why? Because they're blue-collar from the bad side of town?" I frowned. "What? No, I just meant this looks like a guy's hangout. What with the beer and the pool and the games and stuff." His shoulders relaxed, and the dark look that had flashed through his eyes just a moment before dissipated. "Oh, I'm sorry, Red. No, I don't see them. It's a sensitive subject." "Yeah, I see that." Before I could ask him more, Brandon tugged me across the room toward a spiral staircase behind the pool table. At first, I resisted the urge to pinch his perfectly shaped ass as he climbed the stairs ahead of me. But upon second thought, I decided he would do the same thing to me. I reached up and made a nice grab. Brandon hopped in surprise, but rewarded me with a mischievous grin. "Like what you see, Ms. Crosby?" I batted my eyelashes. "I don't know what you mean." "It was right there. What do they say to women? That we really shouldn't wear such revealing clothes or else we're asking for it?" Brandon looked down at his jeans, which were the opposite of revealing, and waggled his eyebrows in a way that made me burst out laughing. "You better watch out, Red. I give as good as I get." "Promise?" I asked, as I chased him up the rest of the stairs. At the top, Brandon opened a door into a small room that was completely constructed of glass. At the far side was another door that led to the roof of the townhouse. There was a view of the commons just over the ledge, but also a beautiful garden set up around the various amenities. Most of the potted plants were either empty or covered with plastic to protect against the Boston winter weather. But that didn't detract from the outdoor lounge area on a wood deck or the cedar-planked hot tub built directly into the roof. I turned to Brandon. "Is this an excuse to go skinny dipping?" I asked with a nod toward the hot tub. "Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for jets." Another crooked smile melted my insides. "I'll remember that," Brandon said. "Maybe after I show you what's in here." I turned around to observe the room I was actually in as Brandon turned on a space heater. Unlike the rest of his pristine house, this room was a mess. Wood work tables bordered 2 of the glass walls, which were partially covered with perforated plywood on which to hang various tools. Those that weren't scattered over the tables, anyway. Various half-built contraptions also littered the tables, while a few larger power tools and other unidentifiable equipment took up the rest of the room. I leaned down to inspect a bit of metal with several multicolored wires sticking out of it. This reminds me of one of those mousetrap cars we had to build in my high school physics class.
This is sort of my version of the piano in the basement,
Brandon said behind me.
It's where I let loose.
I stood up and faced him. You're an inventor? It wasn't enough to be Gordon Gekko. You had to be Thomas Edison, too? It was hard to see against his tanned skin, but I thought Brandon blushed at the comparison.
Not quite, he said. I just mess around.
He picked up the contraption I had admired and touched the wires gingerly.
This one works with sonar technology to monitor heat waves in a baby's bedroom. I'm trying to get it to identify the living being in the crib and monitor its temperature and possibly other vitals. You know, for SIDS and stuff like that.
He set the project back down.
Correct me if I'm wrong, counselor, I said, but this looks a lot like engineering.
Electrical engineering, to be precise. Brandon folded his arms across his chest and pressed his lips together as if to say, "Yeah, so what?" "I thought you didn't like engineering," I prodded further.
I never said that. If you recall, I said they did a lot of cool stuff.
You said you didn't want to waste your life, and I quote, "fiddling with wires." I picked up the device. "These look like wires to me." Brandon stared at the device until I put it down again, then continued to stare at me, like we were playing some demented game of owl. The guy definitely gave me a run for my money in the stubbornness department. Finally, his poker face cracked a smile, and Brandon sighed.
I was 15, he said, so a complete idiot. Can I show you the rest?
There's more? I was speechless as he toured me through several other multi-million-dollar ideas. When he was finished, he looked at me shyly. I was completely dumbfounded. Knowing someone graduated high school at 16 and seeing the actual products of their genius are two very different things. "Brandon," I said slowly. I touched the last semi-prototype, some type of sonar device that might one day regulate sea life populations. "Why don't you just fund a lab yourself? You already have the money to hire a whole bunch of engineers to put these ideas into motion, don't you?"
He shrugged. It's just a hobby, and I don't know. I guess I like to know that I did it myself. Business is business. This is more where I get some peace of mind, you know?
Has your dad, Ray, seen this? It looks like something he'd like.
Brandon shook his head. No, he doesn't really have the time.
Oh. I looked at all the works in progress. Brandon was like a mad scientist, minus the crazy and the puffy gray hair and plus a whole lot of gorgeous. Plus a major lawyer. Plus a shark on the market. How many other personalities was Brandon Sterling hiding? This must impress a lot of people, I said, thoroughly intimidated.
I've never brought anyone up here before, he murmured,
suddenly very interested in picking at a few wires. I was unsure of what to say. I asked him to show me who he was, and boy, had he ever. In one evening, he'd brought me to meet his foster father, with whom he obviously had a difficult relationship, had revealed painful experiences from his difficult childhood, and then opened other recesses of his heart here in his workshop. More than any of the other places I had seen tonight, this place, with its awkward, messy, brilliant labors of love, was Brandon.
So I have a question for you,
Brandon said, interrupting my train of thought. What's that?
What we did, earlier tonight. You, liked it, didn't you?
I flushed. It was obvious he wasn't talking about pizza. I bit my lower lip. Yes, I mumbled. I did.
That's what I thought.
Brandon's gaze, at first nervous, softened.
You don't need to be shy about it. I just wanted to make sure. Some girls say they like it rough because they think it's going to be some kind of 50 Shades shit. One light slap on the ass and they're coming 5 times in a row. But really, they just want hearts and flowers, and that's about it. Hearts and flowers. That definitely wasn't me, at least not all the time, I didn't think. The truth was, I wasn't really sure what I liked. Do you always need it to be like that? I asked quietly. I didn't know the right words to describe what we'd done. Rough? A little. Public? Very. Raw? No doubt. I wasn't sure I wanted to hear his answer. Brandon frowned. I thought you said you liked it. I did. I do, I said, tracing my finger on the edge of the table. But I think I might like it a lot of ways. Okay, Brandon said. Like what? This conversation was beyond mortifying, but I persevered, trying to ignore the likelihood that I looked like a giant tomato. But if he could bear himself the way he'd done for the past several hours, I could tell the truth, too. I don't know, I admitted weakly. Brandon sat back thoughtfully. What do you mean? He looked up with sudden panic. Christ, Skylar, you weren't a virgin, were you? His expression made me laugh hard from my gut. No. I mean, I don't have eons of experience or anything, but I'm not a virgin, and I wasn't before we had sex either, I clarified snarkily. So it's just never been that good? Brandon asked with a leer. I shook my head and tried to explain it to him. No, I mean, yes, but no. It's been fine. After a while, it starts to feel the same. Once the excitement dies away, my mind starts to wander, and I don't know how to make it stop. I looked up helplessly. I wasn't even sure why I felt like that, so it was hard to explain it to someone else. I'm sorry, I said. It doesn't seem like men have that kind of problem. Brandon came to sit next to me on another stool. He took one of my hands and tinkered with it delicately, pressing my fingers straight and touching the pads of my palm. I read somewhere, he started, that for men, sex is 90% physical and 10% mental, and for women, it's the other way around. He shrugged. I don't know about that. I've always felt like it's a solid 50-50 for me. Okay. Maybe 70-30. He said at my skeptical expression. But the point is, it definitely seems like sex is more of a mental game for some people than for others. I pondered that. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, for me, it definitely is. Brandon nodded. I can see that. You're too quick for most. We sat there, examining each other. So, I'm thinking that in the bedroom, you probably don't want to have to work so damn hard, he continued, his voice falling just a bit lower. I'm guessing you want to be with someone who's as observant as you are, who doesn't become predictable, because being 10 steps ahead of anyone in the bedroom is boring. My mouth fell slightly open. Brandon cocked his head. I'm right, aren't I? I didn't really intend for that to be our first time, but you like what happened tonight because you didn't have to think about it, didn't you? I thought back to our encounter under the stairs and the one in my bedroom. It wasn't just Brandon's touch that had made me want him so badly. It was his words, too, the way he had controlled my focus. He was right. I did like the fact I hadn't been able to think, but there was something else that was bothering me. Was that just some kind of a game? I finally managed to ask. The best sex I had had with other partners had also been with people willing to play around in the bedroom. But there was only so many times you could be blindfolded and told you were a dirty bitch before it stopped being exciting and started feeling misogynistic. Sex with Brandon had felt so honest, so raw. I didn't think I could bear it if he'd planned it all out. Brandon shook my hand, forcing me to look at him. It wasn't premeditated, if that's what you're asking, but the mental connection was as intense as the physical. don't you think?
His eyes shone brightly. The memory rose unbidden of him shoving my pants down, fucking me with his fingers, and taking me harshly against the cold stone wall. I had barely had a choice in the matter. But that was part of what had turned me on so much. It was completely unexpected. Suddenly, I felt short of breath again as my eyes flickered to his full lips. "Yes," I said confidently. "I agree." Chapter 23. Another light snowfall was visible through the glass walls, but all I could see was Brandon. "So," he said softly. His eyes burned with obvious desire. "So," I said just as softly. Wires and temperature monitors didn't matter anymore. He had already had me against one wall this evening, and now I was more than ready for him to take me on a table where the whole world could watch, if they cared to look. The thought of it had me licking my lips. His eyes trained on my mouth like a big cat's on its prey, glowing, blue and magnetic in the dim light. Brandon breathed in and out, the rise of his chest the only betrayal of his calm. As he stood up, his shoulders blocked the shadowy moonlight. With 2 fingers, he tipped my chin up to make me look him in the eye. "Stand up," he said in a low voice, just a few decibels above a whisper. It was a quiet voice, but no less menacing. Obediently, I slid off the stool and stood before him. His gaze walked up and down my body with a heat that seared my skin. "Take off your clothes," he commanded. Slowly. Wordlessly, I bent down. He would get an ample view of my modest cleavage when the wide neck of my blouse fell forward. I unzipped my boots and kicked them away. My socks followed, and without breaking our eye contact, I stood back up, trailing my hands up my legs until I could grab the bottom of my shirt and tug it over my head with a dramatic flourish. When I let it drop, the vibrant blue irises of Brandon's eyes had darkened to the color of the night sky. Momentarily, I was struck with doubt. I had never attempted a naughty striptease before. Was I doing it right? I thought I was, but Brandon's fierce expression didn't change. Ignoring the nervous goosebumps rising on the backs of my arms, I offered as coquettish a look as I could manage. I drifted my hands back down to unbutton my pants and peeled them down my legs. When I stood back up, Brandon was tugging his collar away from his neck. I hid a smile. Yeah, I was doing this right. The space heater had turned the room from a chilly glass igloo into a toasty little greenhouse, pleasantly fogging up the windows with condensation. Despite the dropping temperatures and snow outside, I was quite comfortable standing in front of him in nothing but a black lace bra and underwear. As he perused my body, I silently thanked God for my swimming habit and the presence of mind to wear decent lingerie. Brandon reached out and traced the elastic edge of my bra from the pin-thin strap across the delicate skin of my upper breast. He dropped into the hollow between the lace cups and back across the other side. My breath became shallow as he slid a finger under the other strap, worrying it provocatively before letting it snap back into place against my clavicle. "I like this," he said, his voice catching noticeably. "A lot. Where did you get it?" La Perla," I managed to stutter. He continued to play with the strap, and I bit my lip to prevent myself from grabbing his hand and forcing him to do the same thing with my nipple. "How does a poor law student afford that kind of lingerie?" I gulped. It was an indulgence, my only real one, beyond one expensive pair of shoes that I allowed myself. I loved knowing that beneath my consignment suits and 10-year-old jeans, I was wearing something truly beautiful. My thing, was all I could barely breathe out. It makes me feel pretty. His eyes flickered back up to my face.
You couldn't be anything but gorgeous, Skylar,
he breathed, and I swore that both of us could hear the thump of my heart in return.
Has anyone else seen it?
I looked down at the set and back up again. No, I answered. Was that good? Bad? It was that irritating moment that always seemed to ruin the mood whenever any guy asked a similar question. No man, no matter how enlightened, seemed to want to think of their date as having a sexual history. But they didn't want her to be ignorant, either. It was infuriating. Brandon snapped my bra strap again. Harder. Ow! I cried as I pressed at the suddenly sore spot.
You're thinking too much, Skylar, he said curtly. If I didn't want to know, I wouldn't ask. And so we're clear. I couldn't give a shit if you've been with 1 or 1,000 other men, because none of them are going to light a fucking candle to what you and I can do together.
Well, that was confident. As if he could read my mind, Brandon gripped my bicep and pulled me tight against him.
You know I'm right,
he breathed into my ear. There was no escaping his unique scent, as he hovered his mouth over my lips and cheeks, fluttering over my skin without quite making contact. I started to shiver with anticipation, but he dodged every attempt I made to capture his lips with mine. Finally, he released me with a heavy inhale and took a heavy step back. His gaze traveled down my body and up again, burning every place it landed.
Skylar,
Brandon said, his voice low and almost menacing.
I said take off your clothes. I meant all of them.
Something about the way he ordered me to do it made my skin prickle in anticipation. Mind game or not, I didn't have a choice here. I had to do whatever he told me, and the hell if I wanted otherwise. I quickly unlatched my bra, letting it fall to the ground while my breasts bounced free. His breath sharpened, but Brandon kept his eyes zeroed in on mine. I shimmied my panties down my legs and kicked them to join my other clothes. I wasn't perfect. My skin, despite its light olive tone, was mostly covered with light freckles. While I had a nice, flat stomach and decent muscle from my swimming habit, I had smallish breasts and enough wiggle to my parts that I wasn't ever going to walk around in Daisy Dukes, no matter what my grandmother said. But standing in front of Brandon, I felt brazen, confident, and sexier than ever before. His steely blue gaze, which was, by this point, heating up the entire room with its intensity, made me feel like I was the only person in the world he'd ever seen this way. Like nothing could ever make him look away from me.
Sit back on the stool,
he said, his voice still low but menacing.
Spread your legs. We're going to do this slowly this time.
When I did so obediently, Brandon nodded in approval. He stood up in front of me, and I tilted my head back, practically begging for his touch, his taste. My whole body was humming for those deft fingers.
Skylar,
he said, and I looked up to find his equally hungry gaze.
Show me how you touch yourself.
I hesitated. I had never done that in front of someone before. Why? You already do it just fine. Brandon frowned. Apparently, he really didn't like being contradicted during foreplay.
Because I said so. Don't be shy. Let me see.
Somewhat reluctantly, I closed my eyes and slid my hand between my legs. My fingers quickly found the familiar rhythm I set for myself in those moments that had become a bit too common of late.
Does it feel good?
Wordlessly, I nodded, frowning in concentration as I tried to ignore the distractions, the occasional chill of the air, the cold steel rim of the stool, and the fact that Brandon was still fully clothed, yet again, watching me pleasure myself.
What are you thinking about?
I didn't say anything, just shook my head, frustrated. God damn it, It was the same with everyone. Men always thought it just took a quick tap or two and magically I'd come. It didn't matter if I tried to explain it or not. No one ever seemed to understand that my mind was what controlled my orgasm, not my body. And that it was hard fucking work, keeping all the distractions at bay. And right now, I couldn't. The spell had dissipated. This felt like work, not play. Do you need help? I opened my eyes to find Brandon standing next to me, naked except for his underwear, a pair of skin-tight boxer briefs that did nothing to hide his obvious erection. My fingers sped up involuntarily as I took in all 6 feet 4 inches of perfection. I was right about the home gym. He was obviously a serious athlete, based on the sinewy muscles that curved around his shoulders, the stacked lines of a six-pack, the perfect V of muscle that disappeared under the cotton. He was the most gorgeous man I had ever seen. Gently, he pulled me off the stool, slid behind me, then rearranged me between his legs. He slipped his arm between my legs to cover my hand with his. He slid his mouth up my throat and nipped at my ear. Relax, keep going, and just listen to my voice. Obediently, I leaned my head back onto his shoulder and closed my eyes again, basking in the feel of his stubbled cheek drifting over my throat as his fingers moved comfortably with mine. Do you remember that first night in your apartment? I nodded. How could I forget? Do you remember how I laid you down? How I tasted you? My fingers moved a little faster, applied a little more pressure as I recalled his mouth, the hot wet of it, the delicacy of his tongue, the deftness of his fingers. You tasted so good, Skylar. Brandon trailed his nose around the shallow lines of my skin, around my ear, which he bit again lightly, causing me to moan. So fucking sweet. I could have eaten you all damn night, baby. My hips jerked against our hands as he added his own pressure, broad fingers moving with mine. Do you want to hear what I really wanted to do to you? I melted against his body, lost in the rhythm of our hands and the sound of his voice, unable to do anything but hum in approval. I wanted to tear the rest of your clothes off, Skylar. He told me as his other hand rested comfortably over my right breast, kneading it softly and causing my nipples to rise. I wanted to run my tongue over every inch of this beautiful body. I groaned, thrusting against our hands, which were at this point more controlled by his movements than mine. The hand on my breast trailed its fingers around the curve and back to the nipple, which he pinched lightly and tugged. He pinched it again, this time a little harder, causing me to jerk. You like that, baby? His teeth clenched my earlobe, this time harder to match the pleasurable pain he was inflicting on my breast. I was suddenly so close. I wanted to fuck you so hard, Skylar. Brandon's voice now shook slightly. I could feel his hard length pressing into my back. It only pushed me closer to the edge. I wanted to feel every part of you, with nothing in between us, absolutely nothing, baby. I wanted to feel you shake and squeeze me with that gorgeous body of yours. I wanted to make you come and come and come. With the repetition of his last words, which were really more like commands, and a small grunt of his own, Brandon pushed my limp hand aside to take full control of the rhythm. Oh, Jesus Christ, Brandon! I cried as every muscle in my body seized. I launched onto my toes, shoving back against him. The hand at my breast dropped to anchor my waist while I fell apart. That's it, baby. That's it. Brandon purred as he softened his touch, rubbing out the remainder of my orgasm while I shook. Let it come. Let it go. Stricken in his arms, I quivered for several more seconds until I slouched backward, weak and noodle-like. But he wasn't finished yet. Brandon stood up, holding me under my elbows while he rotated us around so that I was facing the table with him behind me. He pushed a few of the inventions out of the way, then gently pushed me down so that I was lying on the hard surface, my face turned to one side with my eyes still closed. All right, stop thinking about what I wanted to do. I want you to think about what I'm doing to you right now.
Brandon's deep voice rumbled against my shoulder as his hand stroked my back, down over my ass, and back up.
Imagine yourself bent over this table, my cock hard between your legs. You make me so fucking hard, Skylar. I swear to God I'm going to tear this beautiful body in two.
I groaned, unable to keep the noise in as his words penetrated my orgasm-soaked daze. Vaguely, I registered the brief absence of him as I heard the crinkle of a condom wrapper. A second or two later, his warmth returned.
God, you're so ready for me, baby, he said over my shoulder, his long length teasing me until I thought I would literally scream for more. His hand drifted over my ass, his fingers toying playfully over my other opening. One day I'm going to fuck you here too, he said, his voice vibrating against my ear, which he nipped again, causing my sharp intake of breath. That's a promise, Red. His fingers teased me there a bit more before drifting to the side to take a fuller handful of flesh as he pressed himself slightly farther inside me. I gasped at the fullness. Are you ready for me, Red? Brandon rumbled above. Do you want it?
Yes, I breathed.
Say it,
he said, sliding a bit, but only a bit, into me before torturously pulling out again. His hand continued to knead at my ass, causing me to groan involuntarily against the countertop, both in ecstasy and frustration.
Brandon,
I moaned.
Say it, baby,
he demanded behind me.
Beg me for it.
I pressed my forehead against the table and braced my hands on the countertop, pushing back against him, trying to force him in. But he resisted and just kept up the excruciatingly slow teasing. God, I wanted him so badly, more than I had ever wanted anything. Please, I moaned as I pushed back again. Please, I want you in me.
All right, hush now,
Brandon said against my ear, as his big body covered me completely. He slipped his other hand around to play with my clit, quickly bringing me to the edge yet again, while he slid in, one excruciatingly slow inch at a time. He didn't move immediately, but gave me a few moments to adjust to his size. He wasn't small, that was for sure, but as ready as I was for him, I didn't need time to adjust. He started to move.
Do you remember?
He whispered gruffly. My hips started to push back of their own accord, since I apparently had no control over any of my body's reactions. I gripped the table and moaned.
Do you remember?
Brandon asked again, this time more sharply.
What I did to you tonight. How I fucked you hard against that wall, and then made you come apart in my arms?
Yes, I hissed as he thrust deeper.
Should I do it again, Skylar?
The hand on my ass gave it a brief slap, then cupped one cheek roughly to leverage himself even deeper. I clawed at the table. For release or escape, I wasn't quite sure. He was unrelenting, pummeling harder and harder, offering increasingly dirtier suggestions of what he wanted to do to all parts of me. Rather than alarming me, the ideas only turned me on even more, sending me toward yet another orgasm with every flick, every shove. Jesus, I panted. Oh, God, Brandon, I'm so close. He rammed even harder, clutching my ass with one hand, continuing the delicious rhythm with his other, clasping my pelvis between them like I was one of his power tools. I screamed as my body began to convulse and tighten around him. Oh shit! I'm coming! "That's it, baby," he encouraged. His voice barely betrayed a break in his controlled facade, but as I fell apart, he did too. "Fuck, Skylar. Fuck!" he cried, thrusting in 1, 2, 3 more times before he fell heavily over my quaking body, his face buried in my hair as we both shook together, finally finding our mutual release. We lay there, his body covering mine for what might have been a few minutes or an hour. I really couldn't tell. "I don't know what gets into me when I'm around you, Red. I'm like a goddamn teenager again, ready to go at it any time, any place." With a kiss on the back of my neck, Brandon pushed up. He turned to dispose of his condom and wash his hands in a sink in a corner. I turned around so I could admire him again. Brandon turned back and met my frank stare with a smirk. "See something you like, Red?" I didn't stop ogling. "Actually, yeah. You do pretty well in your birthday suit, Mr. Sterling." His smirk intensified as he returned to my side and leaned casually against the counter, making no move to cover himself. He was clearly confident in his body. I, on the other hand, wasn't quite so blasé. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked sharply as I retrieved my clothes from the floor. I stood up, clasping my shirt to my body. Just getting dressed." I could feel the flush rising up my body, which only intensified with the knowledge that I didn't have my clothes on to hide its spread. Brandon reached out and yanked the shirt out of my hands and tossed it back onto the floor. "Did you really think I was done with you yet?" With a quick, graceful movement, he caught me by the backs of my legs and lifted me to straddle his waist. Before I could speak, he captured my mouth with a deep, languid kiss, until I was breathless. Suddenly, the fact that I was completely naked didn't matter so much anymore. "I told you, Red. Like a goddamn teenager." And with that, he turned and carried me back down to his bedroom, where he continued to command my body well into the night. Chapter 24. I woke up the next morning tucked into soft, white warmth. The few hours I'd slept had been blissful, considering that Brandon's bedding consisted of a massive down comforter, multiple down pillows, and the softest cotton sheets I'd ever touched. Bright sunlight flashed through a row of bay windows next to the bed, through which I could see the snow-topped trees flashing gold in the early morning light. I rolled onto my back and stared up at a box beam ceiling. The sleek silver alarm clock on the nightstand read 6:30 a.m. I had slept barely 4 hours. I was also sore, but in the best possible way. The door to the ensuite bathroom opened, and Brandon strode out, fully dressed in navy suit pants and white and blue gingham shirt that made his eyes pop. I smiled and received a heart-stopping grin in response. He walked to where I lay and leaned down for a kiss. I was immediately engulfed in his fresh scent. It was something he put in his hair, I realized, that carried that unique almond aroma. "Morning, beautiful," Brandon said as he stood back up. He walked into a walk-in closet that looked about the size of my living room. I sat up, holding the sheets to my still naked body, and peered to where he was selecting a tie. After he found one he liked, a light blue with a paisley pattern, he sat down on the bed. The man was apparently a fox at all hours of the day, with maybe 4 hours of sleep. Seriously,